3 action-packed days are in the rear view here at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games, but you know what? There's still plenty of action remaining here as we kick off the weekend. Welcome to Madison, Wisconsin in the Alliant Energy Center and our Day at the Game show presented by Tommy Marquez alongside Annie Sakamoto. And Annie, we've already had 3 amazing days of competition. What stands out?
Yeah, for me, Tommy, this might be the most exciting first 3 days of competition I have ever seen. We're seeing the rise of the next generation of competitors. We're seeing a story of redemption, and overall, just probably one of the most epic tests for some of the fittest people on Earth.
And day 3 was definitely not short of some amazing moments, but one in particular came in the Coliseum at the hands of Tim Paulson, who had an electric performance on the bike, and afterwards he caught up with Caleb Anfield.
Thanks, Tommy. I'm here with Tim Paulson, who's just finished individual event 7. Tim, amazing work on that last Echo bike. What was going through your mind when you jumped on for the final time?
Honestly, just I knew that event, if I could get to the bike, I would have enough in me to try and finish it. So there were 2 other guys that got on the bike just ahead of me, by maybe 10 or 15 seconds, and I refused to be beaten in a bike sprint. So I got on the bike, closed my eyes, and just went to town. And the second I started ramping up, the Coliseum went absolutely nuts, and I was like, all right, I'm prepared to die here. So just, held on tight, sent it. I think my time was like 23 or 24 seconds. We'll have to go back to the footage and check it out. But yeah, it was a really fun way to finish the day. Nice and painful, and something I'm good at. So that was nice.
Well, great job. It was phenomenal to watch. You're on your way home now, so I'll let you go. Well done. And back to you, Tommy.
Oh man, prepared to die. Sounds like an assault bike, echo bike sprint if you ask me. These are Tim Paulson's results so far through 3 days of competition. The CrossFit Games vet who got here through the last chance qualifier. His best performance in 8th in event 2B, that was the shuttle 2 overhead. Annie, your thoughts on that amazing sprint on the bike from Tim last night?
Yeah, really no surprise. Like you said, Tommy, he had to qualify through the last chance qualifier, and we saw him do that on some of those last chance qualifier workouts, just go full send. He's kind of been flirting with that 30th place cut line that happens tonight. So again, no surprise to see Tim just give it his all, make sure he stays on the right side of the cut line.
Well, efforts like that will certainly do it for you. We're going to get you caught up on all of your standings, starting with the teams, and these are your results through 6 events. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom, they're back in control thanks to back-to-back event wins to close out Friday. Oslo Navy Blue standing strong in that 2nd place position. And then we've seen some jockeying for the podium between Invictus and Mayhem Independence, but Annie, it seems like Mayhem's got their groove back.
Yeah, we knew that Mayhem Freedom would come out swinging yesterday morning when they weren't wearing the leader jersey, and besides that, they were in 3rd place overall. They won the Muscle Up Pig event by almost 3 minutes when no other team had actually finished the event thus far, and then took 2nd on they took their 2nd event win of the day on the handstand machine. They are exactly where we would expect them to be at this point in competition, and my guess, Tommy, is they are not giving up that white leader jersey.
And seeing that emotion from Rich Froning really tells you that that event win meant something to them. Over on the men's side of things, for the 3rd day in a row, Ricky Garrard finishes the day as your overall leader, but the point spread is starting to close between him and Justin Medeiros, and Roman Krennikov down in 3rd place. A pair of Canadians and Jeffrey Adler and Patrick Vellner round out your top 5. But Ricky Garrard hanging tough. But like I said a second ago, we have a race on our hands.
Yeah, Ricky started the day out great with a win, and then he lost a few points to Justin Medeiros on the up and over event. But then after struggling on the wall-facing handstand push-ups, Ricky has now cut his lead over 2nd place to only 25 points. But adversity could be something that Ricky really thrives under, Tommy, and I'm really excited to see how he handles this adversity today on the 4th day.
This is the race we all wanted to see, and it is beginning to deliver as we enter the weekend, that's for sure. On the women's side, Tia Claire Toomey, she's back on top. She made a hard charge on Friday. She's joined on the podium positions right now by 2 teenagers in Mal O'Brien and Emma Lawson. Haley Adams is in 4th, 45 points back of the podium. And then Christy Aramo O'Connell, right now poised for her best ever finish at the CrossFit Games. But at the top, your 5-time reigning champ, Tia Claire Toomey.
Yeah, it was a great day for Tia yesterday. She had a 3rd place finish, a 1st place finish, and a 2nd place finish. And like the Tia that we know and love, she is increasing her gap. And if we throw out that 23rd place finish, it is more of a typical Tia-esque year. Here's what I love, though, Tommy. Even yesterday, during one of the interviews she had with Nikki Brazier, she said, hey, everybody loves a good competition. She wasn't worried about being in third place, second place, and this is the Tia that we love.
Back to familiar territory for Tia-Clair Toomey, and the age groups are entering their final day of competition, and we have had some dominant performances thus far, and there's a handful of athletes that can lay claim to those performances. We see Mary Beth Pedramades. She's returning to competition in the 60 to 64. She's 150 points clear of second, and a few names that we've mentioned throughout the weekend, Casey Acree and Valerie Cohen. Cohen, 205 points ahead of second place in the women's lower extremity. You see these huge point spreads, Annie. What jumps out?
Well, not surprising to see somebody like Mary Beth Pedramades on top. She's a 7-time Games veteran. She's a 3-time champ. So, again, no surprise to see her there. And then both Cohen and Acree, like you said, they're going 4 for 4. They're just dominating the competition.
We've got a lot more action for you here on Saturday, and here's what's in store across all divisions. The teams will kick things off over at the pool. The age groups and adaptives will get going here at the North Park. We'll jockey back and forth between the individuals and teams all day long. All divisions at some point will hit the pool, and then the award ceremony where we crown the fittest on earth for the age group and adaptives. Annie, we know a few of the tests here. We know one of them is the pool. Your thoughts on the test?
I love that. I think this is one of the very first times that every athlete in every division will compete in the same event as prescribed. And it just shows that, you know, while CrossFit is scalable, it also can be for every single person out there and doesn't always need to be scaled.
On the other side of those dominant performances, we do have some close races as we head towards crowning the fittest in the age group and adaptives. And here are a few of the closest. Amelia Lepinen, currently in second place, just a few points back on 35 to 39. Ty Jenkins in the 16 to 17, and Cheryl Bross in the 50 to 54. Two athletes we've had our eye on all weekend long, but I know the 16 to 17 division, there's some future stars in the making here with this close race.
Right, exactly. Elijah Subino was actually 6th in the 16 to 17 division, so this is his second year in that division, whereas Ty Jenkins, who he's kind of going toe-to-toe with, won the 14 to 15 division last year. There's just 3 events left, so it tees up for a really great last 3 events for this competition.
And coming into the weekend, Annie, we mentioned the women's 50 to 54 division as potentially having a nice 2-horse race, and so far it's delivered.
Yes, definitely. And now we see Kim Purdy, who is a rookie at the Games, overtake Cheryl Bross by just, I think she has about 20 points on her right now. But we're going to the pool, Tommy, and I know Cheryl loves the pool. She loves the water. So another great race that will play out by the end of the day today.
Can't wait to see it. The individuals will start the day in the pool after the teams wrap up. And here are a few athletes to keep your eye on as we enter into Saturday. Annie, who are you looking at?
Well, definitely Justin Medeiros. Can the returning champ regain his white leader jersey and get there? And then, yeah, just the youth of our movement right here in Haley Adams, Emma Lawson, and Mallory O'Brien.
And then one athlete that I think everyone is excited to take the floor finally at the CrossFit Games. And so far, he is in a podium position. He has absolutely delivered, and that's Roman Krennikov.
Definitely. And here's what I love about Roman Krennikov. While he hasn't won any events to date or in this competition so far, he's been very consistent. His worst finish was on up and over, and he got a 15th. Just to see him for the first time in live CrossFit Games competition, this man has not let down, and it's great to see him in the top 3. Can't wait to see what he does in the pool today, which is always kind of one of those unknowns.
Yeah, and Roman has a ton of competition experience, but another athlete that also has competition experience here at the Games, but as a teenager prior to this, now smoking things as an individual, and that's Emma Lawson.
I am so incredibly impressed with Emma Lawson. Again, she's another athlete who has been very consistent so far, with her worst finish being a 16th on Elizabeth Elevated. But listen to this, Tommy. She has been in the top 3 since this competition started, and this is an athlete who could be competing in the 16 to 17 year division right now, yet she chose to go individual, and she's still in the top 3.
Up next for the teams will be the pool event. We call it Rinse and Repeat. Every athlete in every division will tackle this event, but for the teams, this is how it looks. You'll do a 50-yard swim followed by 8 calories on the ski erg. That's every 2 minutes. But with each interval, the number of calories increases for 6 rounds. If you get through those rounds, rounds 7 and 8, the calories are a max effort, max calories, and it's the total combined calories for those teams. We've got 2 events in store for the teams and a ton of events for the individuals. And coming into the day, Jamie Hagia caught up with Orasti to see how these athletes are feeling.
I'm here with Dr. Jason Garrett, the Chief Medical Officer of Orasti. They're here taking care of the athletes all weekend. I would love to know, how are they feeling going into this weekend?
Actually really good. The programming's been fantastic. Really, their legs are more beat up than any other year that I remember. Their shoulders, their joints are doing great. So the programming's been really good. But some of those long runs they had, followed by the sprints and then another long run, their quads were pretty blown up yesterday.
And now in an event like this where it has swimming and ski erg, how would you suggest these athletes warm up for this event?
Really, this is not a very taxing workout. It's going to be really, really hard, but this is a good recovery workout. It's going to undo a lot of the damage they've done throughout the week, which is perfect because it's right in the middle. But ideally, you want to spike your heart rate a few times, because the last thing you want to do is get in the water with your adrenaline through the roof and then have trouble breathing. That's the hardest part of this, is if you can manage your breathing, you're going to be completely fine. So the first 2 or 3 rounds, if you can just keep your heart rate down, the rest is going to be fine.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jamie. If the CrossFit Games are leaving you hungry for more competition, coming up this fall, the Rogue Invitational returns in October. And if you're thinking about maybe making the trip, here's a quick look at what you can expect. What an exciting event as the Rogue Invitational returns to the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. That'll be taking place October 28th through the 30th. It'll have CrossFit, it'll have strongman, a whole lot of fitness and fun out in the sun in Texas. And Annie, I got to watch this last year. You've competed in this. What is this event like for you as an athlete?
Outside of the games, Tommy, this is by far my favorite event of the entire year. Like you said, there's a strongman element that they've added to it. There's just, the venue is incredible. And then there's this other thing called the Legends event. I don't know, it's really different. It's pretty fun.
Man, I can't say how much of a cool event it is to go to as a spectator. Usually we're on the media side of things, but if you're thinking about going, definitely check it out. Again, October 28th through the 30th for the Rogue Invitational. That's going to do it for us here at Day at the Games presented by Rogue. We'll be back at the midday to recap some of the early morning's competition. We're going to send you out to competition now. Coming up in just a moment, we have Team Event 7 at the pool, and then Age Group and Adaptives will be tackling Carrie and Karen here at the North Park.
There is a 6-word phrase that we say, what is CrossFit?
CrossFit is constantly varied functional movements that are executed at high intensity.
It's a strength and conditioning program that mixes weightlifting, calisthenics, powerlifting, running, rowing, biking, in a whole bunch of different ways.
It's family, it's community, it's a no BS approach to bettering your life, not only inside the walls of the gym, but also outside the walls of the gym.
Todos não como pode, como devem, né?
If I looked at each individual person that walks in every single day here, it's like everybody's absolutely different.
It could look like my 80-year-old dad. It could look like my kids.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, that it will change their life.
Not because it's just a fitness program, not because of the community, but because the greatest adaptation that occurs in CrossFit happens right here.
What does it take? How do do I train? What do I eat? How do I recover? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? Am I prepared? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. Where I am is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Here is where the epiphany came to me. I'm part of the most prestigious, most decorated SEAL team in the history of modern warfare. We never ever skimp on body armor. We never skimped on weapon systems, the demolitions. We never skimped on any of that. We're gonna work hard, but we need to recover, we need to repair better, we need to train better, we need to train smarter. Thorn has really become my one-stop shop. Look at a population of our military or our athletes. We have a multitude of different issues from individual to individual. The goal is to educate them. Whatever spectrum of fitness you need, Thorn has the product for you. Give us the best, give us your best. Our goal is to be the best in which we do. In Thorn products, there is no better product, and that is why we use it.
My name is Annie Thorstadter, 2 times fittest woman in the world, and this will be my 12th time competing at the CrossFit Games. Life is busy, complex, and amazing, but life is also full of choices and decisions we need to make. RP makes it easy for me to fuel for my performance at the gym and for at-home life with my family. I spend less time worrying about what to eat and when, and more time playing with my little girl.
Our lives were slowing down until we made a change.
As we've gotten older, it feels like we've lost a little bit of that magic between us. But now, I'm ready to go anytime.
That's right. Anytime.
And of course, we always use protection.
Introducing Bikes, the #1 expert recommended way to reinvigorate your life. Use Once Daily Bikes by Trek. Ask your local bike shop which bike is right for you.
When I did my level 1, I actually didn't want to be a coach. I was working as a young lawyer in a law firm, just starting out in my professional career, and I found CrossFit. I fell in love with it at the gym I was going to. There were some really inspiring people there that made me want to do my level 1. Once I did it, I guess that just made the passion even more intense, and I was asked to start doing some coaching on the side, which I did, and I really loved that. The experience of interacting with, meeting and positively influencing people from all walks of life has been one of the best things about being a CrossFit coach. In a gym, in an affiliate, you will meet people from all walks of life. And in that, you're also going to inspire people to live healthier lives and ignite that passion for fitness that you have in other people. So that has been one of the greatest things about being a CrossFit coach.
that's not the Alliant Energy Center. We are on location Saturday at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games from the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. Go Badgers. We're swimming in the pool today here at the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Jamie Hagia down on the pool deck. Tanya Wagner is the 2009 CrossFit Games champion. Jeremy Austin, Joel Gadet, the rest of our crew on a Saturday morning. How did we get here? CrossFit Mayhem Freedom right back where they expected to be. They were down 15 points at the start of competition on Friday. They are up 15 points on Oslo Navy Blue at the start of competition on Saturday. Nice battle for the podium as well with the second Mayhem team, Independence and Invictus. All right, rinse and repeat. It's an apropos name. It's exactly what we're doing.
And this is what we're doing. This is Beep style event. We're gonna do a 50-yard swim in the pool, followed by calories on the ski erg. Every 2 minutes they're gonna go, and those calories on the ski erg are gonna go up by 2. Now, if you make it within that 2 minutes, you continue going. If you don't, you're done. Max rounds here is 8 rounds where you finish up with 18 calories. If you get that far, you earn a bonus 2 rounds for as many calories as you can get. The most calories is what we're looking for across the teams. All of their total calories will get added together for their score.
Jamie Hagia down on the pool deck.
These athletes met at the Alliant Energy Center at 6:30 a.m. where they were bussed over here. The overall consensus is that their body feels pretty good, not too beat up, and depending on if their individual skill of swimming, some were nervous, some were excited, but either way, the crowd is set and we are ready to kick off this swim.
I was told Jamie would be doing that in the pool. That was the...
Yeah. Anyway, you could only hope.
Take a look at the recipe for success here.
Technique is going to be everything today as they get into the deeper rounds of this event. Event 7, as you said, Tanya, we've got a heap in the bank already. So this one's going to be a little bit easier on the body, but the technique will make sure and ensure they're going to get a good score. And the slow build, so important, and making sure you build on each round, and then for those last 2, either send both or just ease off on round 7. But number 8, we're going to send it Saturday.
20 lanes, 4 per team here. There are 4 in the opening of our 8 heats. You'll see the blue ski ergs to the right side of your screen are empty right now. Everybody else is color-coded. There is CrossFit Toluca in the white lane.
Toluca with the siblings, the Grosso siblings, Florencia and Juan Martin. 8 age gap between those guys and the Argentinians. And we've got a false start already. But the Argentinian team of Toluca and underway already even after that false start.
It's a 25-yard swim across the pool and then a 25-yard swim back. Obviously, the faster you swim, the more time you earn on the ski erg, and already you're seeing varying types of turns. Your swimmers are going to stand out immediately.
They're going to stand out and they're going to have the advantage in this event by far. So if you've had any formal training in the water, specifically in the pool, that's going to carry you far in this event, because in any beep style test, in anything that you know that their amount is going to build, the demand is already built into the rounds. You don't want to crush this from the get-go, because you're going to already have that later on. So this first one, these few first rounds are really just getting the feel, keeping your body relaxed and composed. But if you're not comfortable in the water, then that's going to be already tax you that much more.
1 minute is going to be a really slow pace for the athletes to get back. But what they don't want to do is rush the swim too much, get back, and jack that heart rate up too much on the first rounds of the ski erg. 1:16 finishing already, and they've got 45 seconds. So what you want to be doing is slowing that right down, as you do in a normal beat test situation, where you're just finishing in enough time to catch the next round.
And you can see that with Sarpsborg really just taking their time. Now, the downside of that is you get less rest, but you're also, as you alluded to, not spiking your heart rate as quickly.
And that's really the give and take here. All the athletes are very different in their abilities and in the capacity that they're able to do and able to manage. And so different athletes manage this differently. But what you should be doing right now in the pool is focusing really importantly on the small details in the pool. Like you said, Jeremy, that's where all of this matters. Your entry, your turnaround, how you're doing those things are going to make up heaps of time.
And Jim Neal you could see on the wide shot from 80-20, was playing with his watch. So he might be timing himself and having his own pacing going here as the event continues.
They actually disabled the clocks there over at the pool because they didn't want them anticipating that dive in. They really wanted to be true beep is what's sending them. The athlete that did have the false start, she had to then, the penalty is that you have to start back at your ski erg. So she had that couple foot steps there back. Wasn't costly in this round, but if that happens in later rounds, you will see athletes have to be back at the ski erg. And that's
and athletes looking to get roughly about 10 strokes per 25 yards. So the better swimmers are probably going to be a lot less, but the poorer swimmers, we're going to see a whole lot more strokes and a whole lot of work. And moving to the ski erg, we know is very dependent on those arms, but the posterior chain, sending those hips back, getting a good platform to make sure we get the maximum amount of effort out of the pool.
Now here on the ski erg calories are nothing new. This combination though is a little bit sneaky here with the lats. So there's a lot going on with the pool in the pulling and pulling here on the ski erg. So your lats will be tired, so you really want to use, just like we talk about any other movement, core to extremity. Use your core, strong big muscle groups there through your midline. Legs, use more of that low body. But just like the rower, you need to keep that tension on the handles and on that chain so that you can get that flywheel moving.
Absolutely, and if you think about scaling this movement, if you can't do a normal ab mat sit-up or something similar on the ground, this is a great way of getting that ab and core control as another progression to move forward when you're doing events such as this. We can incorporate something a little bit more difficult.
Coming up on the third round here, this will be another 50-yard swim and then 12 cows on the ski erg. Black trunks, bald for CrossFit Yaz. That is Michael McCary, and he has been crushing these swims. Jeremy, maybe no surprise to you, he is from New Zealand. The folks from Oceania typically swim pretty well.
Mate, we go okay. Proven in many years, open swim, actually anything on water, if it's a paddleboard or whatever it is. But you see Mikey down the bottom of screen with that very high elbow position and that long stroke, reaching for the water and pulling the water back in as he reaches for it. That right arm in particular, he's grabbing that water and really forcing the water back, propelling himself through the water very well.
Talked to Gemma Rader from Yaz before the competition started. She said the one thing about Michael, so mentally tough, he will end himself. He's going to end himself in an event like this. Don't just manage your pain, fix it with Erasti Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. You can scan the QR code to learn more and get started today.
Not only was that a beautiful swim, but that transition. He popped right out of the water, grabbed the ski erg handles immediately, and that's what you need to do. When tenths of seconds are precious in an event like this, that's really important to be getting your footing, getting your steps down. That every second counts.
And he has 45 seconds of rest in round 3.
Now, Mikey's a great athlete. He's been a multiple regional athlete down in the Oceania Regional Pacific region for so many years, and a great export for the country of New Zealand, now over in Abu Dhabi, but his first chance at the CrossFit Games.
And he has a ton of family that made the trek from New Zealand to watch him compete. This is his 10th year of trying to qualify for the CrossFit Games. He finally qualified on this team from Abu Dhabi with CrossFit Yaz. This may be his last hurrah, so really cool to see his family and friends come halfway across the world to watch him compete.
It's so fun when you get an event like this where you can shine and you know you can bring a lot for the team and you can give a lot to your teammates.
We are on to round 4, another 50-yard swim, followed by 14 cows on the ski erg. No surprise, McCary leads the pack here. You'll see probably the most beautiful turn in the pool coming in lane 2, bottom of screen. Now we do have some eliminations. If you were not able to safely hit the 12-calorie mark in the 2 minutes allotted, your event is over. Your team continues to go. This is all individual scores added together at the end.
And just remember, all of the athletes across the board are doing the exact same event, and they have the exact same quantity of work that they have to get done. That is across not just men and women here, the teams, but also across all divisions here at the CrossFit Games. So we're going to get a raw number of scores top to bottom, all age divisions and ability levels, which is really cool to see for measurable and repeatable events like we talk about in CrossFit.
So Toluca is the team that just lost their first athlete. But I tell you what, the two guys going to town, Juan Martin Grosso, Federico Guggenheim, talked about what McCary was doing for CrossFit Yaz at the bottom of the pool, but you look out in the distance in the top lanes during the swim, Guggenheim and Grosso were way out ahead.
Not using their hips a whole lot on that ski erg either, as the reps get a little bit longer as we get deeper into this event 7. Want to ensure that those hips are opening up a little bit more, just so there's a little bit less fatigue on those hip flexors. And a little bit more power. I've seen a number of people jumping up and down with the ski erg to propel more power and get those calories ticking over quicker.
That's Juan Martin Grosso who just finished. Guggenheim, hands on hips. The numbers at the top of your screen are the calories pulled by your #1 individual. So right now, they're all going to be equal because if you still have individuals in the pool, you've skied the same amount of calories. But when we get to rounds 7 and 8, you'll start to see the differences grow when that's the max calorie pull for anybody who's earned those final 2 rounds.
Yeah, those 2 are your moneymaker rounds, and the athletes and the teams that get there, they're going to put up the big scores.
Notice the turn there from Mikey at the bottom of the screen with the tumble turn. It's a lot more efficient. You get a lot more push off the wall. And transitions are going to be everything in this event. Oh, and the speed.
3 steps, quick grab, and right onto it.
Now just watch his pacing. He's had 45 seconds of rest every round, regardless of how much he's had to ski.
His hips, yeah, just not opening up enough. But at present, as the reps are down a little bit as we progress through each round, getting through them in about the same sort of time frame, so up in the ante every time.
This is round 5, 16 cals is the target here. You've got Grosso, I believe that's Gina Ramazzati, the remaining female for Toluca, and then Guggenheim.
Gina is just kind of disconnected here. I'd like to see her stay a little tighter. Watch her body there. She kind of worms through it. She's not really using the legs, not staying as tight as she could, so she's putting a lot of demand on her arms to finish and really do a lot of the pulling.
That core collapsing as well, that rounding of the back, so I'd like to see a lot more tightness through that trunk position, a little bit more upright with that chest. It's a great pull though, with the length of those ropes, making full advantage of that. But now we're going to get into the tougher rounds coming up.
4 seconds left here. You got to go. 16 calories, the number to hit. And Toluca's 2 women have both been eliminated. We are on to round 6. 18 calories once you get back to the ski erg. I don't know. I kind of thought that there might be more attrition at this point.
I thought exactly the same as you, Joel, and I thought athletes would be struggling a lot more with the calories. We've had a number of people that we've spoken to who've been able to test this event coming in, and they said once we get into those, the round 5, round 6, when we get to the 16, 18 cals, things get a little bit tougher.
So I stand corrected. That was actually Florencia Grosso who was the last one pulling. Ramazzati was the first one eliminated. Now that they took their goggles off.
But loving an event like this, the purely monostructural components of this, where you know when you've done a beep test, everyone's done a beep test, and if you haven't, go and Google beep test and do it, because you've got to actually max out when you finish that beep test. So this is very similar.
It's a fun event to have at the CrossFit Games because typically this is how you're training. This is what you're doing. You're getting to your capacity, you're getting to your threshold, you're pushing your limits in training, because you don't know what's going to be given to you at the game. So I think it's really cool to see this style event, because if you have your own awareness and you know where you're at, you can pace this along the way across these 2 movements.
Michael McCary just finished with 33 seconds to spare for CrossFit Yaz, having to pull 18 calories on the skier.
And the reason he's able to do that is because you see how slow he went. Everybody out there, listen, you don't win by crushing yourself early in events. He was so smart, the pacing early, so that he has that capacity now, because now he's getting into the range where he knows he has to push a little bit. But that was incredible. He has plenty of time.
Better swimmers are going to do better in the pool, and Mikey's doing a great job in that. And that push off of the tumble turn from the wall is giving him those extra seconds in transition to get in to the ski erg. And now we're into some interesting water, as you could say, with the reps.
Now we do have a couple of more eliminations across the board here. That's another one on Toluca. That's Juan Martin Grosso, who's now out.
And so a lot of times, we didn't mention it yet, but this is the team's first time in a pool. Typically at the games, we see longer swim events, longer water events that you can manage, you can get away with kind of just more of the longer element or the endurance. This is the speed, this is racing. Not everybody is trained in this.
First max cal effort here on the skier. Let's go down to Jamie.
I'm here with Martha Cook from Team CrossFit Yaz. She was the first one eliminated from her team. How did this workout feel for you?
It was okay, to be fair. Like the first few rounds, you had enough recovery, and then all of a sudden your triceps just went. So yeah, it got you by surprise, but the first few rounds weren't too bad.
Were you trying to pace it out from the beginning, or was that your strategy?
Yeah, like try and pace it out for the first few, get your breath back, but then like you can push a little bit more in the later rounds because you got to work on the ski.
How does it feel, though? Your teammates will go pretty far in this? Do you expect them to?
Yeah, they're good swimmers. They'll hold it.
Thank you so much, Martha.
And that's how the sneakiness of this event creeps up on you. Martha Cook's strength, machines.
Remember what they did, though, last night. They had the handstand push-ups last night. They've had a lot of demand. We had muscle-ups yesterday, lockout, handstand holds. So there has been some taxing there, but this event just, it catches up to you. She said her teammates are strong swimmers. They'll be better.
10 seconds left here. Keep in mind, there are no eliminations on this round. If you've made it this far, you are selling your soul in rounds 7 and 8, max calorie pulls.
You think about that, Joel, you've got two strategies here. You can ease off on that round number 7 and try and recover a little bit more. Just ease that swim, come back in and get some reps done. Some recovery now, some breaststroke being incorporated. So any type of swim is acceptable in the pool, and this is recovery right here. So the triceps and the upper body starting to fatigue a lot more. Michael Makaido down the bottom here, really slowing the swim down and ensuring he's got enough recovery, because you can either send both or you can recover on this and really send that last round.
Sarpsborg right now has tied Yas for the overall lead, 106 reps. And again, that number is the total calories of your lead athlete. Could be your only athlete remaining, but it's your lead athlete if you have multiples like Yaz. And here comes McCary. He's got a minute to go, and he is going to absolutely die on this hill. Everything that's left, max calories to try to position yourself best here in Heat 1 of event number 7.
Nice drive, big deep breaths here.
That's both a security blanket, putting a bag on the monitor for the monitor's electronics, but also to keep people from seeing it.
They don't need to see it, they just need to go to work. Yes, 3 athletes still in. We didn't think this was going to happen too often, so we're going to see some big numbers coming up for the better swimmers that we do see in the field.
Look at Gemma Rader. She's up on her toes, right in the middle of your screen, getting as much pull as she can, as much drive, needing to just grind that wheel, keep the tension and make that flywheel go. We're working calories here, so it is all about your speed and power on that flywheel to accumulate as many calories as possible.
And it's actually going to be Sarpsborg with an athlete that finishes at 138 cals, but Yaz is the team that had 3 people left. So they're going to wind up with a wider total when you add in the remaining calories from those 3 athletes. Again, the number on the top of the screen is just the calories pulled by your top dog.
That looks unpleasant to finish with, but a great balance of events currently going through the CrossFit Games for the team competition, with the monostructural, which we've just seen for both of these movements, the weightlifting we've seen, the gymnastics. So balancing out before we head into the important stuff in the next day and a half of competition.
We've got 1 heat in the books. 7 more still to go here in rinse and repeat. '22 NOBULL CrossFit Games at the Nicholas Recreation Center in the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center. Brand new facility on the campus of the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin. Jamie Hagia down on the pool deck. Tanya Wagner won these games in 2009. Jeremy Austin, Joel Gadet, the rest of our crew. Rinse and repeat. That is the event for these teams. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom leads the way. 552 points for one of 3 teams from Cookeville, Tennessee. Navy Blue has had the leader's jersey on their backs twice this competition. Invictus looking to return to the podium for the first time since 2019. This is rinse and repeat.
Event number 7, we are sprinting in the pool and then pulling on that ski erg for calories. Every 2 minutes, the athletes will swim 50 yards in the pool and then get accumulating calories that are going to ascend from 8 up to 18, and if they can make it that far, they will earn 2 extra rounds where they can get max calories. The way this one is scored is by the total calories accumulated by all 4 athletes.
Technique, all important. A number of teams in heat number 1 proving how good and proficient they were in the pool, and ensuring you recover enough, and a slow build. You don't want to go out too hot and jack that heart rate up. So making sure everything is under control, making sure your pacing is right for this event, which simulates a beep test. So making sure your timing is spot on as well.
4 teams in this heat. Most calories pulled on the ski erg in round 1 was 139 from CrossFit Sarpsborg. The range was 139 to 117. That is the target to hit for CrossFit 2150.
And they have Victor Munter on their team. This is a rookie team out of Denmark. They have a lot of athletes on their team that have some semifinal regional experience. And Victor Munter was one. He has 2018, 2021. They missed it last year by 1 place. So far in this game, their best place finish has been 12th. But Victor Munter really can shine here with his swim experience.
Former elite swimmer, swam competitively in high school in Texas while he was an exchange student in the United States. For what it's worth, degree in Chinese studies from the University of Copenhagen. "10 seconds to the beep." There is no clock in the arena for these athletes to look at. They are truly going at the sound of the beep over the course of these 8 rounds. 2 minutes to work here. Down and back on the swim, and then we're pulling 8 cows in the opening round.
We're already seeing something different than we saw in the first heat. We have some ladies swimming breaststroke here, and I'm assuming that is because they want to just keep their heart rate nice and slow, keep everything under control, knowing they have the luxury of time. Or maybe they're not the best swimmer. You can kind of have it a couple different ways, but the fatigue and the demand after watching that first heat may have made some of the athletes adjust their strategies.
When you think about the efficiency and effectiveness of a breaststroke stroke against a freestyle, it's going to be a lot slower. It's going to be a lot more taxing on those lats, as you mentioned, in heat number 1. And doing a very similar movement when you do get to the ski erg as well. So it's almost double fatigue, and it's a lot slower. But we need to make sure that every athlete coming in the pool today is comfortable doing whichever stroke they're capable of doing and getting the most amount of points for their team.
I'm waiting for somebody to show off and just do a lap butterfly.
Butterfly, absolutely. Someone will.
Totally not the smartest thing to do based on the rest of the event.
Last round when they send it.
Looking at Training Think Tank there on the white ski ergs. The green ski ergs in the front, that's CrossFit Trondheim. You can see the gumdrop bottom left corner of your screen. And as was the case in the first heat, athletes are just casually moving through the 8 calories.
You don't want to be rushing this. You want to make sure you're using the entire 2 minutes. But Tanya, as you mentioned, they don't know what's happening because the clocks have been removed. So if you're a clever athlete, you'll go in with a watch or some sort of timing device to make sure you're on cue, and trying to make sure you use the entirety of that 2 minutes just so you've got enough rest recovery time, but also working at that particular time for the 2 minutes.
This is the calorie round of 10. The swim remains the same. We also haven't talked about this yet, but every athlete at the CrossFit Games this year is doing this exact event.
They are, and that is it's the neat element in this. And Adrian Bosman was very excited about that program, these events, and he was excited about that everyone gets a test this year that is the identical test. And you can kind of see bragging rights across the games. Who is actually the best swimmer in ski erg, calorie, pooler? You know, the two elements we're testing here, and you get to have bragging rights for that.
Well, what did Adrian Bosman tell us leading up to the CrossFit Games? They were masters athletes in testing that outperformed elite individual athletes in testing, so that's kind of the neat cross-section here.
Well, you think going back to your affiliate, you want to make sure you get that same empathy factor, if you like, across your entire thing. If you get your scaling as well correct right across, doesn't matter what capabilities you have got when you're class at your affiliate, you want to make sure everyone's sort of getting that same empathy factor, finishing at the same sort of time so you get the same sort of feeling right through it. Athletes, this is unbelievable that every single athlete is doing the same event.
Don't just manage your pain, fix it with Erasti Remote Recovery. It's now available nationwide. You can scan that QR code, learn more, and get started.
Another important aspect you've got to think about if athletes are going out too hard, that nervous system is going to cop a bit of a hammering, and trying to control that fatigue as well as that physical fatigue, that heart rate as well. I love this event for what it is.
I totally agree with you, because having the discipline to be patient and not push the envelope too early, that's actually harder to do than just jump right in and go all out.
Well, you think about your beep test, that first length, you're always there with about 10 seconds spare.
I was a phys ed teacher, former phys ed teacher, and whenever we did the beep test with the young kids, I tell them, don't wreck yourself in the first round.
How'd that go?
Always have that third grade boy that's dying after saying, like, I told you not to sprint.
I'm telling you, if you don't win the first round, you can't win the workout.
I'm gonna smack you.
That's right. Win the warm-up, win the day, isn't that the thing?
That's my mantra. We are on round 3 here. The calories when these athletes get back to the ski erg will be 12.
And long strokes efficiency is the winner. And we're talking about roughly 10 strokes per 25 yards. 25 yards across the pool. So if they can get about 20 strokes for the entire swim, your more proficient swimmers are going to do a lot better, and the kick is going to propel them, especially in the freestyle stroke. If you think about like a jet ski, it's all propelled from the back, and that's what your legs are going to be doing, and not a whole lot of legs going on right now.
Yeah, when you're 9 feet tall like Pete Shaw there, you can just pull down on the thing and it racks up calories.
But a great way to recover in your legs after you've just kicked pretty hard, because if you want to ease off your arms on a couple of rounds, you can kick a little bit harder and not use your legs as much.
We talked about that last night. We were wondering who was going to do that with 3 people. And yes, some of your bigger athletes, your stronger athletes in their legs. Listen, I can pull like this and it's getting the job done right now. It might not be the most efficient, but it's going to be the most efficient for me to be stronger back in the pool.
We think about experience with Pete Shaw as well. He's one of the most experienced, so he knows exactly what his body's capable of and what he needs to do. Whereas some athletes are using the full extent of every muscle group in order to get these calories done in time.
And with 10 seconds left, League O'Connor is done. So she does remain alive here, but teetering on the brink for CrossFit 1855. This is now round 4. 14 calories will be the test when these athletes complete the down and back in the pool.
And again, the fact that this swim length doesn't change, that's really just making sure that you can get that in within a minute. If we really want to think about this in terms of, we do on the minutes all the time. This is common at the affiliate. So if you can pace these out, and you can learn from this, everybody out there that's a CrossFitter, you can learn from this too, for how to manage movements that you're better at, that you're not as good at. If you take things and break them down into 1 minute in the pool, 1 minute on the ski erg, what is your capacity? What are you capable of doing? It's just a numbers game then with the clock. stay composed, get yourself through each portion. But when the calories on the skier go up, that's where you're gonna have to just increase your demand there. Not right now what we're seeing from Pete Shaw, not having to do a whole lot of demand. So I should be speaking about something.
I love how you said on the minute.
Never mind.
Meanwhile, Pete Shaw has been skiing for 20 seconds already, and we just hit the minute mark.
There's always a mass advantage when it comes to the machines, when it comes to the flywheel, when it comes to these Concept 2 machines. The flywheels operate the same way, whether you're on a rower, the bike, or the ski erg. So if you can use your mass to your advantage, if you can pull hard, still demanding, but if you can pull hard and kind of keep your body together, you have a little bit of an advantage over the 5'2".
Well, you talk strengths. You talk strengths and weaknesses in CrossFit, and Pete Shaw obviously having a lot of strength in this department, and he doesn't have to work as hard as everyone else does, and he's moving so well through the water.
Well, that's just it. If you can be a huge and then not be able to swim in the water.
Well, you've got 8 seconds left here. Lee O'Connor was very close to missing the count on the last round, and she will be eliminated here for 18:55. So Lee O'Connor is the first one out. We'll go back to Pete Shaw in 18:55 as we continue here on to the next round with the calorie count upping 2 more to 16. Let's go down to Jamie Hagian.
I caught up with Michael McCady from Team CrossFit Yaz. He did make it to that final round. I thought because the swimming was so great, I thought he was a swimmer. He said he's actually a rugby player and he's self-taught in swimming. He didn't pace it from the beginning. He said he just went for it, but he said that final round was really, really tough. He had to sell out for that last round.
Jamie, thank you. Jeremy, it's the rugby conditioning.
Mate, absolutely. We're great swimmers. I'm probably the worst swimmer on the planet. Maybe I need to teach myself a little bit better. Pete Shaw now giving a little bit more. As those calories tick up, that little bend in the hip he's now constituting. Didn't use it in the first couple of rounds, but really good extension as he pulls nice and high and finishes all the way behind his body.
Now again, this is the round of 16 cals. There is a round of 18 to follow, and then it's 2 rounds of max calorie pulls following that. What do we think on that screen?
1,000 calories per hour. That's a great speed to be going at. And for someone of his size, well over 6 foot, that's exactly what you want to be doing. The shorter athletes are going to have to work a lot harder.
I mean, look at Leah Jean right in front of him.
Q shot there.
2 to 1 stroke rate there, and that's what you have to do to make up the difference. Now, the way that these monitors are set, they're set for the calories each round, for each round, so they're going to count down. But what happens in the final 2 rounds, they're actually set for 200 calories, and they're just left. And then whatever they can pull through, they will get, and they will also get the rollover on the final round. So if they pull, but once the time is up, if the calorie flips over, they will get credit for that.
And how about this as we take a look at CrossFit Trondheim? I believe that's Var Thurman Moe. She's the one who'd been doing breaststroke from Jump Street. Still in it.
She just hit there.
Well, no, I think was Var, I think Var is the one that's still in. Ingrid Tondel is the one that just capped out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there we go, yep, 100%.
That's incredible, and that's where it pays to know yourself and know what's going to be the most efficient and effective for you. Might not be the best across the board, might not be what any swim coach would ever tell you to do, but we're not racing for the 50-yard swim. It's about the full entirety of this event.
Number of calories.
That's all that matters.
Oh, absolutely, and the field now getting a little bit closer together as the fatigue starts to kick in, and like 5, 6 athletes getting out at the same time. I'm really excited to see what Pete Shaw does on this round.
Back to Pete Shaw. When we talk about CrossFit, we talk about the games and the methodology and how everything you see here carries over in some way, shape, or form to the affiliate level when you walk into your local CrossFit box or CrossFit gym. Nobody understands that better than the man on your screen. Pete Shaw is what we'd call a red shirt in CrossFit. He's a member of the seminar staff. He travels around the globe since 2017, preaching the methodology, helping people get fit, improve their lifestyle, living a healthier lifestyle, and then just gets to put that to the highest levels on display here in Madison.
If he's preaching it, then he's preaching that our athletes are trained to bike, run, swim, and row at short, middle, and long distances, guaranteeing exposure and competency in each of the 3 main metabolic pathways. That's from Foundations, the journal back in 2002. April 2002 by Greg Glassman, identifying what fitness is. He preaches that he knows it, and so if you're gonna come to the CrossFit Games, you should make sure that you're good in all those areas.
We're going to lose a couple of more athletes here as we make it into minute number 12.
Well, this is the last round where they're required to do calories.
Oh, the 18 calories.
And then they'll get 2 bonus rounds, if you can call them bonus rounds. You come and settle yourself on these 2. But that's where the other teams are going to start pulling ahead and start making a move if they can get as many people as possible into those last 2 rounds to just tick over those calories. And the score at the top of the screen, replicating just 1 athlete in the team, not the entire team score.
And it was Ingrid Twandl that was so good yesterday on the strict handstand push-ups, eliminated from the pool here, and she is with Jamie Hagia.
Ingrid, you started out this with the breaststroke. Why was that your choice of swim?
I just started swimming when we made it to the CrossFit Games. So that's what, when I started to practice my crawl. So now combining with the ski erg, I had to just do the chest strokes, yeah, because of my breath. Yeah.
And how did that ski erg affect your breath in the water for the swimming?
In the start it was okay, because we had some seconds to just like breathe, but in the end it was just like ski, and then jump in the water.
Well, for just starting out your swimming not too long ago, great job. Congratulations.
Swimming training wheels is where we're at, and not able to learn to swim, so you teach yourself how to do breaststroke first. It's probably going to be the safest stroke to do. But coming into the CrossFit Games, how daunting is that, going, please don't be swimming, please don't be swimming. And then they announce swimming and you just go, well, lucky I taught myself to breaststroke. But that's amazing. Like back in Australia, every child is taught to swim from a very early age, and some people around the world just don't get that opportunity to get into a pool or the ocean. We're very lucky to be surrounded by ocean, but swimming, something we take for granted.
How out of the park is Pete Shaw hitting this event? He was just standing there waiting for the beep test while there are people selling their souls to make it to now the final 2 rounds. These are the max cal efforts, and this is the separator.
He's actually cut a second off of his swim time every round, so he is just getting better. He has held it. He paced this one just right. And now he's going to sell out for his final 2 rounds.
Be interesting to watch how his form maybe changes on this skier. You see how easily he's been pulling.
But these are the ones that matter. This is what counts now. So
yeah,
now he's going to dig in. You don't dig in too soon.
The swim cap is off.
He is absolutely hammering that ski erg, just like his last round.
Great drive with the legs, the hips, putting his whole body into it now, because this is where it matters. Before, he just needed to get the calories in to get to the next round, just to keep himself moving. But this is the score. This is actually what counts.
139 is the best individual number to beat. That was from Heat 1 with CrossFit Sarpsborg, and that's going to get smashed, because he has 40 seconds left in round 1 of 2 max calorie pulls.
But Joel, you say that, we know how much time he's got. He doesn't know how much time he's got, so he's just got to keep going until the beep sounds. And the faster you swim, the more time you get to do more calories on the ski erg.
I'm honestly still impressed at the amount of athletes, we're at Heat 2, that are making it through to the max cal efforts.
And as impressive as Pete Shaw is individually, that's amazing, but the thing here is that
he's the only one from his team left.
Triple T has all 4 of their athletes still in this.
So that hat at the top of your screen has 18:55 in front. And you could hear Pete Shaw. We'll listen in next time on the next, oh, that was it, 16 minutes. 18:55 is at the top of your screen. However, Training Think Tank with all 4 athletes remaining will have a higher final score because we'll add those numbers together. So the number at first place that you see, best individual, but your total team scores, everyone added in. So games.crossfit.com will give you those complete standings when everything's done this morning. There are 1,200 seats at the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center, Madison, Wisconsin. University of Wisconsin swimming facility, constructed just 2 years ago. Brand new, $96 million facility here in Madison. Jamie Hagia is on the pool deck. Tanya Wagner, Jeremy Austin, Joel Cadet, the rest of our crew ready for Heat 3 here from Badger Country. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom leads the way. Move Fast, Lift Heavy closes out the top 10. We will cut the field down to 20 at the end of competition today. All 36 teams, though, will still complete all of the tests on tap here on Saturday. The event to start things off, rinse and repeat.
The first time the teams are taking it to the pool, but the only thing that matters in this one is the calories in the ski erg. Every 2 minutes, the athletes will start a 50-yard swim followed by calories in the ski erg. It starts with 8 calories, goes up by 2, up to 18 for 6 rounds. And then if you get through those 6 rounds within that time frame, you get a chance to go for 2 more rounds, getting the max calories possible. All 4 scores, or however many all 4 scores, the best of your teammates will get added together for a total team score.
Technique is everything. We've seen from a number of athletes, including Pete Shaw from the previous event, how efficient and effective he was in the water, giving him enough time and enough space to make sure he gets enough calories on the ski erg, and slowly building all the way through all 8 segments. If you can get there, you don't want to go out too hard and jack that heart rate up and try and get that under control. It's going to be too late if you go out too early.
Well, and that's it. It's really a different event for different teams, depending on your ability level.
4 teams in this heat. We'll start to get 5 teams in the heat as we move toward the later rounds. But it is Milford, Kilo 2, West Chase, and the team from Spain, our guaranteed rate team to watch. Qualified out of the Lowlands Throwdown second. They trailed only Reykjavik in that semifinal. And Pablo Cathalis is a swimmer.
Well, when you're a professional swimmer and you've swum 6 days a week for the last 10 years, you are going to absolutely nail this in the pool. And he has been actually earmarked from one of our other competitors, Khan Porter, as the guy who is possibly going to get the fastest time out of any division from anyone here at the Games this year. Keep your eyes peeled.
Now, fastest time, he might be the best swimmer, but really it's about what he'll do then on the calories on the ski erg. And here's the thing, this event is all about composure in the water when you swim well, when you have those details, your entry, your flip turn, and just being relaxed when you get out of the water. Those calories for 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, it doesn't matter. It's the last 2 rounds, so he's just going to sprint for him at the end.
Look how far ahead he is.
And that's relaxed.
The speed of the stroke is really slow. His kick is really fast, and he was just gliding through the water. And 35 seconds to get there on his first round, and so cruisy. He has got so much time.
And this is just it. It's so relaxed for him. It wasn't that he was sprinting, that's just how good he is in the water. It's no big deal. No big deal.
He's going to have almost a full minute recovery here for his next round. We'll have a look at his second round swim, but his stroke, his high elbow, his far reach, pulling the water back. You can tell this guy has been doing some work in the water for the last couple of years.
And so the amount of energy he will conserve and just be able to just stay nice and composed through all these early rounds will definitely pay off in the final 2.
When you think about being a professional swimmer and spending so much time in the water, this amount of time in the water for him is going to be like a quarter or an eighth of his warm-up. So it's not a whole lot of time for him to be in the water.
Oh, if that.
Oh, if that.
Pablo Cathalis. His captain, Alexander Sagasti, said, without a doubt, the best swimmer at the Games. Now, a little bit biased because it's your team captain, but let it rip.
Stand by.
"35 seconds was the swim in the first round for Cathalis.
Cathalis just under halfway was underwater before he popped up. Oh, the stroke is just beautiful. tumble turn. I don't know what you guys call it over here. He's a flip turn, tumble turn. But he's got a massive lead, and look how many strokes he's not doing compared to everybody else.
The other interesting thing to consider, these athletes are jumping into the water off of the pool deck. So if he was doing this off of a starting block, how much time would you be cutting off? Because he would be underwater like you would see at the Olympics with that flutter kick for probably...
He'd probably glide to the end.
Almost, yeah, if not the entire first half of that swim.
It almost looks hard for him to go this
slow.
He peeked over to somebody after the first round, and he's like, I guess I could take it down a notch. It's hard to do.
What's the most important part about swimming? It's that stopwatch, and now it's saying, hey, you've got to pace it, you've got to go slower, and he's going, no, I don't want to.
Well, and again, look at the comparison game in terms of speeds and pull rate.
2-1, right behind him.
Team from Kilo 2 that was standing right behind Gonzalez. This is CrossFit Milford now front of screen. Emma Ferreira, hands on hips. Milford is a very strong team, and they did dominate in the strength events. How will that translate to the pool?
Gonzalez really saving his upper body by using his legs very well, and lessening the amount of strokes he's got in the water. Your arms are not going to fatigue on the ski erg nearly as much.
What's it say about swim caps when the one swimmer doesn't wear one?
I don't need it.
He's the only guy that...
Oh, that high elbow position, that reach. See that flat hand at the front? He's keeping his body nice and straight. He's keeping his hips up nice and high on the water as well. That double. He's only got a 2-beat kick at the moment, nice and slow. He's probably going to increase that to a 4-beat kick. Now he's getting a little bit faster. But that efficiency is absolutely outstanding.
Describe a 2-beat kick and a 4-beat.
Nice, slow movement through the water. You'll see that. We'll try and focus on that on the next round. But he's keeping it very slow, and it's just like a double time kick. As he progresses closer to the wall, you probably see that 4-beat kick getting closer to the wall for that, what do you call that, tumble turn, that flip turn? I'm going to learn these sayings. Just to give him enough speed to turn and push off the wall to get back, so he doesn't have to do as much work with his arms.
He's peeking over his shoulder, seeing where everyone else was at in the field, but he already had about 6 pulls before anybody else got out of the water.
But does he need to?
Not right now. He might be questioning himself.
He's so far ahead of everybody else on the swim. There's no way they can catch him unless they're going to be working like double time.
This is the 12-round calorie poll. The other thing to keep in mind, as good as Pablo Gonzalez is, your final score are the total number of calories skied by every athlete in your team. So Pablo can finish, and he can win the event across all divisions. He could beat Ricky Garrard. He could beat anybody. But what will matter for his team and the Zerouts training culture is what he skis, what Jona Tenta skis, what Ninki van Overveld skis, and what Alex Anasagasti skis added together.
I'd love to see what their heart rates are as well. Like I know Michael Makaide in the first heat, he said he was working pretty hard. His heart rate would have been pretty high. Gonzalez not working hard at all. That turn, beautiful. And that kick, nice and slow. And it looks like a 4-beat now.
His first swim, Jeremy, was 35 seconds. He's getting faster.
Well, that's what I was talking about in the recipes to success here, is that very slow build and increase your tempo, increase your intensity as you get into each round, just making sure you speed up enough to get those calories done to get in those 2 bonus rounds in 7 and 8.
14 calories swim here, 14 calories ski here. Now back on the pool deck. Don't just manage your pain, fix it with Erasti Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. You can scan the QR code on your screen to learn more and get started today. $50 seconds left to go. 14 calories is the target.
And that this 14-calorie round is the one that we've seen other athletes fall off, start to fall off. usually on the ladies' side of competition. Remember, these athletes are pulling the same amount of calories in the ski erg. And there is that advantage on those ski erg if you have more mass, a little more height, if you can keep that flywheel going.
Now, interestingly enough, Cathalis was done, Anna Sagasti was done in sync with him. So as much pub as we've been giving to one of the male athletes from Zeraut's training couture, both of them dominating this event. 10 seconds, gotta go. Only 2 calories left.
Stand by.
And in the nick of time.
Oh, just squeaked in. That's great.
That's the last thing you want to be doing, though, when you just finish.
Jumping in and swimming again?
That's right. Now, Cathalis, I mentioned earlier on about efficiency in the water and about 10 strokes per minute, 10 strokes per 25 yards, I should say. But Cathalis is getting through 18 strokes for his 50 yards.
Total.
So 2 under what I thought a very efficient swimmer would go, and he's doing 1 stroke less.
Cathalis out of the pool skiing. Jona Tainta, who was the athlete that just got in under the whistle the last round, wasn't even done with her first lap in the pool by the time that her teammate was back on the skier. Again, you can ignore the numbers at the top of your screen right now. Those will come into a factor on the last 2 rounds. Right now, the calories on the ski erg are the same for everybody.
We've just been hearing through our ears that some athletes taking 47 strokes for 50 yards. And Cathalis is taking 18. Think about accumulation of fatigue over a 16-minute event. If you do get through every single round of those 2 bonus rounds, like the payoff for Cathalis is massive in recovery.
Now, where's the difference there, right? He's obviously pulling much harder, much stronger in those 18 strokes versus what you would be doing in the 47, but the 47 is also far more frenetic.
Oh, absolutely, and Cathalis, with those 18 strokes, I don't think he's going to be working that hard. He's not under the pump to swim fast. He's just swimming very efficiently, and he's got enough time to turn around and support his team members.
We do see an elimination for CrossFit Milford. Christine Middleton is out of the competition.
A handful of women in the back there. About three ladies who didn't make the cut on that round.
Milford does still have their 3 other athletes. You can see the 3 of 4 bottom lanes still occupied for the team from Connecticut. This is the final counted or preset round. You're going for 18 cals on the skier. When you get out of the water, the next 2 rounds will be max calorie efforts.
And you think about progression of movement, and you think bar muscle up. What do you think they're doing when they get out of the pool? They're getting their hands in a position of support and lifting their body weight out of the water. Now, if you're going to do a progression for a bar muscle up, pull is a very good way to start learning that transition. The double hand position on the side of the pool, and you're getting assisted by the water and not pulling your whole body weight out of the water until the very end. So very good progression if you want to improve your gymnastics as well.
I just use the stairs.
So do I.
45 seconds left to work here. 18 cals is the target on the skier. And again, the event is won in the next 2 rounds, the next 4 minutes. How many athletes do you have left, and how much can they sell out with a max calorie effort? This is the final elimination round. If you make it beyond this, you are in it for the final 4 minutes.
These next 2 rounds are really where I'm excited to see what Pablo does in the pool for his speed, because the pool does not matter. You don't get credit there. You just have to get through it to get back to the erg for those calories. So if he can get back with a 90-second pool, that will be massive.
And Zeraut's has 3 athletes remaining. So you're going to have Cathalis, but he has company. Milford has 3 athletes remaining as well. West Chase has 3 athletes remaining. Swim a lot in Florida.
Away from gators, yeah?
No, they're not in the ocean.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah, if you're swimming away from gators, you're in the wrong spot.
You're in the wrong body of water. I'm learning so much.
We are too.
Out of the water in 32
There we go, 32
seconds.
seconds.
His first one was 35 seconds. We're 12 minutes in. I think he's finally warmed up. Get ready for those last 2 rounds. That's good.
Take a peek in if we can see.
I mean, we're 13 minutes in and he's pulling a 1300.
Earlier he was at about 1,000, and that was it. Those were on the casual warm-up. There was no need to pull this because that would just fatigue that much more.
1350, that's outstanding. But if you think about strategy going into this event, you could even ease off on the second last round and send the last round, empty the tank completely. It looks like Cathalis is actually going to be doing that for both 7 and 8.
I think all 3 of the Zeraut's training culture athletes are going to be doing that.
The positioning of the ski erg for all 3 Zeraut's athletes. Good way of sending their hips back, loading up that posterior chain, the backside of your body. So utilizing those glutes, those hamstrings.
Big muscle groups.
Big muscle groups. And then bend at the hip and then extend with the small muscle groups, the core to extremity movements we can talk about with CrossFit all the time. Perfect example right now. You don't want to be pulling early with those triceps and fatiguing them out.
Anna Sagasti came off a couple seconds early, gives him a breather before jumping into the pool. One-time fittest in Spain, Ninke van Overveld is on the Zeraut's team, former fittest in Netherlands, and then you throw in the best swimmer at the games in Pablo Cathalis. Zeraut's gonna do themselves a lot of work here, and they're on the cut line. We haven't talked a lot about this yet today, but at the end of competition today, we're gonna trim 16 teams from the field. Zeraut's began this morning in 25th place, 28 points behind. That is more than make-upable, and they might do it this event alone.
What's Cathalis going to do now? He hit a 1350 on the ski erg in the previous round. He is going to absolutely send this.
He also has motivation. If you look at the bottom of your screen there, he has 2 names. It tells you where he is and who is right behind him. So if you ever need any more motivation, it's the person that's right there. Concept 2 has that capacity and that technology to be able to have everything linked in so that they do have a little more motivation to see where they're at next to their competitors.
We talked about calming your farm yesterday. Cathalis is not doing that right now. He is really sending this, upping the ante, exactly what he needed to do for the first 6 rounds. Calm, composed, get into these 2 bonus rounds and get every single calorie you can. Moving up the leaderboard is the important part of today. Saturday, moving day, got to get up that leaderboard.
Great tension on those handles. Not a lot of wiggle, and that's what you like to see. You can hear that flywheel driving with everything he has.
That's a long time to be doing this ski as well, but twice.
4-minute sprint is what this is.
10 seconds remaining here. Cathalis is going to wind up with the best individual calorie total of anybody through the first 3 heats. The question will be, what did Anna Sagasti do? What did Van Overveld add? And then you throw in Tainta as well. 3 athletes finish for Zeraut's. 143 calories for Pablo Cathalis. And the training culture is going to try to jump on the other side of the cut line here on Saturday.
Oh.
Now he's done. He really did well. Now, I spoke about slow build with our recipe. That was the probably best we have seen so far in the first couple of heats.
Epitome of that slow build. I think it was hard to do that. He needed to slow himself down after that first round, realizing he had plenty of time. Perfect in the pool. He came out the form we spoke about early on. He just kind of got through the calories, didn't really do anything too taxing, kept it nice and composed, and then just sold out on the last 2 times he got to that skier.
Cathalis, absolutely outstanding. Now, is that going to be the best score we see across the entire day from any of these athletes? Including individuals, age division, everybody.
I think Jamie Hagia might ask him that.
Well, I hope so. Khan Porter tagging him as the athlete to beat in the entire field.
It's Heat 4 on the campus of the University of Wisconsin, here in Madison, Wisconsin. The Soderholm Family Aquatic Center, brand new facility, 2 years old in Badger Country. Jamie Hagia, Tanya Wagner, Jeremy Austin. My name is Joel Godet. The rest of our crew, glad to have you with us on a Saturday morning of CrossFit Games action and back in the swimming pool. These are the final teams we'll see, Heats 7 and 8. They have earned that status at the top of the leaderboard for the first 3 days of effort. Mayhem Freedom trying to defend their championship. Champions in 18, 19, and 21, looking for a 4P with a 15-point lead over Oslo Navy Blue. Rinse and repeat, Tanya. It's both the name and quite descriptive.
A little beep test here on the day where we have cuts that await these teams at the end of the day. So first up is going to be 50-yard swim followed by 8 calories on the ski erg. They'll have 2 minutes to get that done, and then in the next 2 minutes they'll go up by 2 calories to 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So every 2 minutes it's going to increase by 2 calories, and then their final 2 rounds, if they make it that far, they will sell out for max calories.
Technique important in the pool. Pablo Cazales just showed us exactly why 18 strokes for the 50 yards is absolutely exceptional, and his build, very slow, methodical, calculated, and getting into those last 2 bonus rounds in rounds 7 and 8, and then maxing out your capabilities to get the best score for your team. I wonder if we are going to see anybody beat that today.
Still have 4 teams here in this heat. Mayhem Justice flirting with the cut line. Rhapsody is literally on the cut line with Nordic and Urban Energy. Yes, all 3 of them. They are tied. Talk about pressure. Talk about money reps.
281 points is what each of those teams have. It is the 3-way tie. They were the last team, Rhapsody CrossFit. They placed last at last year's game. So what an improvement for them to be sitting on that cut line, and you have to know they want to make the cuts. They want to get to that final day tomorrow. They have this pool event that they need to do well to get ahead of the other 2.
Rhapsody, our athletes to watch, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. We are underway here, building these calories. The first round, 8 cals on the skier. Once you do the down and back through the pool, that's 50 yards of swimming.
Now, Urban, getting a 7th place finish at the Games last year and an event win against Mayhem, that's no mean feat. We just haven't seen that same sort of dominance that we did see last year. Now, I'm expecting big things from them here. One of the Aussie teams coming into this, and our first place qualifier out of the Torium Pro, the Oceania region. And let's hope they can start making a move and get off that bubble, start sneaking into that top 20.
I agree. I had high expectations for them. Usually your second consecutive year, you see the massive gains after going home and training a full year. We're seeing some of that with Rhapsody. I expected that from Urban Energy. They have to make a move here. They don't have a lot of time.
7th place last year at the Games. They do not have a 7th place finish this year. Their best is 10th. Let's go down to Jamie Hagia. She has Zerout's training culture.
I'm here with Pablo, and Alex is going to help me translate. Being a professional swimmer, what were your initial thoughts when this workout was announced?
Cuando han sido, lo has entendido, ¿no? Tus primeros pensamientos. Para ti.
Peores.
Tú como nadador profesional, ¿cuáles han sido tus pensamientos al ver este WOD?
Oh, when I see the workout, I say, okay, that's my workout. I swim a lot of years ago, and so I think, Pablo, enjoy it. Okay.
Yeah, for him, like the first 10 minutes was like a warm-up. That's what he said the first time. It was like, okay, so we'll see. But we're quite surprised with how many people reached the last 2 rounds.
Right. And with watching you dive into the water, you were starting a little bit further back, no cap. Was that just because of your experience and you knew like how and you actually stayed underwater longer than everyone else? Was that just experience? Does that give you an advantage?
It's to be cold with the cap. Yes. The temperature to go up, so it's better for me that no go cap and be cold.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's the tricks of the trade, guys.
Oh, he knows what's going on. There we go. Get out there and enjoy it, Pablo. He did. He enjoyed it immensely.
It was just in the language barrier who said, when I saw the workout, I swam a lot of years. I thought he said, when I saw the workout, I screamed a lot of yes. And then I said, no, he said I swam a lot of years. Both statements
probably did.
Completely accurate.
Completely. Johan Van Zyl, former water polo player as well, and 6'4" of him. And we saw with Pablo Cathalis, with those long strokes, Johan doing exactly the same thing in the pool. And range of movement on the ski erg. If you can do less work here and get full use out of those handles, Johan doing it really easy. Probably not as easily as Pablo did.
But still a 45-second recovery
massive.
here.
In round 2, that was 10 cals on the skier. What is the benefit right now? Power in, power out. Machines tend to favor larger athletes. When you are that size, the benefit on the ski erg is what?
Well, the benefit to both movements here in the pool, you're doing less strokes. If you're kicking harder, you don't have to reach as far with the stroke if you don't want to, but if you do reach for that stroke and pull through the water harder, you're propelling yourself more. Then you get to the machine, and something that we have seen based upon there are certain movements within CrossFit that do benefit taller athletes, like your wall balls, like your machines, your row, your ski erg. And we're seeing this right now with Johan, and he's out in front from the dive.
And that dive technique, and that just that when you know what you're doing to enter the water with such power and make it that far before you even do your first stroke. That alone, like you said, Jeremy, that takes you so far.
It takes you that far.
Look at him.
And he's got a very slow two-beat kick as well, so he's not using his legs too much just yet, so we'll probably see that up to a 4-beat kick a little bit later on.
Don't just manage your pain, fix it with Erasti Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. Scan that QR code on your screen and learn more to get started. That is Erasti.
But there were also those events, just like Pablo coming into the pool going, I'm expected to do well in this event because I'm a professional swimmer. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more anxiety. Tanya, did you get that going into the 2009 games? Was there movements, was there events that you went into going, I know I should do well at this? Is the anxiety higher on those ones compared to the ones where you go, I think I'm going to suck a little bit at this one?
No, just the opposite. Where you know you can excel, and where you know that they're your events for the taking, you ride that confidence and you just use your expertise, you use where you can dominate, and you enjoy that. There's enough stress on all the other parts of the events and the other parts where you doubt yourself in comparison to your field, but when you know that you should shine out there, no, that's where you feel good.
Urban Energy with the two married couples. I did notice in the run event, the fast event that we had on day 2, which was the 3rd event of the CrossFit Games, that they actually partnered up in their married couples holding the rope together. We talk about communication and teamwork. Johan Van Zyl still leading the charge on the swim. And his stroke rate just slowed down considerably. The arm position out of the water still very high. That high elbow. Exactly what you want to see, that nice straight body position. Hips nice and high out of the water. He is doing that really easy.
Oldest on the team at 37 years old, Johan Van Zyl. Said though, saying you get worse as you get older, not necessarily true. When you work in CrossFit, as long as you keep doing it, you keep on that upward trajectory. He's 37 years old, he's never been fitter.
And not only is he the oldest athlete, this team is the oldest team in the field of 36 that we have out here. Now, he was just talking to the head judge, had a little bit of a false start there, had a false start, so he will have to just stand on the ski erg or be back at the erg, one step back as his penalty in the next round. Shouldn't.
I don't think that's going to bother him too much.
Shouldn't be a problem.
He'll still be first finished.
Hand in the air with 5 calories remaining on the erg.
Should ask if he could do his penalty now.
This is the round of 14 cows on the ski erg. They will go for 16 after they swim following the next beat. Urban Energy finished 7th last year at the Games. They also had the most harrowing experience trying to get home.
It was horrendous.
They got stuck in the States for quite some time. Their flight had some issues because they flew to New Zealand originally. They are Australian. You had to be a New Zealand resident to get into New Zealand. So they had to find another flight, cost them tens of thousands of dollars.
They ended up flying through Singapore, I believe, and they got stuck in Singapore as well. So they got stuck sleeping on the terminal floor with kids in hand as well. So they both took their children with them, the Mansi and the Van Ziels, but it was a horrendous trip. Issues.
Well, the first part of it was good.
First part was great.
They finished top 10 at the Games.
Johan, with that penalty, still about 10 meters in front.
And he's got 90 seconds with which to ski here.
Effortless coming out of that water.
It's probably something they're not used to doing as swimmers. They're supposed to just stay in the pool for an extended period of time. Getting out of the pool every time is probably not something that swimmers are used to doing either. So that extra fatigue, getting out of the pool, and that position of the arms and the triceps working a little bit harder might be something they're not used to. Just something to throw in there.
16 cows to work with on the ski erg here. As we've said throughout multiple heats, I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been more attrition, and I think we're going to see less and less of it as we get deeper and deeper into heats.
Teams that are more conditioned, have more capacity for the volume.
Hands in the air, 5 calories remaining for these athletes with 30 seconds still on the clock. 30 seconds Johan Van Ziel is done.
It's like just a repeat of Pablo all over again.
It's a rinse and repeat, shall we say.
Now,
the full team.
Notice, no cap on the head either. Hey,
great point.
Where the swimmers are learning.
Eight seconds left. Further down the pool in lane 4. We've still got 3 athletes now. 2 athletes are going to get cut for Mayhem Justice. One athlete is remaining for Mayhem Justice at the top of your screen.
Urban with all 4 team members still in play as well. Important for them sitting on that bubble. You mentioned it, Tanya, 281 points with Rhapsody and AB. Progressing into that top 20 and not just sitting just inside. They want to make sure they propel well inside.
Urban Energy had their top 2 finishes in Biker Bob, the longer event, they took 10th, and then in Fast, in the 3-mile, they took 14th in that event. Those are their 2 best places so far this year.
I believe that's the first scissor kick we've seen.
I'm a big fan, side stroke, big fan, because my normal freestyle struggles that badly that I don't mind a bit of a...
Whatever keeps you going.
Absolutely.
There are only 40 seconds left, though, to get back to the ski erg.
They actually call that the recovery stroke as well, that side stroke.
That's Mayhem Justice's athlete, just hanging on for all she can.
Meanwhile, Johan Van Ziel has finished with 25 seconds left. He just did 18 calories with 25 seconds to spare.
And probably didn't notice as much, but still on a 2-beat kick. So feet, legs, not working hard at all. These last 2 rounds now, I think you'll find that that leg speed will really increase and he will get back even quicker.
We said that we didn't know if anybody would do better than Pablo Cathalis and Pete Shaw. It may have taken 1 heat. We'll see here. This is the first of the 2 max calorie rounds. If you're in it, you're in it. No one else will be eliminated.
Look at his speed.
And yeah, look at Van Zyl, the fastest he has swam so far.
The 4-beat kick is now into play. And you can see the feet coming out of the water just twice as fast as they were and propelling himself so much faster. 30 seconds. That is a great swim.
And he's going to pop right onto
wow.
Oh, wow.
That took a second and a half.
Transition time cut down, but this is a very long ski erg.
But think about this. He just did 18 cals in about a minute. So he has a minute and a half to sell his soul. This is going to be a 25, if not
30,
more.
Yes. Because the 18, he still didn't need to push the pace. So he will be well above that rate. 1,400 calories per hour. Can he hold that for another 50 seconds?
Well, if you go back to Pete Shaw's 1350, which we thought was really good, 1370 now, and still 40 seconds left. This is going to be a big score.
But most importantly is what you're looking at. All 4 Urban Energy athletes are still in. Numbers at the top of your screen are the calories of the #1 athlete for each team, but their final score will be the calories max done by the remaining athletes. So if you've got 4 numbers to pick from, you've got 4 numbers. Mayhem Justice, we alluded to earlier, will have only 1.
They've been swimming 3 to 4 times a week in the pool as a team, and you can't beat that when you're coming into an event like this. And most of it is going to be done, most of the work's going to be done on the ski erg if you get your swimming technique down pat. Johan, exceptional.
Right back into the water. Final 2 minutes here. Everything you can get.
Johan going for it again. The swim a little bit slower this time. He was tight to the wall on that turn as well.
We are getting some calculations from some numbers that have come through for some teams in prior heats now as they've added everything up. 455 is the highest number. That's Training Think Tank. They had 3 athletes on the platform still skiing at the end. Zerauts had 434 in the most recent heat.
Nordic still have their 4 team members as well, still going. It's going to be a great battle between them and Urban Energy. Johan had about 35 seconds for that swim that time, so he really sent it on round number 7. But now 1 minute to go. And you mentioned it before, Joel, it's time to sell your soul.
Van Zyl right now is at 123 calories individually. 144 is the number to beat for one singular person. And that is going to happen very soon. We've got 40 seconds left.
Jaylee Mancy was the 4th team member of Urban out of the pool a little bit later than the other 3. But I am so surprised to see the number of athletes on the pool deck from every other team. We thought there would be barely anyone left on the pool deck thinking about how hard and difficult this event was going to be.
Van Zyl right now leading the way for Urban Energy, but we actually think there's a pretty good chance Nordic might be the team that wins the heat. And as we've talked about Urban Energy needing to do some work here sitting on the cut line, Nordic is 8 points off the cut line. So they're in a position where they need to make a move as well. Teams that needed to do work have done work.
And they've done a lot of work.
And it is about all 4 scores, no matter how far you get. They all get added together, the 4 best scores that you get for the calories. But Nordic, that was huge for them having all 4. And if they had their athletes there earlier and they're getting that. But Van Zyl.
Outstanding.
Stellar.
All teams sitting on the cut line, which becomes all the more important here. You got to show up.
Got to show up, but you've also got to make sure you have the right strategy going into this event. The slow build from Johan, the quick transition, getting onto the ski erg, ensuring he had plenty of recovery time, making sure it was a 2-beat kick for the first 6 rounds. And then it was time for the 4-beat kick and time to send it. and send it. He did, and empty the tank, an unofficial 147. A little bit more than Pablo Cathalas. But as you said, Joel, it is going to come down to team score at the end of the day.
Olympians have swam here. Madison, Wisconsin, and the University of Wisconsin's Soderholm Family Aquatic Center. Brand new facility, opened up in 2020. Nearly $100 million facility project for the Badgers. My name's Joel Gadet. Jeremy Austin, Tanya Wagner won these games in 2009. Jamie Hagia competed on a team back in 2018. Awesome crew, glad to have you with us right now watching Mayhem Freedom trying to finish off what would be a 4th consecutive championship as a team. It would be Rich Froning, their captain's 10th championship, either team or individual. Took the leader's jersey back from Oslo Navy Blue, who stole it from Mayhem Freedom. Back and forth battle between the teams that finished 1-2 a year ago. Event 7 is rinse and repeat, because that is what we're doing.
Every 2 minutes, these athletes are going to do a 50-yard swim followed by calories on the skier, starting at 8 calories, going up by 2 calories every 2 minutes, every round. If they make it through 6 rounds, through 18 calories, they earn the final round of 7 and 8, where they can complete as many calories as possible. The teams will be scored by the total calories skied from each of their athletes.
That's presented to us, Tanya, by Arasti, a recipe for success from Trifecta.
Technique is going to do everything and do you wonders in the pool. We've seen it in the last previous heats. Pete Shaw, Pablo Cathalas, Johan van Zyl, getting the technique right in the pool and making sure that slow build happens into those last 7 and 8 rounds, where you can really start making up some ground and getting some more calories for your team in those final 2 segments.
We're going to start giving you some more stuff to look at here. For the first time, we have a full heat. All 25 lanes in the pool will be occupied. 5 teams. OBA out of Philadelphia in lane 4. Oslo Purple Red. Partner team to Oslo Navy Blue, who's in 2nd place. The team from AB CrossFit right on the cut line at the moment. So too is Greater Heights Ascend. They're our guaranteed rate team to watch. They're in 19th place overall. All eyes on the last name, Duncan Mulady.
He is the national champion out of Texas A&M. He swam freestyle for the 200-meter relay. He's the rookie to their team for Greater Heights. It's a super team here, a bunch of former Games athletes, but he's the rookie who joined the team. New kid on the block, and I'm sure glad they're happy to have him.
Mulady is the guy on the left. The guy on the right, Jordan Cook. This all starts with a down and back swim and then 8 calories on the skier.
Joel, you mentioned how important it is. We've seen Olympic swimmers swim here. We've seen the last couple of heats where we've seen some fast guys through the water, including Pablo Cathalas and also Johan van Zyl getting in that roughly 32nd time. Caleb Pressel, the NCAA 50-yard record holder, coming in at 17 seconds. An interesting stroke, almost like a half freestyle backstroke combo hybrid.
I was saying, it still took 35 seconds, so still supremely calm, easy. You've got the time. We've got a bunch of mines not working. And that's the first time that those 4 lanes have been active. Remember, we've only had 4 teams. So the first time that Greater Heights Ascend's ski ergs have been used.
And after a swim like that, I don't think it's going to be much of an issue.
A little chaos here while they sort that out. They're holding.
It was the whole team for Greater Heights whose ergs did not work. 30 seconds still left in the round.
But all 4,
Jordan Cook, the fair question, said, what do you want me to do here?
All 4 team members back with plenty of time, though.
Still 10 seconds. Jordan Cook still wants to know where to go from here. And they're going to swim.
So the question I have is it their monitors that are not working for them? Are they still being recorded somewhere else because they're all linked? I'm wondering if it's a monitor issue that they're since they weren't on earlier.
Well, but I don't think they did the 8 calories, which is the, not that it would have been a problem, but you still have to be able to have done the work.
And how do they calculate that later on?
How that comes into play.
At the fatigue level, have they done the 8? And at the fatigue level, have they done less? Have they done more? They don't know exactly where they're at.
We'll let you know as soon as we hear, if we get any information on that.
This is the round of 10 cals.
The judging, they do have a technique based upon how many strokes they do, especially with the Echo bike, rower, all that sort of stuff. So they are going to be calculating what they're doing, so judges fully aware of what's happening.
Well, something must be working because Jordan Cook's judge has a hand in the air. There we go. Now in the building, this is what you're looking at as well. So there is movement.
And like I said, so if that was already happening, that they were connected, they just weren't seeing it from their monitors being on. That's why the judges told them to keep going. So maybe completely fine, but what a little jolt of stress there for your team.
You're trying to keep your heart rate down.
And it gets
That's not what you want for a first round of a beep test. Holy smokes.
But that's for something that's out of your control. Yeah. But that's the sort of stuff you should be prepared for. Coming into the CrossFit Games, you should have that ready to go. Hey, if this happens, let's just keep going. Let's just get back into our rhythm, into our routine.
There's Duncan Milady, 25 years old. He's getting married January 27th, by the way. Was engaged this past December. So it's quite an eventful year for Duncan. We're on the round of 12 calories on the skier. We do not yet have an elimination, but we did come close there in the round of 10. Got a couple breaststrokes here from Oslo Purple Red.
We've heard throughout the years the complaints from our swimmers who said, why aren't we in the pool more? Back in 2013, we were at the pool, and that was the first time we saw that event. In 2020, we were at the pool, but that was 2020. That was that year. So, but really, since 2013, it's always been ocean. It's always been open water. Very different. And so I love that the swimmers with that background, with their expertise, just like a skill in lifting. If you compare an Olympic lift versus grunt work, a strongman, it's very different strength. This is very different swimming that we're testing here in the pool.
There's still some frustration. The erg is not working right for Jordan Cook, but you could see him peering over his shoulder. He was looking back at the video board, so the calories are being tabulated. He's just not seeing it directly in front of him, and that's where you work with your judge, who's going to tell you when to stop skiing.
Interesting that the athletes haven't got the ski ergs turned around the other way so they can actually see where they are. Maybe that's a ploy so they can't see where they are.
This is the round of 12 cals, so you need to accomplish 12 calories on the ski erg here before we hit the 6-minute mark. And it looks like that will not be an issue across the board.
The other swimmers we have had in the previous heats, Pete Shaw, Pablo Cathalas, and also Johan van Zyl, their stroke rate was very slow and calculated. Their high elbow position, Duncan Milady has taken that to a new level. Looks like he's swimming in slow motion, but swimming fast at the same time. So if you can get that efficiency and effectiveness down pat, he's in the high lane, furthest away from camera. And this stroke rate is just so slow. He is taking so much time. It's a leisurely backstroke swim.
It looks like a cartoon. Like how you would draw somebody just swimming through the ocean to kill time. He is in such calm water.
Oh, and it took 40 seconds.
But he knows but he knows he can right now, right?
That's right.
Because he knows he has the time to come and ski 14 counts.
But you know what I'm excited about is segments 7 and 8 when he's really got to put the hammer down.
Don't just manage your pain, fix it with a Rosti remote recovery. It's now available nationwide. Scan the QR code to learn more and get started. You know, it's like you're the best swimmer. You don't have to be the fastest one. You can just tell how good you are because he's cruise control.
And that's it. We talked about that. We have been the past heats with any of our stronger swimmers, the best out there. It's hard for them actually to go slow. There's no need to take this wall to wall, but there's no need to sprint with a long rest these early rounds, but they can't help it. They just can't help it.
Did you see Duncan Milady's last couple of strokes on this ski erg for these last calories? They were like quarter strokes, just doing enough for what he had to do to get the calorie to tick over.
But not just Duncan, everybody at a Greater Heights Ascend here, standing and waiting, looking comfortable, looking ready to go. It's all about your entire team, though, not just one athlete.
Now watch how long Duncan Milady stays underwater, top of the screen. He makes it half the way across the pool before he comes up. And again, we talked about it. Usually you'd be jumping into the water off starting blocks. He might be underwater even longer. He is in a comfort zone when he can stay under there, when he can kick, when he can make up ground. You can see those starting blocks top of the screen there. You'd be using them if you were using the pool lengthwise, Olympic swim distances.
But you think about getting those last 7 and 8 segments done, you really need to get those muscles warm. So he's trying everything he can to warm his muscles up without fatiguing them too much. Now he's obviously a very competent swimmer and moving through the water is his jam. But I'd probably like to see him swim a little bit faster just to give himself a little bit more time on the pool deck to get these ski erg calories done.
16 calories, the target here for these teams now.
Working a little bit harder, that hip bend coming into play now. Still not a lot of knee bend, but still those hips getting sent back. And still a fairly decent rate.
Greater Heights is an affiliate in Houston, Texas, and affiliated just before the pandemic. Talked about it on day one. Emily Tanner on this team owns the gym. 66-year-old Carlos Fayez, a type 2 diabetic who found CrossFit. His smaller affiliate closed. He didn't want to lose his community. He didn't want to lose what had helped make him so much healthier. So he renovated his machine shop, made his own affiliate. Emily Tanner walked in looking for a gym. He said, we're brand new, we have no members and no coaches. And they got together on a business plan. A couple of years later, they've got a team at the CrossFit Games.
That's awesome. That's incredible.
Now Milady
the round of 18 counts.
Milady was late to jump in that round, but you watch him get out of the pool well in front of everybody else.
Do we have an elimination yet? Is everyone still in the pool here for the final round of cals before the max effort? I think we are still complete.
First heat with all 20 lanes, and I believe they're
25.
all 5 lanes, 4 athletes.
20.
It's all right.
20.
It's I can't do bar math, so I feel you. All here, all who made it. This is the first time, but
no, 25.
Will
There's
they
5.
get through?
Yeah, you're right.
Will they get through these 18?
All right.
Some of the ladies were pushing that envelope.
Unofficial times to beat now. CrossFit Yaz, 403 from heat number 1. Heat 2, 455. Heat 3 with Pablo Cathalis, 434. And Urban from the previous heat, 497. Are we going to see someone top that 500 calorie mark?
479 for Nordic last heat as well, so don't count them out of it. They didn't win their heat, but they're way up there. Duncan Milady, get out of here. 20 seconds left, he's done.
He hurts me as a non-swimmer.
But what I think is most impressive about what Duncan has done, you know, you go back to Pablo Cathalis. Yes, the swimming was great, but there was some effort to it. I don't think Duncan Milady has started to work out yet. Like, this has looked so easy for that young man.
He'll probably have a sleep while he does this. He is so relaxed, calm.
But now we'll see. Should see some change because now he's going for the max cows.
Yep.
Now's where the swimming really counts.
The 4-beat kick starting to come into play now. So you'll see the feet come out of the water double time. You'll see more splash at the back. Think about a boat propeller or a jet ski propeller at the back, propelling yourself through the water. And this is where, if you aren't a proficient swimmer and you've used your legs a lot more in the previous heats, this is where you are going to start to suffer. That lactic acid buildup is going to start coming in. For Duncan Mulady, that is not going to be happening.
He was the first man out of the pool. That gives him the most time to ski. Every team on the pool deck has all of their athletes remaining with the exception of Oslo Purple Red. They just have Hakon Leknes and Henrik Nagard left. They're 2 male athletes.
Sniffing at that 1,600 cal per hour. Wow. 32 seconds it took him to get through that swim. Pretty average to what we saw from the earlier swimmers as well.
Average, yeah.
I'm talking about them in their field.
The elite swimming average, yes. Now working a lot harder to get those calories done. This is bonus round time.
But here's what matters. Can they all 4 push? How hard can they push? Because they have a lot of calories that they're trying to get to catch up to Urban.
We continue to talk about Duncan Mulady, but it is the addition of all 4 athletes skiing here. It's your total team calories that will be your ultimate score.
Stand by.
Back into the water. Final round here. Max cows after 1 more swim.
I want to see Mulady and the speed he gets out of the pool.
It looks like about 30 seconds is going to be our benchmark across the board for our best swimmers today.
But you got to think you have just expended a lot of energy in that 7th round swim, but also those ski erg calories, so those arms are going to be burning, those lats are going to be burning. And you're using the exact same muscle groups coming into this swim. So 35, that's not a bad response.
What I'm anxious to see here when it all shakes out is the athletes, the best swimmers who treated this as the sprint at the end for 4 minutes, how much better did they do versus the not so technical swimmers who managed and had to push a little harder all the way throughout. I just wonder what the discrepancy or what the disparity will be between those 2 abilities.
All I know is the goggles came off for Duncan Mulady, so it is serious time once he got out of the pool.
It's time. But I mentioned the slow build on our recipe to success. Mulady is doing it perfectly. Again, we've seen that from the other swimmers, the other professional swimmers that have spent time in the pool, and they're just progressing slowly and starting to peak now.
And just listen to the effort with 40 seconds to go.
There's a lot of grunting and groaning going on that pool deck.
But you can hear the flywheel. We tell our new athletes, listen, close your eyes, listen to your effort, listen to that wheel. You can get the feedback if you know what you're doing there. We're getting some jumps, getting to that full extension. People using every ounce of their body to put behind that.
4 seconds remaining. 2, 1. Yanking the handles off the erg. That'll be the best heat we've seen so far.
Mulady barely out of breath, other people just collapsing.
So Duncan goes for 144 calories to lead the way individually. That is 2nd best behind Johan van Ziel's 147.
Mulady just took off with this thing and really treated the whole first 12 minutes as just a nice warm up to the day. Wake up, just a casual little swimming and skier. The whole thing was a warm up until the final 4 minutes when it was all out. He looked incredible in the water and he gave all he could. Skiing at about 1,500, pushing nearly 1,600 calories per hour in his first set. Incredible.
His speed he swam his first 6 rounds was probably slower than what he would do a cool-down swim. That was crazy from a lady.
We'll have to wait for the ultimate tabulations of what all 4 athletes had. But again, everybody in that heat, AB, Porty, OBA, and Greater Heights, had all 4 athletes left at the end. Only Oslo Purple Red was counting just 2 scores in the final max calorie efforts.
It looked to be, there's only maybe 2 athletes total to even fail out.
2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games at the Nicholas Recreation Center and Soderholm Family Aquatic Center, near $100 million facility on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. Alongside Tanya Wagner, the 2009 Games champion, Jeremy Austin, Jamie Hagia, Joel Godet. Our event description: inside the pool, going to be rinse and repeat for these teams trying to hunt down Mayhem Freedom in first place by just 15 points, but that's a pretty sizable margin when you're Rich Froning and company. The event description is brought to us by Erasti.
Every 2 minutes at the sound of the beep, you're gonna swim 50 yards and then pull on the ski erg for 8 calories the first round, 10 the next round, up by 2 until you get to 18. Then those final 2 rounds, if you get that far, you can accumulate as many calories as possible, and you should, because all 4 athletes will get their total calories added together for one team score.
Success will come down to the importance of the swim technique. A number of athletes proving just how important that is in the previous 4 heats. Making sure you don't go out too hard too early and slow build all the way through the 8 rounds, 6 rounds to get through the reps and then send it on the last 2.
These are the 5 teams, which include 20 athletes. I'm sure of it this time.
I got you. I got your back.
I was like 5 by 4, that's 25, right? No, 20 athletes. Pro 1 Montreal in the middle of the pool in lane 3. You've got 8th Day from Michigan, had a great start to the first 2 days of competition. But EXF, down under, they know how to swim.
Oh, Christy and Moses in particular, great swimmers.
Our team to watch brought to us by Guaranteed Rate. Here as we get set for heat 6 of 8.
Urban, in the previous couple of heats, doing well for our first Oceania team. Into the pool, getting all 4 team members through. Can EXF back that up?
Ease yourselves into it here. 50 yards, that's 25 down, 25 back. And then just 8 calories on the skier.
So just like any beep test that you've done, it really is just managing, staying composed in the early rounds and just getting that clock awareness of what the 2 minutes feels like in the water, out of the water, nice quick transition, and then just really ease yourself into this. The demand is gonna build as you move into the farther rounds, so no need to rush. But form will pay off here on the ski erg. Using your body with those big muscle groups, core, your hips, your legs, and then finishing with the arms and the wrist with that final snapback is gonna be the most efficient way to get your calories. You'll see a really hard drive at the end. These early rounds though, it's just kind of making sure that you're not overextending yourself and wasting too much tricep or too much arms, too much lat, because you need that for the swim, especially if you're not one of the stronger swimmers.
Let's check in with Jamie Hagia.
Duncan, an All-American at Texas A&M. This is a swimming event. I know you're looking forward to this. How did you feel actually having doing the event?
After doing the event, it's much more a ski erg workout and overall fitness and swimming, which is cool. We're here to test the fittest on Earth, not the best swimmer on Earth. So it's really fun. I thought it was a good event, a little mishap at the beginning with machines, but kind of took a little bit out of the zone. But, you know, just that's game day. Be adaptive, be ready for everything.
You were so smooth in the swimming event. You even sped up in those later rounds. For those of us who are non-swimmers, how do you actually do that to speed up your swimming?
Honestly, it's start kicking. Start using your legs. A lot of us, that's why they mix the ski erg with it. Most of us just pull and drag our feet. So, I mean, just turn on those turbo legs and you're good. Just stay long and smooth.
And first time at the games with this team. How has this experience been for you so far?
It's been surreal and it's awesome. All three of them have games experience. So, I mean, every event is just a new learning experience for me. Learn something new from all of them. And, I mean, I'm just happy to be here and I'm happy that we're competing as well as we are. It's an honor.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Greater Heights Ascend, 19th place at the start of the day. We'll see how that finish stacks up for them. Certainly going to help their case to continue forward into Sunday, although we know we're going to see some more events over the course of today.
All I need is turbo legs. That's been my issue all along.
Yes, you and Sonic.
What you were missing. Now here's the thing. Duncan said this is all a ski erg event. This is not swimmer. Says the swimmer. Now for the other athletes that don't, I would like to speak to some of the CrossFitter athletes out there not with the swim backgrounds. I would not be saying this was a ski erg event.
Christy Hollard, EXF, one of the better swimmers for EXF.
We did see some of the issues with the skier in the last heat, by the way. They are working through those scoring issues. So, games.crossfit.com, we'll have that sorted out. We'll have a complete and final picture once this event is finished and completed as well.
Fellow Aussie Johan Van Zyl with our team. Our time to beat, 147 individual calories. The best we've seen so far at 497 total calories.
Someone's going to break 500, obviously.
They will.
What do you think the highest total will wind up being with 2 more heats still to go after this one?
I'm going to say maybe 520 to 530.
You're going to start to see the higher numbers now, obviously, because we're seeing more athletes make it through to those max calorie rounds. First couple of heats, we had some teams with 1 or 2.
But we've seen a lot of people stay on the pool deck right throughout the 8 rounds that we've had. We expected a bigger drop-off. After speaking to a few people who tested this event, they struggled a little bit when the 14 and 16 calories started to kick into play. EXF moving exceptionally well through the water still. It's funny, 2 Australian teams that did qualify both live within 30 minutes of where I live on the east coast of Australia, and plenty of ocean to work with. Obviously, ocean swimming and pool swimming, a lot different.
Don't just manage your pain, fix it with Erasti Remote Recovery. It's now available nationwide. Scan that QR code right there in the bottom left corner of your screen. Learn more and get started. Fix your pain fast with Erasti.
Milady, very proficient swimmer in the previous heat, saying this is all down to the ski erg. But if you're efficient in the water, it should come down to the ski erg and what you can put out. A couple of ways of strategizing this event. Get after it, get those calories done, and recover at the back end. Use it like a traditional beep test. Christy Hollard doing just that, getting the job done quickly, but traditional beep test moving all the way through your time frame until you get to that next 2-minute segment.
8 cals, 10 cals, 12 cals down. We are moving on to the 4th round, in which the cals are regulated, so to speak. 6 rounds in which you have to hit a target number, and then it's 2 more bonus rounds if you make it that far. Max calorie efforts, and that is where the event is won.
Now, we say Australians are very good and New Zealanders are very good at the swimming events. This one probably not so much, because I don't think it's long enough to make a massive difference to the rest of the field. Milady, we did mention, it was more like a warm-up swim for him.
You're looking at 8th day CrossFit. Ryan Schaefer.
Plenty of cupping on his back as well.
It's the hot thing.
Is it hot, is it?
Well, like it's in vogue, right? That's the in vogue recovery.
Well, there's been a lot of shoulders. There has been. Think about the day number 1, 4th event, we had the pegboard and the P-bar. So a little taxing there. We had last night the new element with a handstand push-up. So there has been a lot of demand on the shoulders, on the fatigue probably there, that athletes know when they're coming in to swim, you want it to make sure you're feeling good there. 8th Day CrossFit had a really great pegboard P-bar event. They took first in that event. They were in the second to last heat, so they were not racing Mayhem Freedom, but they were just ahead of them by 1/10 of a second.
Zoe Jones, front of your screen on the left. Michael Paz behind her. Heather Paz, Michael's wife, and then Ryan Schaefer, who's just been hanging out.
Well, what Ryan Schaefer was just doing was emptying the water out of his ears. Now, we've seen the professional swimmers and the guys who are used to swimming in the water not use caps at all. Some people use the caps to block their ears, to stop the water going into their ears. So another thing to just annoy the non-swimmers as well.
Another down and back, 25 yards to one wall, 25 yards home, and then 16 calories on the ski erg this effort. Again, you can see Ryan Schaefer leading the way. Runs the social media for 8th Day Gym. Also a big fan of dogs. Don't know which breeds.
You're so full of little nuggets of wisdom, Joel, on these athletes. I love it. So just a reminder also, the teams are the first athletes getting a crack at this event. All of the athletes across the entire 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games will be doing this exact event today.
I'm most excited for that because you know that a 60-plus Masters athlete is going to beat somebody in the elite individual division.
Just to humble you a little bit more. But when you think about programming for the CrossFit Games, do you sit down and you do this event first and go, okay, everyone's doing this, and then we're going to build everything else around that? Or do you add this in, or do you get your bits and pieces done first and go, hey, what a thought, we might just add this in for everyone later?
Well, Adrian Bosman did say one of the things he's been wanting to do is to find a test that is consistent across all levels. So it's one of those things where when you sit down and you mark it out, this was a goal.
I really like that you're getting a controlled environment to test so many athletes. So it's a great proving grounds here and testing grounds for judges, for everyone to be here. I mean, we're on a machine in swimming, so not a lot to go wrong there. But it is a great way to capture across swim and erg capacity.
But if you think about CrossFit data in events, you can only sort of segment them based on team stuff or individual stuff. Like you've got your age group divisions, you've got your adaptive divisions. This one's all based on the individual, the team stuff, obviously calculating the scores all together.
That's a big hit for Camo at the bottom of your screen in lane 1. The team from Olathe, Kansas just lost both of their women going into this round. 18 cals is the target when they get back onto the pool deck. Oh, no, they both got the work done. They just took a beat and jumped in late. I thought by the amount of time they remained on the pool deck that they had been cut.
I did too.
Maybe it was a, oh, do I have to get back in the water to do another lap?
Listen, we've been, I've seen a person or two make it through a beep test and they say, no, I'm done. I went, no, you're not. Get
another length done, and they do it.
The only problem is if you make it through this one, then you're stuck. You can't get cut for the final 2 rounds.
But because every calorie counts for these athletes,
it's
even
huge.
if they don't get all 18 in this one, which they won't, everyone matters. So they still just they don't want to get in the water and absolutely annihilate themselves. Take that 5 or 10 second rest, get yourself a breather.
Toya Nelson is on the left. That's Addison Balderston on the right, former outfielder at the University of Kansas.
That shows you just how far, oh, and a little slip getting out of the water. So with 30 seconds left, still swimming.
That's a Camo team that is in 15th right now. So well clear of the cut line after they missed the games last year following a positive test by one of their athletes. The other 3 athletes, though, that made it through clean are the same athletes, so they have waited a year for this opportunity to put their fitness on display, and then added Toya Nelson in the background there into the fold. She's been a huge addition for them.
stand by.
And those two ladies will not make it this time. So on to the final max cal rounds for everyone remaining on the pool deck.
Joel, you mentioned Ryan Schaefer before, just hanging out after getting his swim done and his cals done. I don't know if you noticed or not, but at the top of the screen, he was hanging out there for about another 40-odd seconds. He had so much time to rest. Now time to get to work.
This will not be the fastest swim we've seen here. 30 seconds is about what we've seen folks get out of the pool. But Schaefer is a big athlete, and he is going to absolutely pull these handles off the rope.
When you think about the two strategies, you either use this as a recovery round, nice and easy, and just get in and get as many calories as you can done, and the last round you swim it as hard as you can and finish strong, or you just come out of the gates and just hit all 4 segments as hard as you can. When I mean segments, I mean the swim is one and the ski erg is the other.
You know, it's interesting, Ryan Schaefer was rowing about a 1200 there, and 8th Day has 3 athletes. No, they got all 4. Heather Poss just coming into the picture now. I think Ryan Schaefer is using this as a recovery. I bet in the next round he comes out there and pulls about a 15 or 1600.
I don't think I want to call it recovery. I just want to say it's being intelligent.
Right.
Knowing that you have another 2 minutes to go of work, and that if you smash yourself here, you don't want to just be scraping with what you have left. You really want to make sure you can get that full 90 seconds, 70 seconds worth of work at max capacity.
Well, Carla Pressel, the NCAA 50-yard record holder at 17 seconds. Let's see what Ryan Schaefer can do for his last round. If we're expecting what he is going to do and come out of the blocks really hot and get this last swim done, get back, and as many calories as he can get for his team.
10 seconds, and look at that, Zoe Jones and Ryan Schaefer as well took a couple of extra seconds so that they can get themselves situated at the pool instead of skiing toward the beep. This is the final 2-minute segment now. It is max calories on the ski erg once you return to the pool deck.
For 8th Day, it's their 2nd consecutive games with the exact 4 athletes returning. I love that. I love when you see the true affiliate cup with the same team members working together and getting to see them as they progress through the years of competition.
And it's the only team right now that has all 4 athletes left in this event. The comp train team, Jared Smith coaches them from New England. 8th Day is in the western part of Michigan, but they are doing Ben Bergeron's comp train proud here.
Schaefer, 42 seconds, so he has recovered twice on both swims. So maybe it's about that and getting back onto the pool deck and getting the calories out with a little bit more in the tank.
Both of their men there adjusted the ski erg, they adjusted their damper setting to maximize those calories. Probably bumped it up a little bit to create more of that tension and get more calories out of every stroke.
Now, as good as Schaefer is doing, actually Pro 1 Montreal has the best individual. And I'm gonna take a gander at Frederick Dubé because he is 7'3". He is one of the tallest athletes in the field. This ski erg will benefit you if you can use that height to your advantage for Pro 1.
When you're as tall as the ski erg.
And there he is.
There he is,
yeah,
the height of the erg.
Chloe Govan-David is in front of him, still going to town. Tristan Leclerc, her boyfriend, is in the back for Pro 1. There's Camo, Nick Peterson. Final 10 seconds here. Everything you've got. All out fight forever over the final 4 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
147 time to beat, or calories to beat.
And again, that's for an individual. Your score is your total team target. And Dubé winds up with 139. Schaefer winds up with 134. But again, keeping in mind that 8th Day had all 4 athletes there, they will benefit from having 4 scores. Pro 1 will have 3 scores. Assuming they don't leave Chloe just on the pool deck.
Scrape her up, get rid of it.
8th Day, 2nd consecutive time to the games. They had a chance at the pool this year, and all 4 of their athletes showed proficiency in the pool. We'll get their numbers and their calories calculated, but Ryan Schaefer went to town there on the erg.
3, 2, 1.
adjusted some things, made some damper adjustments there at the end.
Oh, Schaefer was so good, but his strategy to just pace those last two swims is something we haven't seen yet. Are we going to see that again in the final couple of heats?
And did it pay off?
499 is officially the number to beat as we continue to get these scores in. 499 by Greater Heights Ascent. Under the watchful eye of the dive tower here in Madison, Wisconsin at the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center. These are the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games, team event number 7 on Wisconsin. Home of the Badgers, beautiful facility, holds 1,200, just 2 years since it opened. Joel Godet, Jeremy Austin, Tanya Wagner, Jamie Hagia, our reporter down on the pool deck for rinse and repeat. We are into the final 2 heats, which means these are the teams that we're going to see. Move fast, lift heavy, Tyrannus overtake Omnia and Selwyn, trying to make a move into the top 5 here in Heat 7 of Event 7, which, as we said, is rinse and repeat. That's brought to us by Erasti.
A fun little beep test. Every 2 minutes, the athletes are going to swim, and they get out of that pool and head over to the ski erg where they're going to ski calories. First round, it's going to be 8. Every round after that, it's going to be 2 more calories, up to 18. If you make it that far, you get 2 more rounds where your max calories will be added. The most you get is going to be what counts for all of the athletes, added together for 1 score for the team.
And technique in the pool is going to make sure you get back to the pool deck quickly to get those ski erg calories done, and ensuring you build slowly. The progression of the reps, adding to each round, will allow that, but the more efficient you are in the pool will allow for a lower heart rate and be able to make sure you do exceed expectations in round number 7 and 8.
Lane assignments, we talked about this being the bottom half of the top 10, trying to stay in the final heat when you get 10 teams on the field, moving throughout the course of the rest of the day. Selwyn, we've talked about the teams from Oceania really being great swimmers. There they are, our guaranteed rate team to watch.
Coming into the Oceania quarterfinals, semi-finals as the number 1 billing. They didn't lead all the way through the Torian Pro, but coming in now and really making a charge, and they are really excited about the swim. However, Maddie Schelling did say to me yesterday she's a little bit disappointed it's so short. Kind of everything you want, can you?
Well, it's 50 yards. You got a couple football fields lengths by the time you're done.
Well, she likes the longer the better. So anyway, we'll see how they go in this and see if they can progress more up that leaderboard.
Start out with that 50-yard swim down and back, and then 8 calories. Just an easy opener here, the first 2 minutes of this beep test. Your score, total number of calories that your team skis, which will be the same number if you all make it through the first 6 rounds, where this event is won in the final 2 rounds. Those are the max calorie efforts. Time to beat or number to beat, 499 for Greater Heights. Urban Energy, 497. And then we didn't even see them. They snuck in there because they were in the same heat as Greater Heights. But OBA, Open Box Athletics, at 481 is currently in 3rd.
Powerful athletes out of OBA, strong, and if you know how to use that erg and you can give yourself enough time on there, that's how you do it. Efficiency pays off in this event. Absolutely it does. Early on, to be able to get yourself through that water and back to the erg to get through your calories. But really, it's the compounding effects of all of the rounds, so when you get to the final ones where you have the chance to get as many as you can, that you gave yourself the chance with enough energy, and that's just kind of awareness of your body and doing exactly what you need to early on.
This is where you take your time here. 20 seconds, every athlete done.
Now, keeping an eye on Omnia. Now, the 2 females out of the water first in the first round. I want to keep an eye on them on this second round, coming into the 10 calories on the ski erg, but just see what they do with their swimming technique and just see how fast they do go.
Alyssa Schauer, triathlete, one of the 2 females from Omnia. We were told to refer to any time she performs well as the Schauer Hour by the folks from Omnia. She also works for HQ, but we were told by Mary Kay Dreisilker, her female teammate, not a good source of inside information, which I think is how it should be, right?
Absolutely. No secrets. But nice high elbow position, hips nice and high in the water, and a nice slow 2-beat kick for all athletes for Omnia. They are looking really strong. Tyrannus, fast to the wall too. Transition has been very good from all the athletes, so probably something they have practiced in getting to the ski erg in the warm-up area.
Jacob Schmidt, Cooper Wise are the 2 male athletes. I believe it's Mary Kay Dreisilker in the front and Alyssa Schauer in the back. Don't just manage your pain, fix it with a Rostu Remote Recovery. It's now available nationwide. Just scan that QR code, bottom left corner of your screen, and learn more to get started. Hand in the air here when you hit 5 calories left to go, which is halfway through. 10 calories is the target. A little head shake, try to get the water out of your ear.
When you think about the tests so far at the CrossFit Games, there's been a great balance. Heavy lifting, some weightlifting stuff. Then we come into the Coliseum, we do some high skill level gymnastics, and then we balance it out with our monostructural. So 3 components that we're looking for with some good balanced programming, and Adrian Bosman has done an exceptional job. These aren't just events, these are tests. So it's got to test the athletes, and this one in particular, testing every athlete across every division at the CrossFit Games.
Well, and what I like is it's the sprint in the pool. A lot of times we see the test of the longer endurance in the water elements and the water events. So being able to test a different metabolic pathway there in the water, being shorter swim. I know it's for the swimmers only a short, fast sprint for 2 rounds, but still just a different element, different test.
It's also an interesting test because you're in a pool. Even if you don't swim, I feel like most people maybe have been in a pool versus being out in the open water, out in space. I can understand the hesitation if you are not a swimmer of wanting to be in that situation, maybe a little bit more comfort. So if this is not your strength, it still gives you an opportunity to try and shine.
Absolutely. From an Australian perspective, if you're got ability to get into a pool rather than open water, I'm going to swim in the pool all day long. Well, we've got a couple of deadly nasties down our way, and when you're
jellyfish.
Oh no, we're talking high-end.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Great white sharks.
Can you translate? Oh, sharks.
So when they're out in the open water and you know they're around, it gets a little bit gnarly. So just having
I don't think we have that problem in Lake Monona, though.
No, I don't think so.
Hand in the air, final 5 calories. 12 is the target here. Team 5, that's the blue lane, is CrossFit Tyrannus. Qualified 3rd out of the Atlas Games from Victoria, British Columbia. Had a 9th place standing coming into the day. Their best event finish was the 2nd event of the competition. Came in 4th.
They just have a ton of experience at the competitive level, semifinals and regionals.
Steve Howell is enough at ease that he's just waving to the crowd in between rounds here.
Whatever you can do to kind of keep yourself relaxed.
Stand by.
Now the speed to the freestyle stroke is all in the legs. We've seen a great mix of 2-beat and 4-beat kicks. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, it's just the speed of the feet coming through the water. The more splash you'll see is more of a 4-beat kick, and the less splash, and the better swimmers will be using the 2-beat kick. Nice and controlled on screen. Number of athletes, barely any splash. And they won't start using that 4-beat kick until later on in the rounds of 7 and 8 when they really need to hammer down and get back to the ski erg to get as many calories as they can. But leg fatigue versus arm fatigue. Massive arm fatigue on the ski erg. You're losing a lot. Posterior chain in this movement. So your hamstrings, glutes, core, Even those spinal erectors to stabilize that trunk.
And you come over here with some similar demand on the ski erg. But the biggest thing here is how you keep tension through your handles and through those ropes. That's what allows the flywheel to move, to turn, and maximizing your power and your body weight and tension on that by using those large movers and big muscle groups first, all the way out to that full extension through your arms and your triceps.
This is the 14-calorie round here. You must accomplish 14 calories before the clock strikes 8 minutes. Otherwise, you're cut and eliminated. The total score for these teams, total number of calories skied by all of their athletes combined. Move fast, lift heavy. Trying to keep Nicole Soto in the fold, and she, I don't know. No, it looks like she jumped back in the water. Although she's standing on the deck as the rest of her team continues. So move fast, lift heavy has just 3 remaining. And I was actually going to point out on the last swim, Soto had gone to that, oh, and she does jump in, had gone to that recovery side stroke just to kind of stay afloat in the water. Goes back to the freestyle here. And Jeremy, as you alluded to in the last heat, at this point, maybe you know, hey, this is my final round, so I'm going to swim, get back to the pool deck, get what I can get here.
Selwyn, all 4 team members keeping pace with each other.
That's
Talk about
wild.
teamwork.
Beautiful.
These guys are in sync from Christchurch, New Zealand. If you're not sure where that is, it's the far bottom end of the South Island on the east side. Miserable and cold at the moment down there. Middle of winter, so big change for all of these athletes to come. North America, actually not used to seeing the sun either.
Yeah, they trained in Chicago for about a week before coming here to Madison. They said the biggest thing was getting used to the climate. And I said, I made the mistake of saying, why? You guys are from Australia. And they said, no, we're from New Zealand. Jeremy, those are 2 very different places.
Yes, they are. Well, when we're sort of combined in the Oceania division, like we're all together, but when we like play sports like rugby union and that sort of thing, we are well against each other.
Back to move fast, lift heavy. All 4 athletes still on deck here. 16 calories is the target to row. And look how easy Christian Harris, he just finished up. How easily he and Will Carter have worked through the ski. Winter Rodriguez is judge, hand in the air. So she will advance as well to the round of 18. Hand is up with just 2 seconds. Nicole Soto will be capped. So move fast, lift heavy has 3 athletes remaining as we make it to the round of 18 cals on the skier here at Rinse and Repeat.
Selwyn again, center of the pool, and doing so well. Not that you have to synchronize this, but just making sure you're keeping the same pace. They've obviously got their better swimmers coming through, and we all know they're very proficient swimmers, but someone keeping pace and making sure the other 3 team members are just staying in line, just so they're not dropping off too much and not going too fast.
When you train together, you know where you belong and your distance is ahead of or behind other athletes. And so when you're doing that, that's a great awareness just in competition to make sure you're keeping everyone in check, especially in these rounds that I don't want to say don't matter, but the ones that you know you're going to actually make those calories. I'm anxious to see what's going to happen though here now when we get into the money rounds where every athlete, the whole goal is every calorie they can get. So who's going to break ahead?
499 is still the number to beat. That is Greater Heights, the team from Texas. 497 from Urban Energy is still in second. 8th Day from the last heat is now in 3rd at 485, eclipsing OBA, who's now in 4th at 481.
And remember, Selwyn's ladies were at the games last year. On a different team, they took 6th last year at the games. They're sitting in 6th place today with their new team, their new male athletes. And for Selwyn, they still have 2 days of competition left. Seeing great things out of them already. 4th place last night, 2nd place in the fast event, putting up some really great numbers.
This is the end of the 18-calorie round. It is gross that these athletes are done with this much time to spare.
Well, it's go time.
One more cal will save everyone from Tyrannus, all 4 athletes, as we are into the first of the max calorie effort rounds. No one will be cut from this point forward. It is a down and back swim, and then this is where it's won. Max calorie ski in the next 2 2-minute rounds.
This is where it's won. This is where it hurts. This is where you put all of your training days into for moments like this.
We also think about the fatigue level of the athletes. This is not a very fatiguing event to be doing if you've got weight or you've got distance or you've got time under tension. This is almost a recovery for these athletes to come into this event. They've just got to push the heart rate and the intensity.
Jamie Hagia has move fast, lift heavies, Nicole Soto.
Nicole, you missed that last round by just 3 calories. How did that feel? Was it the swim or was it the ski? What was the most fatiguing part?
The most fatiguing part was the ski for sure. And like managing your breath, jumping into the water after the ski was really hard because the water like smacks you in the face and you kind of have to be prepared for that. And finding my breath and being calm, knowing you have to go ham on the ski as like the calories increase as you go was really challenging.
How comfortable do you feel with swimming coming into this event?
We did a lot of swimming, I have to say. Like Christian Harris is our coach, our teammate, our captain, and I felt very prepared. It's just, you know, nerves and stuff like that, it adds up. So.
And how do you expect the rest of your team to do in this event?
They're going to crush it. They're going to get to the final rounds. Christian's an amazing swimmer. The Winter is so good on the ski, and Will is just a savage, so he'll make it happen.
I'll let you cheer them on. Thank you so much.
Nicole Soto, thanks a lot. Jamie Hagia, you know, look at the way that she phrased that. You're coming off the ski and you're breathing so heavily and then you jump in the water and it smacks you in the face. Tanya, when you look at the breakdown, when does this get hard? Like, what is the round when that starts to set in?
But that, it just all depends whether what your comfort level is in the water. For me, I'd be the exact same way. I don't breathe well in water, so I would be the exact, I don't do that. So anyone comfortable with breathing in the water with a high heart rate, knowing how to do that well, is gonna have that advantage. So it just comes down to your comfort level.
Final round here, max calories. And again, the numbers you're looking at the top of the screen, that is the numbers of your best athlete. The total team score, however, all of the calories from all of your athletes. Number to beat, 499 by Greater Heights, 497 by Urban Energy, 485 from 8th Day.
Selwyn now starting to break up a little bit. Ben Fowler, far right of screen, one of the tallest athletes, and a big range of movement compared to his little brother Luke.
This is where you turn your head off. You turn the brain off and you just go. Breathe, focus on your breath, keep breathing to maximize your output, to avoid that feeling of getting locked up.
Marnie Sykes bending at the hip a great deal. She's second athlete from the right-hand side of screen. Maddie Schelling on the far left. Setting those hips back a lot better, loading up that posterior chain and keeping her torso a lot more upright than Marnie Sykes is. But this is for max calories. They've only got 30 seconds left to get as many as they can done before they get into the end of event 7 for them.
Selwyn's best athlete, I have to imagine it's Ben Fowler right there, center of screen. 136 calories. 144 is the best individual effort we've seen. Final 5 seconds here. Grab the points you can.
1,700 on that monitor. Ho!
Send it Saturday, there it is.
Power. Wow. Wow, to finish that event, pulling that hard is so impressive.
But you mentioned it, Tanya, with getting 4 athletes through again, it is imperative. And Ben, pretty happy with that performance.
Again, 499 is the team number to beat. It'll take a hot second for the calculus to come into the system. Here's how it broke down, though.
Tyrannus had their ladies out of the water early. really strong in the water, just hard to kind of hold back on any of that speed. Omnia was another team that we saw early on with strong swim and speed, but it was Selwyn, their team effort in the pool, out of the pool. They just looked so cohesive. Even though this wasn't a team event, they worked together side by side to get the max effort out of this, get the most calories. All 4 of their teammates made it to the money rounds, and we'll let you know when we get the total of their calories.
University of Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin, the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center, near $100 million facility in just its 2nd year of existence. Awesome to have it incorporated into the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Final heat of teams. These are the standings. Top 5 on your screen are the 5 we're about to see. A lot of hype for Reykjavik coming in. Invictus pushing the envelope. Oslo Navy Blue was 2nd to Mayhem Freedom last year as well. Rinse and repeat, brought to us by Rosti.
Here's what they're gonna do. They have a 50-yard swim followed by calories on the ski erg. Every 2 minutes, they're gonna add 2 more calories when they get to the ski erg for a total of 6 rounds, finishing at 18 calories. After that, whoever makes it is gonna have a bonus 2 more rounds to get as many calories as possible. The team score will be total calories by all 4 members.
Let's go down to Jamie Hagia.
I spoke with Mayhem Freedom, and although this is a team event where they're competing against other teams, they're also competing within themselves. Rich said if he can beat Andrea in this workout, it'll be a victory because she absolutely hammers it on the ski erg and in the pool, so that'll be something to look out for.
Thanks, Jamie. And recipe for success technique we have seen in a number of heats today that is going to get you so much further into this event. The 7th and 8th round are the important ones where you can start building some repetitions and building slowly throughout the 6 rounds in particular, and then sending it on the final 2. And a number of athletes in this heat are definitely going to be sending it.
Mayhem Freedom, your overall leaders, will be square in the center of the pool. We'll have Oslo Navy Blue pushing just behind them, only 15 points out of the leader's jersey that they've donned twice this weekend. 39 points out of a podium spot is the 5th place team from Iceland, Iceland Annie's CrossFit Reykjavik. A couple of 3rd place finishes in both events yesterday, actually 3 straight 3rd place finishes. Your guaranteed rate team to watch.
An athlete to watch in particular, Khan Porter. I spoke to him last night, and in particular he just said there is no one better in the pool and the ski erg than him, and he is going to go to the point of throwing up to make sure he gets most points for his team.
Just not into the pool, please.
It's the last heat.
Floaties. Of our heat anyway.
Teams are done. Early on, just like our previous 7 heats, we're not going to see a whole lot of chaos here. Nothing crazy. The hardest part to start this event is not going too fast and not pushing yourself too much. Just like any other beep test, it's managing your heart rate, staying composed, because that fatigue is already going to build. It's built in the event.
Once you get out of the water, 50 yards of swimming, just 8 calories here. Seen teams, for the most part, knock this out in about 90 seconds max, although some athletes have really taken their time not to spike the heart rate.
We think about getting that flywheel started as fast as possible and max power output. So making sure you're using the right muscle groups, sending the hips back, hamstring load, glute activation, all important in getting the calories done. But this one, fairly easy for all teams to get through.
Okay, Mayhem Freedom. So Jamie Hagia already stole the note there. I mean, that is what I expected. I expected this is an individual event for Mayhem Freedom. They're going to just be racing each other. This is for bragging rights at Mayhem Nation. But guys, you have 2 minutes, not 1 minute. It was 1:09. Their team wraps that one up. Just really, I mean, if there's anything that these guys do, it's repeats, it's volume, it's trashing themselves in these timed elements, in these interval type style training, and they love the pool.
Do you reckon you've got a leaderboard up at Mayhem where you've got I can beat Rich in this event leaderboard where you put your
There's
name up?
nobody on it.
You can try. Listen, I just want to start a trend. Andrea. I love you, Rich. I'm just saying. But when it comes to the ski erg, where the calories matter, I am going to have to give it to Rich and Sam on this one.
Reykjavik in particular, Khan also gave me some very good insight that Tola is a very good, sneaky, fast swimmer. So keep your eye on him for the later rounds as well. We know how powerful he is. Get him on a ski erg with plenty of time and see what he can do.
Don't just manage your pain, you can fix it with Erasti Remote Recovery. It's now available nationwide. Scan the QR code to learn more and get started.
You're talking about Tola, and don't forget Annie Thorsdottir, someone that can just absolutely go into the dark places, into the pain cave, and just crush it when it comes to just calories, power output on the ski erg. I expect her to put up some big numbers.
The one person we have not mentioned from Reykjavik just getting out of the water is Lauren Fisher. Her shoulder has been a storyline all weekend long. We saw it pop up at the end of day one. That was Reykjavik's 30th place finish. If you take that out, they have a 6th, a 4th, and then 3 third-place finishes. How is the shoulder going to hold up on a ski event and then getting back in the water?
Notice how she's not getting her arms too much higher than she needs to get. A lot of athletes are reaching all the way up tall to try and get as much length out of that rope or those handles as possible. She's just not doing that, and she's keeping those elbows in nice and tight to protect it.
And there's 2 ways of doing it, right? You can get that high extension. Emma Lawson right now is currently in 3rd place overall on the elite side. Known when she ski ergs, she's hands not very high and just yanks the heck out of those poles for a smaller distance.
And Lauren doesn't have the advantage of height on her side. She's 5'5", which is average, but she really, the best thing for her is to protect that shoulder. And sometimes if she can use her more powerful legs, her low body, she'll be just fine with that. Managing, she has her other teammates on here will do just fine as well.
Plenty of time to kill here. Rest and recover here after 10 cals on the ski erg. This is the round of 12. Adding 2 calories every time we go until we hit those final 2 rounds of max cal efforts.
Going back to Khan Porter and his swimming, he's one of the exceptional CrossFit swimmers to come out of the Oceania region in recent times. Nice high elbow position, his hips nice and high in the water, making sure that stroke rate is very slow. These more proficient swimmers, we're looking at about 10 strokes per 25 yards.
I think Andrea Nisler just won the swim on that round.
Yes, she did. She's in a rush.
Back to Khan Porter and Reykjavik.
But Khan's going to keep it nice and calm, nice and easy, and doing what he has. I cannot wait to see rounds 7 and 8. He did it at the Torian Pro last year and on Send It Sunday, and he put himself in a massive hole, and they had to actually scrape him off the floor to take him off the arena because he had nothing left in the tank.
For Khan right now, I just feel like he's a caged lion.
Oh, absolutely.
Waiting, get me.
What he said to Joel and I at registration prior was like, he's gone to Iceland and he's fitter, stronger, he's more lean than he's ever been, but he hasn't had a chance at the semi-finals to prove his fitness, and that is what he wants to do this week, is really prove all the work that he has done.
All right, so we have some updated scores from the most recent heat now. 5:02 is officially the number to beat. We have our first team breaking 500 calories. That is Selwyn. 499 is still in second place. That's Greater Heights. 497 follows that with Urban Energy. Tyrannus comes in now in 4th at 491. Those are your top 4 teams. Overtake in the last heat also was great at 484. They are in 6th place.
Did I mention that New Zealand are very, very close friends of Australia?
You mentioned that, I think. Maybe.
They just don't have anything that can kill you. That's what Selwyn told us.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. No mammals, just flightless birds.
Mayhem again looking very good. Slow stroke rate through the water. Nice and smooth. Probably 1 extra stroke from Andrea that time, probably not needed.
Rich Froning back to the erg here. This is the round of 14 calories. Very little leg use.
But very straight arms as well, so trying to minimize the tricep fatigue by keeping those arms nice and straight.
Samuel Cournoyer, his first year competing on the team side. Taylor Williamson told us leading up to the games, he's like the young puppy dog for them. You get a guy like Rich Froning, he's at his 12th CrossFit Games. They've been doing this for a while. I thought it was great yesterday. Jamie asked Sam, hey, what's it like competing here on a team? He said, I love this. It's better than anything else I've done.
Bringing that young energy.
He has bought in. Although it's a lot easier when you have a day like Mayhem did yesterday. A couple of first place, take back the leader's jersey overall. 16 calories is the next target here. Once we reach the next beep in 20 seconds. Isn't this incredible though? You go back to the first heat. Basically everybody was still skiing at this juncture. Now you've got a pool party going on. 20 seconds on the deck hanging out.
It's a pool party. It sure is. With your fittest in the world. These are the teams, the best teams out there. They can handle volume capacity. They have the skill. They have the speed. Showing some composure here in the pool early on.
Oslo Navy Blue, breaststroke starting to kick in. Now, they took a 10th in the Muscle Pig yesterday, which was their worst event finish. They're currently in second place now, 537 points, and really trying to get that stranglehold of Mayhem reduced. So this result for Oslo Navy Blue is going to be a crucial one.
That's Ingrid, that's Ingrid Hodenmere.
Nice, easy breaststroke there. Saving her body. We've heard from a few athletes who said this one really is the compounding effects of that ski erg, how hard this couplet is, these two tests paired together, these two items here, these elements. And if you can just stay composed there, this is more of your familiar territory for some of them.
The more proficient swimmers are going to do better in the water. They're going to have more time to get their ski erg calories down. Now, Ingrid Hodenmere is going to have to work extra hard to get these calories done because she's got limited time back on the pool deck. So breaststroke might be a great option for her to get through the water quicker.
It paid off for some of the athletes early on. It's gonna just take a lot more time if she needs to keep that stroke and she can't switch it over in the last 2 rounds.
Oslo led by 15 going into the Muscle Pig yesterday. Talked about their 10th place finish there. They're now down by 15 coming into competition today. So a 30-point swing. And what did we say going into the Muscle Pig? They needed to assert themselves in that situation. They needed to be at a spot where they didn't let Mayhem back in. The last thing you want is to open up Saturday, allowing Mayhem to grow the gap.
Well, and remember, this is one of those wild card events with some of the athletes in the on the leaderboard that are kind of down there a little bit lower. They could shake up some points here. So having this event later on in competition will definitely be a difference than if this was the first event, where sometimes we would see that swim event be a first one and then kind of out of the way. It's going to shake things up a little bit on the leaderboard.
Looking at Mayhem, center of screen.
And I'm speaking more for the bubble athletes because we have cuts today. After today's events, final events for today, the athletes don't know what lies ahead of them. We don't know how many events they have, but at the end of today, there will only be 20 teams remaining.
These teams should all be safe unless utter disaster strikes.
Rich Froning looking to get his 10th gold medal. He has 9. It's his 12th time at the CrossFit Games, always been on the podium. Whoever he brings with him stands on the podium.
He's been very open about the fact that this may very well be the last one if he comes away with that 10th medal. Andrea Nissler was very funny during Miles to Madison. She said if he doesn't win gold this year, it will not be his last one because he's going to win gold in his last one.
He likes to win. He likes to get those gold medals. That if he wants that number, that's what he's going to go for. He's not too competitive.
Just a little bit.
Fantastic team around him. Not only Freedom out there, but Mayhem, Independence.
How about Invictus's guys?
This is just hanging out there.
Joshua Alshama, I think, was the first one done of anybody on the pool deck.
Oslo Navy Blue trying to squeak in.
Oh, Hodenmere stays alive.
But that taxed her.
Done.
And this is the feeling that the athletes who make it to the final round, this is what they feel like. Well, she's still going.
So max calories here. Once you get back to the pool deck, Ingrid Hodenmere is in. She just hasn't jumped into the pool.
And she has to get in before 30 seconds. You need to get in the pool by 30 seconds.
And there she goes.
And when we saw that little tidbit, that standard, we wondered why, but when you're that fatigued, because, I mean, actually to get herself back here, she's just giving herself not a lot of time anyway where it counts. So if she could have just jumped in and did a little backstroke, anything, doggy paddles, just get yourself through that water.
She also doesn't have goggles on, and you can see her make that movement. She put her hands to her eyes. She took her goggles off. So she was stuck into a doggy paddle. She didn't want to put her head underwater. Got a minute left here in this first of the max calorie efforts, and this, as we said, is where the event is won and lost. Everybody is still on the pool deck. Not a single elimination through the elimination rounds here in the 8th and final heat.
But we know it's not looking good for Oslo Navy Blue, but for the rest of these athletes, all gaining calories right now, accumulating scores.
Bonus round time. So even 1, 2, 5 calories is going to count heavily for Oslo Navy Blue. They need to stay in touch with Mayhem Freedom. There's not too much disparity between that position 1 and 2 on the leaderboard.
15 points is what separates them on the leaderboard right now.
This is Mayhem Freedom, your overall leaders. Right back into the pool for one more 2-minute run. 25 yards down, 25 yards back. And we are going to see some people absolutely sell it when they return to the skier.
Now we talk about long, slow strokes. Even though the intensity and the heart rate, everything's trying to increase, you want to keep your stroke rate down as best you can. Keeping that reach of that stroke as long as you can. Rich Froning on that right arm in particular, chopping that right arm into the water. That left arm's looking good, but that right arm is really coming in nice, narrow. Probably doing a little bit more work with that right arm than he needs to. Time to get to work now for these athletes, and Khan Porter, I can't wait to see what he is going to do with this one.
1 minute and 10 seconds left to go.
It's time to sell out. They know this pain in training. Now they need to do it when it counts.
In front of 1,200 strong here at the UW Aquatic Center. And look at Froning's positioning. He is almost off the skier footing, pulling down and away. Iceland Annie in front for Reykjavik. Laura Canio putting his whole body into it. Khan Porter as well.
Khan absolutely ripping the handles the last 30 seconds. He said there's no better in the world. We're about to find out.
And Lauren Fisher getting those arms up higher than she had at any point earlier on.
But look at Annie Thorsdottir in the front. She is just crushing this with her every fiber in her body.
15 seconds to go. Only one team has eclipsed 500 calories through the first 7 heats. That was Selwyn at 502. We're going to see some teams do that and then some here in the final heat. Final 2 seconds. Reykjavik has the highest individual total at 146. Your team score, though, is the combined number of everyone. Reykjavik trying to move into a podium spot. They started Saturday 39 points out of third.
That is what it looks like when you give everything That's what training looks like. That's what it looks like at the games. But nobody knows the score. And this is the cool element to this one, Joel. You couldn't even communicate in the rounds that mattered. You couldn't share what your calories were because you were too busy breathing and swimming and getting yourself out of the water. So as much as they can kind of do the math right now themselves, they have no idea what the other teams have done.
It's a lot of question asking, right? What I got? What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? It's basically mimics what happens in an affiliate every day.
Every day.
The event ends, you start looking around. What'd you get? What'd you get?
This is just a lot more calculation.
Take a look at how it broke down.
Reykjavik starting things off. Khan Porter, we know how good he was on the ski erg, but starting very slowly with that slow build. Oslo Navy Blue with the struggle, but getting all 4 athletes through into the final 2 rounds. Rich bringing it home for Mayhem, getting onto the erg and punishing, and Annie bringing it home for Reykjavik. 6 individual championships between Rich Froning and Annie Thorisdottir, and what a way to finish the day at the pool.
Well, Mayhem Freedom started things out a little bit slowly. Led by 15 after day 1, trailed by 15 after day 2. The bear was poked. 3 consecutive unofficial event wins. 533 calories for Mayhem Freedom combined.
What?
533. Unreal.
Well, our guess was 520 to 530, so that's exceptional from Mayhem.
533 for Freedom, 517 for Reykjavik.
We don't know yet about Oslo, but that's not great for them. Reykjavik with 480 points coming into this event. Oslo Blue 537, so there's going to be some movement here at the top in podium position.
But you think about bragging rights within your team. Here's bragging rights for the entire CrossFit Games athletes, because every single athlete is going to do this event. Is someone going to do better individually at this pool today? Because everyone's going to be joining them today.
But when you think about interval training, you think about those sprints, those are the little recovery, the pieces, knowing how much work you can get done within a certain time frame. That is Mayhem training. That is what they do.
Oh,
so,
they absolutely thrive off
yes.
that training together, and they've got a great base down there.
All right, Mayhem Freedom did edge out Reykjavik, but Reykjavik did some yeoman's work in this event. Jamie Hagia as Iceland Annie.
Yeah, Annie, in an event like that, I've heard mixed opinions if it was a swim event or more of a ski erg event. How was that for you?
For me, I would say it's more of a ski event, mainly because obviously you need to be capable of swimming, but I was trying to use the swim as a recovery and then hit the ski hard.
Speaking about that, keeping your heart rate down, it was 2 monostructural movements back to back. How were you able to keep your heart rate down in that event?
Yeah, echoing what Annie said, I kind of used the first 6 rounds, even the 7th, the swim was like at a recovery kind of pace, and then just the ski was so comfortable, and then it was just basically setting yourself up to have as much gas in the tank on those last 2 skis, really, but without then underselling yourself on those swims.
In that 7th to 8th round, you still have that 8th round to push, and that 7th, how were you able to balance that, how hard you're going to go on the ski erg?
Honestly, for me, it was just going. I knew every calorie counted, so I knew when I was going to hop in for another 50-meter swim, that's where I was going to catch my breath, and then just get back out of the pool and do it again and try to even pick up your pace even faster.
In an individual, it's more an individual-based event, Tola. How much pressure did you feel coming into this event?
It's an individual-based event, but it's still our team score combined, so we just got to make sure, like in between rounds, make sure everyone's good and everyone's relaxed and get ready for the next one.
Congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Congratulations to Reykjavik on what will be a top 5 performance. Still working on the official leaderboard. You know the drill. Games.crossfit.com throughout the course of the day for updated stats and scores. What we do know, Mayhem Freedom going to wear the white leaders jersey when we see you next. But the next thing here is at the pool. The women are up next. Sean Woodland, Chase Ingram, and crew will be joining you momentarily. For Jamie Hagia and Jeremy Austin, Tanya Wagner, and the rest of our crew, my name is Joel Gadet. We'll see you later on the team's side. Women coming up next at the pool at UW.
It is a beautiful day for a CrossFit pool party. Thanks for joining us here on day 4 of competition at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. We are at the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center in Madison, Wisconsin, on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is poolside for us as we get set to start the 8th of 13 events for the individuals. We're going to do some rinsing, and then we're going to repeat.
Oh, man, I just feel like home, obviously, with my swim background from college. And you look at this event, and swimming is the big deal. We're back in the pool for the first time with a giant field since 2013. Obviously, we had swimming stuff in 2020. But it's a beep test style event every 2 minutes. Now, for the swimmers in the field, this is just one large buy-in. But what we saw on the team side is that everybody is pretty much making it to that final round. But if you are a good swimmer and a competent one in the water, saving it for the end. It's just a big build-up until the finish.
That is your recipe for success, presented by Trifecta. There will be 20 women in the pool here. Julia Cato in lane 3 has some swimming experience. Paige Powers in lane 13 at CrossFit Mayhem, used to being in the water with that crew, and a former diver.
And the deal here is, like, it's not that the best swimmers are going to win this event outright, because this is a ski event at the end of the day. The athlete that has the most cals skied at the end will be the winner. But with Kato, having a background in swimming means that buy-in portion of the first 6 rounds is merely getting prepped for those final 2 max-out sets.
First round underway, 2-minute window, down and back, 50 total meters, and then 8 calories on the skier.
I'm talking to Adrian Bosman, as the spirit behind this is sort of a beep test format, where traditionally in a beep test you have a fixed amount of work set on a fixed time frame. So whether it's on the minute, in this case every 2 minutes, but mixed in with this as well is a format called a death by format. We've seen that, that's, again, we talk about an old school style of workout where every round you add 2 cals on the skier. So they're always going to do a 50-yard swim. The first round is just 8 cals on the ski. And it's really hard to judge who's going to be successful, because really you could be the first one out of the pool, you could be the first one off in the 8 cals, but it doesn't matter. These rounds are not for time. What these rounds are doing is taking energy away from the end. So what you want to see is the competent swimmers staying relaxed in the pool and almost using it as recovery. And then until we get to like 12, 14, 16 cals, it's really not a priority at the moment.
Powers, Kato, and Freyova were the first 3 women to the skier. And all the competitors are going to get through this first round with little trouble. And they'll have plenty of time to rest. The next round starting at 2 minutes. Next time, swim stays the same, but now it's going to be 10 calories.
What you look at between rounds is just seeing the comfortability of the athletes. You will start seeing more labored breathing from the athletes, but that doesn't necessarily translate to they're getting more fatigued, at least physically, when it comes to the movement. But the thing I like about this is that you're coupling the swim with the ski. Very, very similar movement patterns, very, very similar muscle groups. And the athletes that can be the most comfortable in the water can use that as an advantage as these rounds advance.
Second round underway, 50-meter swim, now 10 calories. And so far, Powers, Kato, and Freyova have been the fastest swimmers, but that's only through 1 round.
Kato in the bottom right lane, she's in lane number 3, just did a flip turn. And if you really want to see some competent swimmers, it's those that can throw the flip turn in there. It's a faster turn. You do have an element of holding your breath, but if you have any swimming background whatsoever, it's not necessarily negative. If you don't have one, I actually encourage an open turn, which means you touch the wall, keep your head above water, and get some good breathing in. Because like we said before, so if you can just get across the pool comfortably, not necessarily fast, it's really not a big issue in this event, especially in these early rounds.
Kato, Powers, and Freyova once again the first 3 women to the ski erg.
So that we're talking about similar movement pattern, that pull overhead through the middle and that finish, past the hips or past the knees. And that's really the swim stroke, especially when you're looking at this freestyle version that most athletes are doing. There's a lot of interference here. Look how comfortable. See Paige Powers next to Karin Freyova. Those three, with Kato included, those are your best swimmers in this heat. And when you want to see comfortability in the water, just watch the start and watch the turns. Here on the turn, there's an open turn on the right with Freyova, and then the flip turn on the left with Paige Powers. And for Freyova, she's got a decent swim stroke and length, but she opts for the open turn to get an extra breath.
Third 2-minute interval. We are now up to 12 calories, and every athlete still alive in the field here.
Love the length of that stroke. One thing you look at for a good freestyle stroke is there's not a lot of bubbles on the front part of their hand. She's got good rotation in the shoulders, and that's where you want to see is that swimmers that have a comfortability or a background like Kato has clearly is that she has a nice clean entry with the front part of her hand. And when I say no bubbles is that if you got bubbles because you're splashing down on the top of the water, you're actually not getting a good grab on the water itself, right? Pulling through air is not going to be as effective as pulling through water. So that clean entry of the hand allows her a good catch in the front of the stroke, which means more power for the pull.
Kato, Powers, and Freyova, the first three women again to the skier. Danielle Spiegel was also there pretty early, as was Sola Sigurdardottir. Less than a minute to go in this next window.
See nice, comfortable pulls, all three athletes. Nice long pulls as well. And you're going to see the same stroke as you would here, like I said, with the swim. It's a really, really neat combo of movements. You know, we talk about redundancy, let's say in your gym, right? And a workout like JT, where it's push-ups, ring dips, and handstand push-ups, right? That's redundancy. Same movement pattern, different planes that you're moving in. This one, that full body length pull from basically in front of the face and towards the hips. One thing to think about is the amount of work these athletes have done over the last 3 days have been very, very shoulder intensive, specifically towards the triceps. A lot of handstand work, handstand walking, ring dips, traverse, shouldered overhead. And triceps itself, along with the lats, is a major muscle group that can help your efficiency with the swim stroke.
We are in the round of 14. Keep an eye on lane 6. Elisa Fuliano was the last woman done with her 12 calories and had about 6 seconds of rest before she got back in the pool.
What we said earlier is that this is a ski event. If you're comfortable in the pool, you don't even have to be a great swimmer, but if you do not have a swimming background or you're very uncomfortable in the pool, that's where we'll see a big separator. Most of these athletes, unless they just can't swim well, are all going to get to those last 2 rounds when the race is again on the skier.
Now into the round of 14, and once again, Kato, Powers, and Freyova. And Victoria Campos now, the first 4 women to begin their 14-calorie ski. So far, all 20 women still alive. But again, keep an eye on lane number 6. That's where Lisa Fuliano was working. She was the last woman done with her calories in the round of 12, and just a couple seconds to spare.
And that's the deal. It's total cows skied for the event. And if you get, and this is where that beep test comes into play. You don't make the 2-minute mark, you're done. And you know, whether you're done, it's however many cows you got up until that point.
Paige Powers on the left, Karin Freyova on the right. The two of them are through with plenty of time to spare.
No, I said one thing you need to look at, body language, how these athletes are doing, labored breathing, but the length of stroke, right? You've got that nice, easy entry out of the pool. Even that, to a certain extent, I mean, that's reaching as far as redundancy, but the out of the pool thing is, we have a lot of, again, pulling yourself out of the pool, pressing up through to get out of the water.
Don't just manage your pain, fix it with a Rossi Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. Scan the QR code to learn more and get started. All 20 athletes still alive, but there are 3 right now who have been going right up to the final seconds. Elisa Fuliano, Sarah Kaya, and Caroline Spencer just sneaked in before that beep to start this round of 16 calories.
God, I love watching Kato swim. That's textbook. The way it's supposed to be done. And as these rounds increase on the ski, there's no reason really to increase the intensity of your swim. What you're going to see from competent swimmers, they don't even have to have necessarily a swim background, is their ability to use the swim as break time, essentially.
That's Elisa Fuliano on the right side of your screen, who doesn't look like she's going to be able to make it past this round.
All right, we're going to have a couple of those as we get deeper into the field, but you know, when it was first on paper and this unveiled, I was really thinking of how many would actually make to the end, but watching the teams go, I was like, wow. People have been putting in the work in the pool. If this event showed up in 2013, I don't think 10% of the field is making the final round. So a lot of, it's really cool to see the advancement of athletes in swimming specifically.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago you threw these athletes in the water. It looked like Caddy Day at Bushwick Country Club. And it was just, but now they look a lot more proficient than they used to.
Yes. You know, and we've seen that get better because out of the necessity of it to have a successful games campaign. And I like one of the skills we've seen on the gymnastics side is really the new swim pool, and that's going to push the envelope.
Fuliano did not make it. Neither did Caroline Spencer. Spencer may have sneaked in, but
now there's a shot clock essentially on the start of the swim. So you can finish your cows and you must enter the water within 30 seconds of the next interval.
Fuliano may be the only woman out. It looks like everybody did get inside.
Yeah, I think Spencer got it.
We did have 3 people eliminated. We had Elisa Fuliano,
and the other
Sarah Kaya also, and I believe Caroline Spencer did not make it.
Now, things I'm looking at, right? You can look at really how they seem on the pool, but you also, we can see their paces. Kato is about 1,100 cals per hour with an easy swim. Michelation is sitting at 1,300. That's actually some of the higher cals we saw some of the team athletes doing on the individual men's side. So Michelation is absolutely blasting the cals per hour. There's no one above 1,100 except for Gazan. She's right about 1,200 calories per hour. So Gazan and Michelation actually have the strongest pull so far, where you see a easier stroke from these athletes because, you know, this is their first set of max cals. And so the question is, should you send both and hopefully hang on in the middle, or save a little bit towards the end?
So this is the round of 18. So 78 is the number they got to hit. Their first round of max cals now happens next, and then the final round of max cals after that. So now it's just sell out for the rest of the event.
And you got to get it within that 2-minute test, which is why we saw a lot of those athletes pushing the pace just to get there. Now for the athletes, we said it's a ski test. This is a max cal scored event. You don't need to send this swim any harder than you have leading up to this. But when you get to the ski erg, now it's time to send.
And it looks like Rebecca Fuselier got knocked out in that last round as well. So 16 of the 20 women making it into this first max calorie effort.
Top 3 all getting out right around 38 seconds, which is where they've been the entire time. And here's where the event starts. This is max cals in the time remaining. So the time is in the upper left corner of your screen, all the way up to the 14-minute mark. And now for athletes, work up to the last second into the 14, because really, I mean, we do this in the gym. You have the questions like, do I get to count the rollover? Yes, you do. Absolutely you do. You don't need to hit the water at 14. You need to stop skiing at 14, because when we're counting cals, one cal can tick off a little bit.
Karin Freyova right now is your leader with 90 calories done. Kato, Powers, Moosbrugger, and Turner are all close with 30 seconds left in this window.
Kato's pace is at 1,000 calories per hour. Mikulishin is just above her. Turner in lane number 5 actually has the highest so far at 1,100 calories per hour, as well as Freyova. It didn't really matter how you got here. It all matters what you do in these last 2 rounds.
There's a look at Julia Kato's monitor.
Right up to the last second. Back in the water. Your comfortable swimmers will have no hesitation getting in. They can stay long. This can be a moment of active recovery. And again, you don't need to swim faster. You just need to swim more comfortably. And it looks like Freyova may have the lead so far with 100 cals, or 104. So she has 104. Moosbrugger has 101. Kato has 101. And Powers has 100.
And here comes Paige Powers.
So Powers actually had a much better swim, and this is where the comfortability, because Freyova had great swims, or she had good swims, but not necessarily a swimmer. Powers and Kato have the swimming background, so they cannot lose any speed after a max effort skier. Powers now past Freyova. They're tied at 105.
Moosbrugger is moving up as well. She's at 105. Danny Spiegel is starting to make a move, as is Ellie Turner. Julia Kato as well is at 109.
Now we're looking at paces, because you can start fast, but you got to stay fast. Kato is 1,200 calories per hour. Lane number 5, Turner is at 1,350. Turner's behind by about a handful of cals.
Final 20 seconds in this window. Most calories is going to win the heat, and right now it's Julia Kato trying to hold off Paige Powers and Freya Moosbrugger. Ellie Turner and Karin Freyova also making a charge late here. 10 seconds to go.
1 cal separating Kato, Powers, and Freyova. Turner's in the mix as well.
And that will do it for heat number 1, and it looks like Julia Kato is going to beat out Ellie Turner and Paige Powers by 1 calorie. 125 for Kato, Turner, and Powers, each amassing 124. Freya Moosbrugger is in 4th at 123, followed by Karin Freyova at 121. Just 5 calories separating 1st from 7th.
And Turner and Moosbrugger paced that beautifully for the first 6 rounds leading into the max sets.
But Julia Kato and Ellie Turner right now are listed as tied, but on our display from Kato's monitor, Kato may have sneaked out another calorie. Paige Powers and Freya Moosbrugger at 123, and then Karin Freyova at 121, one ahead of both Spiegel and Mikulishin. Heat number 2 coming up next. Day number 4 of competition continues here in Madison, Wisconsin at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. We have relocated to the Sonderholm Family Aquatic Center on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is poolside for us. Gonna rinse and repeat in event number 8.
We're at the pool, but it's all about the ski erg.
Tia Toomey is your overall leader by 44 points over Mal O'Brien. Emma Lawson, the 17-year-old, is just 3 points out of 2nd place, and Haley Adams sits in 4th.
Tia Toomey came into the day just with a small lead on the field, but her performance from top to bottom got her ahead of Mal O'Brien. Now, Mal O'Brien still sitting in 2nd place, took a big hit last night. And Emma Lawson, what more can you say about her campaign as a 17-year-old sitting in 3rd overall, just 3 points behind Mal O'Brien? Every 2 minutes, beep test in the pool. 50-yard swim down and back, starting with an 8 cal ski. Must all be completed in that 2-minute window. You can rest when you're done. And then every round, you'll add 2 cals on the ski until the final 2, where it's max cals for 2 sets. It's a buy-in. If you're a good swimmer and if you're just comfortable in the pool, do what we saw Moosberger and Turner do. Just wait for the end. And whatever you got left, that's when you send it. The ski erg is one of those monostructural movements, one of the machines that you can put a lot of work in and not get too taxed on the backside.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
The community is out here at the pool today. It is super loud here, and one of the coolest parts of this event is that once all these folks leave the pool, they'll have the opportunity to take this on as well. This is the only event at the CrossFit Games this year that will be performed across all divisions exactly the same way, and there's a version of it posted on the main site today as well. There's a dry land version in case you can't get to a pool, featuring a run and burpees so that everyone across the entire community can take a crack at it for themselves.
20 women in the second of 2 heats. Overall leader Tia Toomey will be right in the middle of the pool. Also want to keep an eye on Amanda Barnhart at the far side in lane 20.
Honestly, Sean, you can close your eyes and throw a dart and you're going to hit a good swimmer in this field. It's pretty amazing, but Tia Toomey doing everything she needed to do yesterday to get herself a substantial lead over Mal O'Brien. We say substantial of 50 points. Usually we're used to 250 points. But as I said, she has not lost an event that had a swim in it since 2015.
First round is underway, just 8 calories they need to complete. Hasn't been a problem so far. The top scores that we have seen: Julia Cato and Ellie Turner, 124 total calories. That was in heat number 1. Paige Powers was 1 behind them, along with Freya Moosberger at 123.
Tia Toomey in the center lane. She has the only white cap in the field. Some of the best swims we saw pace-wise each round in the last heat was about 37 to 38 seconds out of the pool. She's out in 35.
Toomey first to start the skier. Amanda Barnhart was second, followed by Christy O'Connell, and now just about everybody else is through their first 50-meter swim and onto the ski.
Tia's pushing the pace pretty good. I mean, Tia's rolling at 1,000 cal per hour pace. Like I said, it's just a buy-in, and buy-in can be 2 separate things, Sean. It can be effort or it can be time. If I want a little bit more time to rest, I'm gonna have to swim a little faster, ski a little harder. If I just wanna make sure that I save energy towards the end, this is that give or take we see a lot of athletes play with in events, especially AMRAPs and things of that nature. Is I just want to get there as easy as possible, because until we get to the max rounds of 2 minutes and 2 minutes for 2 sets, it really doesn't matter how fast you go.
Saw Danielle Brandon. She and Tubi were the first 2 women done with that initial 8-calorie ski. 20 seconds before we start the second window, where the athletes will now need to complete 10 calories on the erg.
Moving from 8 cals to 10.
Stand by.
Swim will stay the same.
Danielle Brandon right now, 6th place overall. Trying to crack the top 5 here.
And she was there. She just had a tough event finish last night in the Echo Press.
Toomey in that white swim cap in the middle is ahead.
2 lanes below her is Haley Adams, who's keeping pace with her. Tia took that first one out pretty quick.
Amanda Barnhart as well is going to be one of the first ones done with the swim. But Haley Adams is right there.
And it sounds odd to say, but you know, they've probably been standing around. There is a warm-up pool below this pool here, so they in ski, so they've been having time to practice. Obviously, you got to stand around a bit before you get corralled. And you see this a lot in people's warm-ups before the workout actually starts, is you'll do something high intense for just a 60-second bout to just kind of reset the system. And I usually call it just like getting that first wind out of the way, right? You know that feeling you walk up a flight of stairs and you realize, like, am I this out of shape? I can't believe I'm this labored breathing walking up 1 flight of stairs. And sometimes you just need that kickstart to just set the system. Might have seen that by Tia's strategy in that first round.
And everyone is through with those 10 calories. 20 women still alive as we move into window number 3. That will start in 4 minutes.
That rest interval is going to get less and less. But if you can still exude the same effort, even though the cals get longer on the ski. We talked about some of the best swimmers in the last heat. They weren't all in the top 3 spots. How do you pace yourself out for that final skier?
Ellie Turner was a woman we really didn't start talking about until those max effort skis, and she was able to tie Julia Cato at 124 calories in heat number 1. This is the second and final heat for the women. We are now in the 3rd window. 2 minutes to complete that 50-meter swim, and then 12 calories on the earth.
Flip turn is going to allow you to have a quicker turnaround, a little bit more speed off the wall. You don't get as much of a breath at the turn, which you see most athletes doing that open turn. We're saying how it's going to come down to the ski. So you look at some of the athletes in this field, Sean. Horvath, Amanda Barnes, Tia Toomey, Cara Saunders, Danielle Brandon. I mean, you go down the list and you just see athletes that can crush machine work. And if they can get to the last round comfortably, it's really kind of a crapshoot of trying to guess who's going to win at the end of this based off who the athletes are in this field.
There's Tia Toomey. She and Danielle Brandon right now leading the ski pace. Brandon slightly ahead. She has the fastest calorie per hour, the highest calorie per hour. She's about a little more than 1,100 right now, almost 1,200 on her ski. And Brandon is now done and has more than 30 seconds to rest, along with most of the field. Danielle Brandon 6th overall. She only trails Christy O'Connell by 11 points for 5th.
I find it interesting. This is the second interval-based event we've had. Earlier was the sprint push-through, plus another one coming after this at North.
4th 2-minute window, 14 calories now need to be completed. And still all 20 women alive in this event.
And after this, we'll still have a 16 and an 18 before we get to those 2 rounds of max effort.
Top of your screen, Danielle Brandon was slightly ahead of Tia Toomey on that turn. Mal O'Brien and Emma Lawson, the athletes immediately above and below Toomey on your screen, are staying right with her on that swim.
And that's really all you need to do. You're not going to win this race on the swim, especially, even at the end. And just finding that nice long pace. I like Danielle Brandon's stroke here. That big reach overhead, that big pull through the middle and below the knee. So she's getting a lot of more distance per stroke. Look, Emma Lawson on the right, a bit shorter. Right? She's a bit of a smaller athlete relative to, say, Danielle Brandon. Danielle Brandon's going to be able to put a lot more power into that. And you can see it. Danielle Brandon's at like 1170 as far as her pace. Lawson about 100 cal per hour less.
44 is the number they need to hit on the scoreboard. Brandon once again is going to be done first haul by Toomey and O'Connell. 30 seconds. O'Brien also in there as well. Now we move to the round of 16.
Work's getting higher, rest is getting less. And Barnhart, someone might need to go wake her up. She's so relaxed at the moment.
She's a former D1 swimmer at Cleveland State University. She swam for Wadsworth High School. She was a state qualifier as a sophomore and a senior, and a member of a relay team that set 4 school records.
So she's above average. Now in these rounds, it's interesting to see that the bunching is a bit tighter in the front than we've seen in the previous sets leading up to this. We've had more people gaining some ground on the swim, not so much here.
Christy O'Connell, Tia Toomey, Lucy Campbell, who's quite an accomplished open water swimmer, and Amanda Barnhart were the first 4 women done with the swim. 60 calories, that's the number they need to hit in order to move on to the next round before the 10-minute mark.
Toomey still has a strong pace. She's at about 1140 calories per hour. Brandon is getting close to 1200. And O'Brien is starting to pick up her pace. So O'Brien's getting her name out there, and at the bottom, Barnhart, about 1140. So athletes are starting to tinker with what pace they're going to be comfortable with. Campbell is at a slower stroke rate. She's actually under 1,000, but again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter right now unless you're going too hard. And for her comfortable pace with her open water background with swimming, I mean, she's got the endurance and the lungs. In open water is about slow, methodical, rhythmic stroke anyways, as far as the swim's concerned.
She's a former UK national team open water swimmer as a teenager, is Lucy Campbell. Took 5th at Junior Europeans and 8th at Junior Worlds. Just take a look at Danielle Brandon.
Stand by.
Okay, this is the last round, the round of 18 before we hit those max cals.
All 20 athletes are still alive. Don't just manage your pain, fix it with a Rosti Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. Scan the QR code to learn more and get started. Top of your screen, Barnhart, 2 lanes down from her, Lucy Campbell. Middle of the screen in the white swim cap is Tia Toomey. And then 2 lanes down from her is Christy O'Connell. And once again, the 4 of them out of the water first. Now they have to complete 18 calories to get to 78. And then it's the bonus rounds to add to your score. Toomey on the left, Amanda Barnhart on the right. Toomey right now leads in the ski, slightly ahead. I take that back. Amanda Barnhart is your leader on the ski right now, more than 1,200 calories per hour that she is pulling. Toomey sits in 2nd place, followed by O'Brien and Lucy Campbell, as well as Danielle Brandon.
Looking at paces too, McQuaid and McGowa have touched the 1,200 cal per hour during this. So we're setting the scene for what should shake out to be a good race in these last 2 rounds. Again, these last 2 rounds are going to be for max cals that they all get under their 18 cals in the next 30 seconds. See, the turnover rate for Tia was much faster than Barnhart, but Barnhart finished sooner than Tia.
And Carolyn Prevost is one of the only athletes still skiing, and she's going to have to do some work there at the far end of the floor to get in. And she's going to do it. So all 20 women alive now, and as we said in the last heat, this is where the event starts. And just because you didn't do well in the swim in the first rounds doesn't mean you can't make up ground here, i.e. Ellie Turner in heat number 1.
Exactly, and it's, again, we don't want to say it's not about the swim, because the swim has a definite fatigue element and time allotted element. But there's no need to outrace anyone if it's going to take away from your ability to hit the ski.
Take a look at Amanda Barnhart on the last ski, and then we left her in the pool. She and Lucy Campbell were way out front. Barnhart is out.
Well, she's behind Campbell. Campbell pushed the pace hard in that first 50 yards, and she's hitting at about 1,300 cals per hour.
It's Campbell, followed by Barnhart, Toomey, Saunders, and Horvath here on this max calorie row.
It's one athlete we just didn't talk about too much, is Saunders' ability to have success in the water. We've seen that at the beach events in Carson. But Laurel Horvath in that upper lane in lane 3, she's cranking on the ski erg as well, but Campbell got there so fast that she's had the time to get some cows on this field.
Score to beat is 124 calories. Julia Cato and Ellie Turner both accomplished that in heat number 1. And right now, Lucy Campbell is your leader. Barnhart trails by 1. Tia Toomey on the lead pace, and Horvath and Saunders, who we didn't talk about at all in those preliminary rounds, are now making a move here in the max effort round, the first of 2 max effort rounds.
You got 20 seconds. Ski all the way up to the 14-minute mark, and then maybe do one more pull before you jump in the water. Don't get off the ski early. It's not going to help at all. It's not about the swim. It's not starting to swim sooner. It's getting to the wall faster and skiing as long as you can.
Well, Paige Semenza taking a break early in lane 19 is going to hop right back in the pool. And now this is the final round. Lucy Campbell leads with 109 calories.
Campbell, top part of your screen. Crushing the swim again. And this is where it pays to have a dedicated swimming background. She's going to be able to get about 5 seconds on the field. That might be 1 or 2 cows. She already has a head start on them on.
I think Laura Horvath may have been the second woman out of the pool. 124, the top scorer. Lucy Campbell leads at 114. Tia Toomey is trying to keep pace, as is Amanda Barnhart, but Lucy Campbell's pulling at 1,300 calories per hour, as is Laura Horvath. Horvath has now moved into 3rd.
You see athletes, you want to get as tall as you can, reach as high as you can, and just drop that chest and pull.
Laura Horvath is on the right side of your screen in lane 3.
Horvath making a move on Toomey. Horvath pulling at 1,400 calories per hour. No one's even close to that.
Lucy Campbell still leads. Campbell now is looking at an event win if she can hold off Barnhart and Horvath here in the final 20 seconds.
Laura Horvath, 14:65. She's closing in on Barnhart. She's 100 cal per hour faster.
10 seconds to go. Lucy Campbell's got to hang on here. Barnhart and Horvath look like they're going to run out of time, so Lucy Campbell is going to pick up the event win in rinse and repeat with 138 calories. Amanda Barnhart will edge out Laura Horvath. Tia Toomey's going to take 4th in the event, and she will widen her lead over both Mal O'Brien and Emma Lawson. Great effort late by Laura Horvath. Same recipe we saw from Ellie Turner in heat number 1.
Horvath really needed that. She's had a tough first half of the competition, but what's been in there almost every event is those high technical, high skilled gymnastics movement, which is not a strength. These events we've seen so far today, the swim and what's coming up at North Park, this is a great opportunity for Laura Horvath to get some much needed points to get her back up the leaderboard.
But it's Lucy Campbell, the CrossFit Games rookie, with her first career event win, who paced this perfectly and then stomped the gas late.
Said it's a ski event, but if you can swim, you can relax and you can save it all for the ski. Lucy Campbell not only did save her speed for the end, her speed in the water gave her more time on the ski erg, and the way she attacked this the whole way through, her pace never dropped from start to finish.
Lucy Campbell amasses 138 calories, beats Amanda Barnhart by 4. Laura Horvath was 1 calorie behind Barnhart. And then Tia Toomey at 131 is going to take 4th place. And she will extend her lead over Mal O'Brien, who ties for 8th. Emma Lawson will finish in 16th place. So Mal O'Brien has a little breathing room now as it comes to the race for 2nd place in the overall standings. Men coming up next. The 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games are sponsored by Rogue, the official equipment supplier of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. NOBULL. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No Bull. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. And Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Beautiful Saturday in Madison, Wisconsin, and it's a great day for a pool day. Day number 4 of the 2020 NOBULL CrossFit Games. We are inside the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram, Mike Arsenault. Probably hanging out in the koozie.
Home sweet home for me, Sean. It's good to see the pool back in action here at the CrossFit Games. Rinse and repeat every 2 minutes. 50-yard swim, that will stay the same. 8 cal ski to start in the 2 minutes. Every set adding 2 cals until we hit the 20 or after the 18 for max cals. It's a buy-in for the best, meaning if you're a great swimmer, sit back and take a load off until we get to the end. And then as you saw last night, full Paulson last 2 rounds.
The patron saint of full send is Tim Paulson. 20 men in this first of 2 heats. I want to keep an eye on 2 guys who are right next to each other, lane 7 and lanes 8, Brent Fikowski and Guillaume Briand.
Brent Fikowski's got a great background in history with swim events, but Guillaume Briand is one of a better swimmers, and if not the fastest one in the pool.
There's Guillaume Briand, who sits in 27th overall after 7 events, making his first ever appearance at the CrossFit Games. First round underway, and as we have seen through a couple heats of the women's competition, these first 3 or 4 rounds just a warm-up.
Especially the first one, 50-yard swim down and back. Your competent swimmer is going to take anywhere between 30 to 40 seconds. Your best swimmers don't need to push the pace any harder than they need to do. Like we said, it's a buy-in, and if you're not comfortable in the water, you still don't need to push the pace too much in the swimming portion. Now as the cals on the ski get bigger, that's really where you're gonna have to put your time and energy, because that's where it counts. It counts on the ski.
Guy Majeros is the first man to the ski erg, followed closely by Briand and Fikowski, and now just about every man is on to his first round of 8 calories.
There's not much you can tell early on other than maybe who the not comfortable swimmers in the water are, but as far as who's going to have success or failure, it's nearly impossible to tell. I mean, how many times on the women's side did we talk about 2 or 3 athletes doing well, and then 3 names hop up into the top 5 that we didn't talk about until the last 2 rounds?
There's Guy Majeros on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Grease Saber and Yorius Karavis also doing pretty well in that first round in the water, so we'll keep an eye on them as we move through this event.
And all this time right now is to just get your breathing back under control. And the bigger breaths you can get in, the more oxygen you're circulating through the system, and that also lowers the heart rate. So the recovery in these first couple of sets is going to be a big priority for those that are, again, comfortable in the water. It's not about being the best swimmer. It's about being the most comfortable and efficient athlete. In the end, it's going to be about who can pull on that ski erg the best.
Stand by.
Round 2 underway. Now 10 calories need to be completed on the ski erg in that 2-minute window.
The comfortable swimmers, the competent ones, are going to be doing a flip turn here at the end of the 25. You'll see some open turns as well, and that's more of a comfortability thing. A flip turn is a unique skill to swimming in particular. You can be a decent swimmer as far as CrossFitters are concerned and still not be comfortable with a flip turn, and that's okay. An open turn, being able to get an extra breath on that turn is actually a smart move for someone that's not as comfortable on the flip turn. It's not a necessity to do a flip turn to be good in this event.
Guy Majeros and Guillaume Briand, the first 2 men to start their ski, followed closely by Brent Fikowski and a host of others. Don't just manage your pain, fix it with Arasti Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. You can scan the QR code to learn more and get started.
Look at Brent Fikowski on the right. You're talking about staying relaxed, this being a buy-in. That's what a buy-in should look like. Even Briand to his left. This shows that they are just patiently waiting, and sometimes it's about getting more rest, maybe doing it faster and getting more time of no work. The way this format is set up, especially with the swim, if you're a decent swimmer, that swim can also be a part of your rest. You talk about active recovery. Just like you would walk around to recover in between track sprints, A slow swim for a good swimmer is the same exact thing. Basically irrelevant as far as a fatigue element. Actually, a slow swim is how you recover in between swim intervals.
Stand by.
We're now into the round of 12. You mentioned Brent Fikowski just hasn't been able to get on track here. 25th overall. And the highest he's been on the overall leaderboard is 22nd.
And a lot of it looks uncharacteristic to Brent Fikowski, and you look at this right ankle and he's got it taped up, and I'm not going to assume anything, you know, I'm not a doctor, but you don't have something on there because everything is perfectly and physically fine with you. And, you know, maybe that is the reason why we haven't really seen a normal Brent Fikowski like we do at the CrossFit Games for live competition. I mean, that is a professional tape job. To me, that shows there is some type of limitation in that ankle.
You remember last year or 2 years ago, he was had a lot of tape on the hamstring and leg.
Yes.
Wouldn't say anything about it, but now tape on the ankle. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault, who has the women's winner, Lucy Campbell.
Lucy, 100 points here to kick off the weekend here at the CrossFit Games. What was this experience like? Obviously, your swim technique is unparalleled. What did it feel like to actually be in that pool?
Yeah, it was really cool. It was nice to be, like, obviously it's normally in the lake, so it was nice to be part of something different. But it was just a really tactical one because it was just making sure that you could get to that last kind of 4-minute window to be able to really push it. So yeah, it was really cool, really.
Speaking of that last 4-minute window, it was 4 minutes without any rest whatsoever, 100% work. How did you feel like going through it and immediately afterwards?
I knew that I was going to push the swim a lot more on both of them. I did wonder when I went in for the second swim if I'd gone a little bit too hard on the ski on the first bit, but luckily I kind of was able to back it up the second time and then maintain that pace on the ski on the second window.
Thank you, Lucy. You have a bus to catch. We'll see you in the North Park.
Thank you.
Lucy Campbell, her first career event win at the CrossFit Games, as the men are now into the round of 14 calories. All 20 athletes still very much alive.
I would like everybody to do is take a step back. You know, I'm a swimming snob. Obviously, I was a D1 swimmer, All-American water polo player, and I was very judgy when it comes to swimming. This is great. Look how far we've come in a decade. Do you remember what we looked like in the pool in 2013?
Like I said, caddy day at Bushwood Country Club.
I felt like they should have handed out arm floaties to all the athletes before they jumped in the water. That's how they looked, and look how far we have come in a decade. And that is the coolest part about the growth of the sport. Give them something a little bit out of reach, and the elite athletes will make sure that is now a strength rather than a weakness.
Tudor Magda in lane 3 has been creeping up here in the swim.
We saw that on the women's side in the last year, right? Your early swimmers got out quick and they got out ahead, and then that pace started, or the gap started to close in the later rounds.
There is Tudor pulling a little more than 1,100 calories per hour. He and Majeros, along with Grisaber and Joris Karavis down in lanes 1 and 2.
For these rounds, cal per hour pace somewhere between 1,000 to maybe mid 1100s. Maybe not cresting too much towards the 1,200 is a nice, comfortable pace. That's a good, comfortable, long stroke pace to be at in these middle rounds.
There's Agasson Raquelme.
Everybody looks good. No one's laboring too much. Good, nice, upright. This is when you start to see the universal resting position of the hands on the knee and the head between the toes. That's when you start to worry if these athletes are tipping a little bit too much into the red.
Now we go into the round of 16.
It just makes me so happy. I mean, these are decent swim strokes for these athletes.
Grisaber and Karavis now at the top of your screen. They've been towards the front here on the swim.
Karavis on the far right. And this is where you see the difference between an easy stroke and a tough stroke is between these two athletes with Grace Saber. Longer stroke for Grace Saber on the left. Caravis a bit more short and choppy. But Caravis actually had a higher stroke rate, and usually because he's falling a little bit behind. But look at Grace Saber on the left. Good long stroke. Right, I'd probably like to see him reach through, push through that back a little bit more. But still decent length, good rotation in the shoulders. Part of two is like, you know, Grace Saber's a big boy, right? So he's going to put a bit more power on that ski. But Caravis, you know, he's hitting at about 1350 cals per hour, and that's a product of him getting to the wall later than other athletes. So he's going to need a little bit more intensity on the ski just to make these time cuts.
Guimajeros is on the left side of your screen. He is just behind Grace Saber and Caravis. It looks like every man is going to make it into that round of 18. So final fixed round of calories here in the round of 18 before we get to those 2 max calorie rounds. And that's when the race starts.
I have an interesting position to rest in for Guimajeros is, you know, when you sit at the bottom of the squat and you start to compress those muscles together, you don't get a good breath, too, at the bottom of that squat. I mean, we talked to Chris Henshaw yesterday about what it's like to not breathe well, and that's the position where you don't breathe well. Now, leading into this last round of 18, we talk a lot about swim stroke, length of stroke, good pulls, good catch in the front, but like the assault bike or the echo bike, it's 2-parters. You got that little propeller in the back known as your feet. Utilizing that kick, leaning into your legs a little bit more to save your arms a bit is not a bad play here because it is all about the upper body when we get to the ski.
Guillaume Briand and Brent Fikowski, the first 2 men to get back onto the ski erg, and Fikowski was towards the front of the pack there on that swim.
This is still a nice, long, smooth pull. The nice thing about the ski erg is you actually have an opportunity to get some good breaths in. If this was a rower, you don't actually get as much. Look at the back feet for your leader. That's Briand and Fikowski, and that white water behind him. Nice, big, long strokes, but that kick is actually going to help reduce the amount of effort his upper body needs to pull through. And when you look at a skier specifically, the legs don't really have a place as far as helping you with the stroke. So if you can save a little bit in the upper body, you'll take every advantage you can get.
30 seconds to go before we hit the end of this final fixed window. 78 calories is what they need to hit. Grace Saber is already there, as is Guimajeros, and now Caravis, Fikowski, and Magda all finishing up. And it looks like the entire field is going to make it through to these 2 max calorie rounds.
Now, what did it take to get here? Look at Grace Saber on the left versus Caravis. Caravis is laboring. This is where it gets fun. This is the event, these last 2 sets.
And we saw what kind of ground athletes like Ellie Turner and Laura Horvath were able to make up with the women.
Center lane Sean Briand is leaning into that 50-meter specialist because he's no stranger to a down and back in the pool. And just like we saw with Lucy Campbell,
Briand and Fikowski are neck and neck, and they are about a length ahead of everybody else, and they will be the first 2 men out of the water.
Done in that 50, just under 30 seconds, so that's a decent clip for a 50-yard swim for a CrossFit athlete.
Fikowski is pulling at about 1450 right now, calories per hour, so he is outpacing Briand on the skier. Fikowski at 84 calories down. Dallin Pepper now is starting to make a move. He's pulling at nearly 1,700. Dallin Pepper in lane 6, along with Briand and Fikowski. Those are your top 3 men, and Dallin Pepper is starting to pull the handles off this thing. And here he comes towards the front. Dallin Pepper's on the left side of your screen. He's over 1,800 calories per hour right now.
And that's what he said on this ski erg. The ski erg is a unique machine that you can put about 95% near max intensity into it for a longer sustainable period of time, and it's not nearly as detrimental as saying doing on the Concept 2 row. You can't go 95% on a rower for over a minute and recover. It's devastating, but unique for the ski, you can. And if you don't know that, there's a big difference between the two, you're going to be too hesitant on the skier.
Cole Graysaber is making a move as well, as he now sits in second place. So Dallin Pepper puts himself on top here with 1 round to go with 118 calories.
Fikowski and Briand still taking it out fairly quick. Pepper's about almost half a pool length behind. Zanoni below is about third in this swim. But even though Fikowski and Briand are getting there early, now they might be saving it for this one.
And Fikowski ditched the cap and goggles here. He's behind Guillaume Briand. Here comes Dallin Pepper. We'll keep an eye on Cole Graysaber.
Actually, Pepper was third out of the pool.
Pepper pulling it 1,800 calories per hour. That is by far the highest right now.
Fikowski slowly creeping up to 1,700, 1,800. He's hit a few times. He's only behind by 2 cals.
Dallin Pepper now 40 seconds to go, trying to hold off Brent Fikowski. And Fikowski is behind Pepper. Pepper's in lane 6. Fikowski's 2 men back. Cole Graysaber and Briand are fighting for third.
Dallin Pepper just hit 2,000 cals per hour and climbing.
Dallin Pepper looks like he's going to hang on here and hold off Brent Fikowski. Final 5 seconds for Pepper. And it's Dallin Pepper at 156. For the last 20 seconds of that ski, Dallin Pepper was above 2,000 calories per hour.
I mean, I dare anyone to go in their gym and just try to figure out what that feels like. And look, first buy-in rounds, take it easy. Brent Fikowski on the right. Dallin Pepper, we didn't mention his name until the final couple of rounds. But the power that Pepper put in the ski erg, we said it's going to come down to this. How easy can you get there? And then how hard can you push that ski erg in those last 2 sets?
2 rookies in the top 3, Dallin Pepper and Cole Graysaber. Pepper now 157. Talk about that rollover. Brent Fikowski at 153. Alex Vigneault and Guillaume Briand rounding out the top 5. And final heat for the men up next here from the Soderholm Family Aquatic Center on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. Glad you're with us today, everybody. Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram in the booth. And it's Mike Arsenault at poolside. Overall standings coming into the weekend, and things got a lot more interesting last night as Ricky Garrard watched his lead shrink significantly. He now leads Justin Medeiros by just 25 points. Roman Krennikov sits comfortably in third, with Jeffrey Adler and Patrick Vellner trying to get in the mix there for a spot on the podium.
Ricky Garrard solid all weekend long, getting a bunch of top 3s, 2 first place finishes, but that only saved him after that big miss last night. But Justin Medeiros' lowest place is 18th. But everything else has been classic Medeiros. He's been finishing in the top 5 consistently over the last 3 or 4 events. And then Roman Krennikov, wondering if he's going to have those rookie nerves. Not a rookie athlete. And Roman Krennikov has really been showing why we have been talking about him nonstop for the last 5 years.
But now we're going to put them in the water and rinse and repeat.
We're going to be in the pool, but it is all about the ski erg. And I think this is good for those athletes that were a little bit worried about the swim, how it read on paper. It's not about the swim. Yes, you may get more tired than your better swimmers, but if you can crank on that ski erg, you have an opportunity to win this event. Keep it a buy-in. It's not about the first 6 rounds. You just got to get through it without tipping into the red. Save it for the end. And no one did it better than Dallin Pepper.
Start list for this second and final heat. Jonakoski in lane 2, all his career event wins have come in swim events. He will be a factor here, and then your overall leaders will all be right next to each other in lanes 9, 10, and 11. So Ricky Garrard will be able to keep a close eye on the men chasing him. Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
To flip or not to flip? That is the question. I spoke to the coaches of the top 5 men on the leaderboard, and 4 of the 5 said they would utilize the open turn rather than the flip turn. The reason why: the flip requires more technical proficiency. It gets harder to perform as you get fatigued. The outlier, Roman Krenikov. He's going to start with open turns, then expect to see him use the flip as we move deeper into the event. His team very excited for his prospects here in event number 8.
And here we go. 157 calories is the score to beat. Dallin Pepper racked that up in heat number 1.
I was talking to Adam Neifer earlier this morning just about how Justin's feeling, and they're excited. They like what this event is. They like the event that's coming up in North Park. Obviously, we got to take one step at a time, but the way Justin has been climbing back, creeping closer to that top position. Justin's a very competent swimmer in the water. Ricky was a bit of an unknown. I was speaking to Kotler, and they said just, a little bit getting through this swim portion. Right, he said he wasn't the best swimmer in the field, but what I think is going to be great for Ricky is that it's not about the swim. Can Ricky just get through the swim portions comfortably? Because if I'm looking at Roman, Ricky, and Medeiros for that last 2 2-minute intervals, and it's going to come down to who can crank harder on the skier, I mean, flip a coin shot. I have no idea how that's going to shake out, and that's the exciting part about the end of this event.
Noah Olsen, Lazar Jukic, and Roman Krenikov were the first 3 men done with their 8 calories. Pat Vellner on the left side just wrapping up his opening 8. Roman Krenikov is only 16 points back of Medeiros for second.
And not to count out Vellner, who was on far left. We all know it's the swim that has usually kept him off either out of the podium position or a top position, but he has been religiously working on his swimming, especially in the pool, so much so he's been working with Ryan Lochte, who is one of the greatest, not just American swimmers, but swimmers in the history of the Olympics. I say it's a pretty good coach. I mean, there's a lot of dude bros in the conversation with Lochte because that's just who he is, but if you want to get some coaching advice, that's who you go to.
Round 2 underway. We are now up to 10 calories. Every single man in the first heat was able to make it in the entire way through this event, so we have yet to see anybody get eliminated.
Roman Krenikov on the left has a unique stroke to what you'd see traditionally in the pool, but what this is this is very reminiscent of what you see some sprinters do. They have a long straight arm entry, but where his hand enters and the way those fingers hit, we talked about trying to have a clean entry. That is actually a unique stroke, but not a bad stroke when it comes to more sprint style stroke technique.
Jonakoski and Lazar Jukic, first 2 men out of the pool. Don't just manage your pain, fix it with the Rosti Remote Recovery, now available nationwide. You can scan the QR code to learn more and get started.
Very relaxed between our top 3 on the leaderboard. Medeiros on the right, Garrard and Krenikov.
This is one of the events, if you were watching earlier, Nikki Brazier told us that every division's going to do this.
Yes.
Lucy Campbell beat 10 men in heat 1.
I mean, did you see her swim? Like, it was incredible, and I think that's the fun part when we look at the end of the day today. And I thought there was a very cool thing that Adrian Bosman brought into this, is that it's not everyone's going to do something similar. We're going to do less cows for maybe the age group divisions. We're going to change it for the adaptive. No, it's the same event for everybody.
Let's go back down to Mike Arsenault.
One of the reasons why Roman Krenikov's team is so excited for his performance here in event number 8 is because this is actually a home game for him. Roman has been training at Pat's Gym in Madison, Wisconsin since March, and for the past month when he's been working on his swimming has been right here in this pool.
Stand by.
Third round now underway, 12 calories.
So watch that stroke entry. Look at his fingertips, especially on the left side. That's a clean catch. Right side a little bit more because he's breathing to that side. Right, he's breathing to the left, so that's going to change your stroke entry. But a nice long reach. Crosses over in front of him just a little bit, but I really like this for Roman Krenikov.
Krenikov to work just behind Jonakoski and Lazar Jukic. Jukic and Koski have been the first 2 men out of the pool in the last 2 rounds. And now every man is onto the ski erg. There is Jonakoski in lane 2. Behind him is Ulis Upniks.
Everybody rowing right about 1,100 to 1,200 cows per hour. Still a nice, long, comfortable pace.
Lazar Jukic is in the back there on ski erg number 4. I mentioned earlier that all of Jonakoski's career event wins have come in swim events. Koski won the opening event in 2021, the ocean swim in 2016, and pier paddle in 2015.
You see some athletes, where can you gain an advantage? Do I need to pull harder on the ski erg? Do I need to kick harder on the swim? One of those things you tinker with is actually the damper setting on the ski erg. In these earlier rounds, it's a lot more beneficial to actually have a lower damper setting. And you actually see that a lot. You see that a lot, especially in, say, distance rowing on the Concept 2 rower, is the longer the distance you go, really the lower the damper setting you should use. And it's really all about keeping strokes per minute and how easy those strokes per minute can come. We actually saw Jason Hopper earlier. We heard he moved his damper setting from about a 6 down to a 4 after the second round. Now, what you also may see when we hit the max cows, you may see some athletes crank that damper setting all the way up to 10 for the max cows.
Koski and Jukic, first 2 men out of the waterfall by Roman Krenikov. And think back to last year in the swim kayak event, it was Jukic and Koski who were the top 2 men. Now, granted, Koski beat him by more than 2 minutes, but technically correct.
By line of sight, he even beat him on that. But yes, that was the finishing order there. And I think that's good. I'm glad we're back in the pool the first time with a full field since 2013. We had swimming stuff at the 2020 games, but that was only 5 athletes. And I said during Heat 1 of the men is how far we've come in a decade. And that's not a lot of time when you think about sport and nearly the evolution of the athletes themselves. And all of them out here are doing a much better job at handling the swim than they have in years past.
Roman Krenikov was the first man done with his 14 calories, followed closely by Koski and Jukic. All 20 men still alive here. Overall standings again coming into this event got a lot closer last night between Ricky Garrard and Justin Medeiros. Top 3 have really separated themselves. So Krenikov with a 103-point lead over Jeff Adler, who's only a point up on Pat Vellner right now.
Let's keep in mind, we are halfway through the competition, Sean. It is only Saturday morning. We are only at the halfway point, and 100 points is nothing at the end of the day when we are just midway through this competition.
Now into the round of 16, the second to last fixed round that these men will face before the final 2 max effort skis.
And different than we've seen in the other heats is no one is really separating themselves in the water just yet. We've seen a lot different strategy once we get to those max effort rounds, even though we have 2 more to go. But in the 16 and 18, we may see that cal per hour pace increase slightly more than we had on the first 4 sets.
Koski, Jukic, and Krennikov. Once again, the first 3 men out of the water.
You see that quick start from Yonakoski, a couple short strict pulls to just get that fan speed up. And what we may see is a lot of athletes practice their start. Practice their start, how quick can I get a first couple of cals in, and then maybe back it off. And that's the practice that they're trying to set themselves up for those last 2 rounds.
60 calories is the number that they need to hit. Yonakoski right now is in the lead, followed by Lazar Jukic and Roman Krennikov. Jeff Adler, along with Travis Mayer.
Like I said, go down the list of guys that can dance on a skier. It's nearly every single one of them. And if they can handle the swim, and this is when everyone's great at one thing, you got to look to the other. We said it's not about the swim, but if everybody can really hit the same intensity on the skier, well then who's going to get there with more time? So then the swim comes back into play. It's almost like the evolution of Helen. When you first do Helen, 3 rounds for time, 40-meter run, 21 kettlebell swings, 12 pull-ups. When you start CrossFit, it's about the swings and the pull-ups. When you're at this level, it becomes about the run. It's just really cool to see how an event changes as you go from round 1 to round 8.
Stand by.
Now into the round of 18. You get through this, you get the bonus 2 max effort rounds.
Roman in that center lane, still using that open turn to get a breath. He was ahead of Koski, but Koski is utilizing that flip turn. That got him ahead by just a little bit. So, like Mike was saying, there is advantage on it if you can do it. If you can't, it is a waste of your time and your energy.
These are the top 3 men in the overall standings. Roman Krennikov, Ricky Garrard, and Justin Medeiros. Pretty even on that 50-meter swim. Yonakoski and Lazar Jukic.
Koski on the left side. Got the fan speed all the way up to 1500 to hour, then backed it off to 1200.
Jukic coming in 13th place overall. He's been as high as 4th in the standings. That was after Elizabeth elevated.
I said what's been interesting so far this year is that everyone's kicked one into the stands. Almost all these athletes have something outside the 20th place finish. All except Medeiros, I think his worst is 18th so far. It's been a very, very interesting couple of days so far.
Krennikov is done. He'll have about 25 seconds to rest, and every man is going to make it through. There's Justin Medeiros, who trails Ricky Garrard by 25 points, was able to shave 62 off of Garrard's lead last night. So here we go.
Yes, Roman.
And Roman Krennikov is loving every minute of this. The first time he has been able to compete at the CrossFit Games in person, and he is making the most of it. It's max cals from here on out.
Down and back 50 yards. And as you said, Sean, max cals in the remainder of time within a 2-minute interval. Open turn for Roman and Medeiros in the center lanes. Ricky is about a body length and a half behind. At the bottom, Koski, no surprise to see him in the lead, but Jukic just behind him.
Koski's going to be the first man out, followed by Jukic, and here we go. Max cals, Koski to work, Jukic to work. Medeiros just ahead of Krennikov. Garrard has yet to get to the ski. Garrard now just starting.
Vellner getting out of the water on the right side. We saw Pepper hit 2,000 in the second round, about 70 to 1,800 in the first round. And that's where we see Quant actually is cresting that 1,800 cal mark.
Justin Medeiros is out pulling Ricky Garrard right now. Medeiros at about a 1,500 calorie pace. He's on the right side of your screen. Roman Khrennikov is over 1,700 calories per hour right now, and he is in first place along with Jona Koski.
And look at his stroke rate by Roman Khrennikov. He's on the right screen, left of it. That is not a max intense pull, but he's still operating at 1,700 calories per hour, higher than anybody in the field other than Sam Quant.
"20 seconds left, and Roman Khrennikov is starting to open up a lead. He's through now 111 calories, and he's keeping that 1,700 calorie per hour pace. Justin Medeiros is creeping up. Ricky Garrard is trying to hang with Medeiros, and he's getting closer to him now, but Medeiros has a 4-calorie lead on Garrard. Final round.
Right now it looks like Khrennikov has about a 4-cal lead on Quant, 3-cal lead on Jukic, and 5 on Medeiros. So look at your top 4 so far. Koski at the bottom. 5 cals for Koski behind, so he needs some time here. Khrennikov is going to be able to pull on this a bit harder than Koski, so he needs to get an edge.
Koski first man there. Jukic right behind him. Here's Roman Khrennikov. Garrard and Medeiros at about the same time. I think Medeiros got a little bit of a jump on him here on this final ski. Khrennikov trying to hold off Jukic and Koski. Medeiros has about a 6-calorie lead on Ricky Garrard right now. Khrennikov at 133 and counting, 45 seconds left.
Caron's cranking at 1,900. He might make a move here at the end.
Alexander Caron at 123 calories, but those are ticking off quickly. Khrennikov is now pulling at nearly a 1,900 calorie per hour rate. Remember, he won that 1,000-meter row for time in 2020 in the virtual portion of the CrossFit Games.
Cole Sager in lane 5 is pulling at 2,000. So is Garrard now.
Ricky Garrard is trying to make up ground on Justin Medeiros. He's 4 calories behind him. Final seconds. Roman Khrennikov looking to lock up the event win. And Roman Khrennikov is going to do it. 160 for Roman Khrennikov. Yeah, you, Roman, you did it, man. Event win for Roman Khrennikov in his first in-person appearance here at the CrossFit Games. His second career event win. His first, though, in front of a live audience.
What a race.
So for the first time, we see someone who's very good on the swim in those early rounds carry it over into the max cal round.
Sean, we've been saying it all weekend in every event we had. Do you want to be fast? Do you want to be strong? Do you want to have gymnastic skills, or do you want to have strength? Do you want to be a good swimmer or a great skier? The answer is always both. We are greedy here as CrossFitters. I want it all. I want to be fast, strong. I want to be able to walk on my hands. I want to be deadlift 1,000 pounds. The fittest will reign supreme. And Roman Khrennikov put them both together and absolutely dominated this event.
Roman Khrennikov's going to pick up 100 points for his second career event win. Dallin Pepper will take second thanks to that incredible effort in heat number 1. Jona Koski finishes third, followed by Jukic and Quant. Medeiros will pick up more points on Ricky Garrard. That's going to get really interesting throughout the rest of the day.
It is, but that's great for Ricky. What he thought of coming in was a bit of a damage control. You get a top 10, you only lose a couple points to Ricky Garrard, but look at the top of the leaderboard, and it's going to get more compressed in our top 3 with that win from Roman Khrennikov.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Roman, you've been waiting for this moment for 5 years, finally competing in person at the CrossFit Games. You just had your first event win in front of a crowd, 100 points. What does this experience mean to you?
Во-первых, хочу передать всем привет, кто за меня болеет. Ну, ответ на вопрос. Очень такие чувства я уже сегодня ночью представлял, как это будет. То есть представлял, что выиграю. То есть просто заглянул в будущее, и сейчас оно исполнилось. То есть ничего такого особенного я сейчас не испытываю. Просто кайфанули.
He's been imagining this moment in his last night, actually, visualizing his win, so nothing new is for him. And he wants to say hi to everybody who's been cheering for him all these years. He really appreciates your support. Thank you so much.
Еще хочу передать своему другу привет. Гадир, я нормально тебе сделал.
And he has a really good friend. He's saying hi to him. He'll get it.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Roman, congratulations, 100 points here on event number 8.
It's hard not to be happy for Roman Krennikov, who has waited so long to get here, and it has been worth the wait. Head to games.crossfit.com for the official results, standings, and more. Plenty more action to come here today on Saturday at the CrossFit Games. Stay with us, everybody.
The 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games are sponsored by Rogue, the official equipment supplier of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. GoWad, the official mobility partner of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. And NOBULL. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No bull.
A lot of things were going through my head. After birth, I still remember I could not walk downhill with the stroller. Now all of a sudden, podium was realistic.
You've also got this development where you're starting to get these younger athletes.
Kids who have been doing CrossFit since they've been in elementary school.
Mal O'Brien, we saw her stare right in the face of the reigning women's champion and not blink.
The young, upcoming, new blood of the sport.
Whether your goal is to chase records, write history, or become the best version of yourself, the intention put into the process is the same. To push your body to give its best every single day. For your body to give you what you want, you have to give it what it needs. The consistency you apply in every detail around your training is key. It allows you to perform one more rep in the last second. It's that rep that makes all the difference to make you better tomorrow.
Entertaining all the player hating imitators who imitate us, simulators, but they can't debate us. Why even losing? You can see that I'm a winner, baby. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know.
Valuable in yourself is just like a $100 bill. No matter what you go through, if you believe in yourself, you still have value.
The cool part about Expanding Horizons is there's no other program out there that bridges the gap between youth on probation and life after probation.
So it's a court-order program where they come to CrossFit 4 days a week for an hour and participate in CrossFit. And the success of that program over the course of the last 4 years has been phenomenal. We all talk about this, right? CrossFit's developing friendships through thrusters and pull-ups. Truly, that means community, and we surround the youth with community.
What these kids need is they need a positive community that really rallies around them and supports them to be the best person that they can be.
You can make it. Remember the values you have in yourselves. That's the lesson I got for you today.
Towards the end, we're watching athletes grind through something that already included 100+ wall balls, and if you guys are familiar with this, you know the burn is extremely potent. So it was awesome to watch these guys grind step by step, and we even know on hot days, sometimes it moves different on the turf than on the cloudy days, and today was a hot one.
Oh man, it is toasty out here for sure. Your overall standings after 7 events for the team competition, and your overall leader, Mayhem Freedom, continues to cruise. They opened up a 42-point lead over Oslo Navy Blue. Invictus, Mayhem Independence, and Reykjavik round out the top 5. CrossFit Selwyn just outside the top 5 in 6th. But the matchup everyone was expecting to see here on the team competition, that was between Mayhem Freedom and CrossFit Reykjavik. And here is how it is played out across the weekend. You can see there was one little slip up there for Reykjavik in event number 4, a 30th place finish, and Mayhem has really been picking up steam. Adrian, thinking about this matchup and what we've seen on the competition floor, what stands out?
Well, what stands out to me uniquely is actually the momentum that Reykjavik is building. You know, aside from the events being slightly out of order, Reykjavik has gone 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, and they're literally making a charge towards the podium. For me, this is a matchup that built up throughout the course of an entire year, and now we're starting to see the point lead dialed back, and the matchup that we all came for.
Yeah, it took a little bit to get going, but we're finally starting to see that competition between the top 2 teams. Moving over now to the women's division in your overall standings after the pool event. Tia Claire Toomey also given some distance between her and Mallory O'Brien. The race for the podium between Emma Lawson and Haley Adams, that has tightened up, just 12 points separate them as well. And Alexis Raptis holding on strong as a rookie inside the top 10. In that last event, Adrian, we saw Lucy Campbell get the event win. She may have won the battle, but overall, Tia Claire Toomey still winning the war.
Yeah, you know it. Our girl Tia, the champ, the fittest woman in history, has taken the lead, and she's holding on to it tight. We got to show Lucy Campbell some love, though, because I'm going to tell you what, Tia hasn't been beaten in the water since 2015 when we saw the swim paddle go down in the ocean. So it seems like she owns the water, and the truth is, Tommy, she did exactly what she needed to do in beating those that were closest to her on the scoreboard to remain in lead.
Yeah, Tia has just been so consistent, has been content to maybe let a few athletes get ahead, but still racking up points. We're still waiting on overall standings for the men's division, but after that pool event, the top story for the men, another 100 points for Roman Krennikov.
Roman Krennikov, it's been 5 years coming for him to come here today. We know that specifically, the weekend has been relatively gymnastics heavy. This guy's 225 pounds, Tommy. He got in the water. He did exactly what he needed to so that he could shine on the erg. He was slinging around that heavy mass of his body and allowing it to help him generate more calories, which of course got him the W and another 100 points.
Roman, one of the best on the machines, and he showed it in that event. Looking at the top stories across the age groups now, and the teenage division, we got ourselves a race, and it's continuing through Saturday for the 16 to 17.
Yeah, we do, and it was extremely tight last night. This morning we can say that Ty Jenkins was out to do work. Right now the standings are Ty Jenkins with 470, Caleb McClure at 430, and then Elijah Subiano has dropped to 410. So we've created some disparity there in the top 3 that was neck and neck when we came into today.
And in the women's 65 plus division, the podium is essentially set, but the order of that podium is far from determined.
It's far from determined, and from first place to third place, it's 20 points. And what's most exciting about that specifically is that this is it, Tommy, today, right? Like, they've got just 2 more workouts left, and the opportunity is there for anyone in that top 3 to walk away with the gold medal.
Time is running out to stake your claim for the fittest. And looking at the adaptive divisions, we had 2 athletes coming in today that were perfect throughout the weekend, and one finally got knocked down, and only one perfect athlete remains.
Yeah, it was no surprise to watch a Cree handle business the way that he has, but then we got shocked and saw Cohen go down, and it was because Molly Moore came to play this morning, and we got to give her love. We got to show her that appreciation, and currently she's sitting in second, a ways behind, but she's trying to hold on to that spot to finish.
Only 2 more events for the age group and adaptives until we crown our champions today on Saturday. And here's what's in store for the entire schedule remaining here on our 4th day total of competition at the games. The teams have 1 more event opening up at 1 p.m., followed by the individuals, and then we'll reset and reload for the teams and individuals inside the Coliseum to close things out. And then the age groups reserves and adaptives. They will run through 5:30, and we'll start the award ceremony at 4:30, and that will run through 6 as we crown the fittest on earth across all of the divisions. And up first for the teams is event number 8, a little event we're calling Dumbbell Highball. It's a male-male, female-female relay with one each working at a time. You have a dumbbell overhead walking lunge, dumbbell clean and jerks, some wall ball shots. We're gonna go back in reverse order. The dumbbells are 70 pounds for the women, 100 pounds for the men, and we're going to a tall target here for both of the sets of wall balls per gender. Adrian, normally a high ball to me is a tasty libation, but I have a feeling that's not gonna be the case here.
Not until later, at least. I will tell you with this particular workout, we are truly going to see what each and every individual that is on this field is capable of. The movement combination here is going to actually be affected by all the work they've done in the previous days leading up to this, and now you're going to be slowed by your weakest link and how they simply do the work.
So with that in mind, what team do you got your eye on to maybe make a move or make a break here on the field?
Well, we know that Team Reykjavik and Team Mayhem are both uniquely comprised of very fit individuals. But what I want to keep my eye on is Team Oslo Navy Blue, because they work together amazingly as a unit, but there's no synchro here. There's no unification here. It's simply how fast can you do your personal work? And we're going to find out here, as these guys started off the morning strong, how well are they going to do individually.
Well, we still have plenty of more action to go, but once we crown the fittest on earth, you won't have to wait long to watch some of the biggest stars in the sport throw down in some more fitness, because the Rogue Invitational, the 2022 Rogue Invitational, returns to the Dell Diamond in October. We've got an exclusive look at what you can expect. Check it out.
When they can hear, go, go.
And in case you were thinking about making the trip out to Round Rock, here's what you need to know. It's at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, home of the Round Rock Express baseball team. Action will run October 28th through the 30th, and it'll feature a beautiful little blend of CrossFit and strongman. Now, Adrian, anytime you see the Rogue logo on anything, you know it's going to be epic.
It's always going to be epic. I mean, can I say any more by just look behind us, folks? Look at the how immaculate the rig is and all the equipment here that's provided for the CrossFit Games. You know that such a stable company in our community is going to put on an amazing event.
And again, thanks to Rogue for supporting us here at Day at the Games. They are presenting sponsor for the day. We're going to take a break now, and we're going to be back at the end of the day to wrap all of the action. We actually got to get out of the way here because people are skydiving in, and we don't want to be a target at the end. So for Adrian Conrad, I'm Tommy Marquez. We'll see you guys later and leave you with team event number 8.
What makes a good coach? Well, we have the definition of effective coaching, but at the heart of great coaching, the first thing is you have to care. And what we try to teach everyone coming into the level 1 is, regardless of the ability level of who walks into your gym, that person deserves a cue. Whether that be someone who is coming to their first CrossFit class or a games athlete like Chandler Smith. Our ability as coaches and our effectiveness is directly impacted by our ability to have someone leaving our class better and have learned something new than when they walked in the door.
Over the years, nutrition has become more in the forefront of my preparation and getting ready for the CrossFit Games. Trifecta makes my life easier by taking the guesswork out. I think at the games there's a lot of things that are thrown at us. Having your nutrition dialed in gives you peace of mind. It's something that you don't have to think about. Trifecta is a great tool to help people chase their goals. My goal is to win the CrossFit Games.
You don't get to do what you love if you're in pain. Nice and slow, slow, smooth. Good, back to the middle. And right ear, right shoulder. We're here testing the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games workouts. Rusty's role is to make sure the athletes are able to perform to the best of their abilities, so that we can do our part to ensure this year's test is the best that it can be.
That's great. You notice if it's one-sided, your spine is super straight. It feels like it's way off once it gets older. That's what happens with the tendons.
Here at Rusty, what we do is we find things that are holding you back, things that are causing you pain, that limits your ability to not only work out really well, but to just live pain-free, do things you love to do. We find what's wrong with you, we get you out of pain, and then we show you ways to keep yourself healthy so you don't have to keep coming back to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ooh, here we are again. I've always wanted to do that.
Are you ready to get the party started?
We're back, baby! While the games are fun and exciting to open, is the reason that I started doing this whole thing.
It's my birthday. I feel like I should be able to choose the workout.
4 reps remaining for Justin Medeiros.
I want to win the games and the team as well.
We know they're the best. They know they're the best. They can be beat.
This is what all the work is for.
All she does is eat, sleep, train.
Everything I do is with intensity and purpose.
It's kind of a coach's dream.
That's it, D.
I
Come on,
am
baby.
constantly in pursuit of helping people reach their maximum potential.
Us together, working together and pushing each other, it's going to be scary, really scary.
I want to make it back to the games. I want to have my best year yet.
I'm ready to run through a wall, man. Let's do it.
Are y'all ready?
Let the games begin.
That's North Park here at the Alliant Energy Center, the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games for team event number 8. Final day of competition for 16 of these teams. You don't want to be them. We'll get to the cut line in just a moment. Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the field. 2009 champion Tanya Wagner, Jeremy Austin. My name is Joel Godet. Standings have widened after this morning's event at the pool. Mayhem Freedom with a 15-point lead. That is ballooned. That's the largest point growth for any one team after any one event so far at these games. A 27-point jump to now a 42-point lead. Event description from here, that as always sets up dumbbell high ball for us and is brought to us by RP.
Great challenge of events so far, and event number 8 is no different. Male, male, female relay with one person working at a time. We've got a dumbbell overhead walking lunge, 10 dumbbell cleaner jerks, 30 wall ball shots, and the reverse on the way back. However, we are going to have some snatch on the way back down. 70 pounds on the dumbbell, 100 pounds for the men. I'll tell you what, that height on the wall ball, it's going to be a challenge.
Let's talk about how that height can be a challenge, Jamie Hagia.
First time we are seeing wall ball targets at this height. 12 feet for men, 11 feet for women, which will be difficult for your shorter athletes. Someone like me who's 5'3", accuracy is going to be very important, and you might even have to see them jumping to get it to the target. I'm going to see if I can do a couple of these.
There's that jump for Jamie. Tanya, the difference in the height, you're just looking at Jamie trying to do it, is what?
Yeah, the biggest thing is the demand on the legs. A lot of time these athletes have been used to just throwing with their arms, so I love that part of the higher wall ball, making more of a demand on your low body and having to use your legs.
Take a look at our lane assignments here with half the field going. 18 teams to keep an eye on, and the cut line is what we're looking at. Who was positioned around 17 on the leaderboard to around 23 on the leaderboard. Rhapsody right in that mix in lane 11, so too is Mayhem Justice in lane 12. Our recipe for success, that is brought to us by Trifecta.
This is a heavy sprint for these guys, and it's a heavy dumbbell, so the reps have to count. Costly errors just for the fatigue and the clock factor is just going to be costly. So that first, also send your stronger athletes second on both men and ladies side, because they have a couple options. They're going to use that snatch, and they're going to be stronger for that, as well as they can do some cleanup damage control. Camo Athletics, rookie team who qualified out of the MAC. They're good when it comes to their body weight. I am anxious to see what they do here. They need to have a good event. We are going to have cuts today, and they sit in 19th place right now. They're not safe, but they need a great event if they want to continue on and see their competition continue to the final day.
They are 15 points safe of the cut line at the moment.
You come into an event after 7 pretty grueling events of varying descriptions. We've got monostructural, we've got weightlifting, we've got gymnastics. We're going to see a fair variety of different movements. But if you want to pound for pound and you want bang for buck, your overhead walking lunge is one of those movements that is just so tough to start with.
Why is that?
It is so grueling. Your demand on every part of your body. Considering your core is trying to stabilize your trunk, that shoulder position, we're getting to that strong shoulder position now for the clean and jerks, which must come up, touch that shoulder position, and then go into the position of overhead stability. Wide position on the catch as well. You want to get those feet stacked under those hips as best you can.
Those 10 alternating dumbbell clean and jerks. Camo is our guaranteed rate team to watch here in this opening heat.
And that demand, Jeremy, not only the fatigue from a strength movement, but the flexibility in order to get that dumbbell overhead. From here, their feet are under their body. There's not that demand, but those lunges really are taxing to the shoulder and to your core.
Already a no rep for depth here as we get our first look at these wall balls to a 12-foot target.
But no surprise who we're seeing here in CrossFit Milford, the strongest team that took first place in event strong. They're a very strong team. They should do very well here and set the time to beat for the next heat. Little mishap there. When you throw to a different height, your timing is all thrown off. You have to wait a little extra, and it's actually hard to wait when your body's used to squatting sooner.
Well, back in the day, the old CrossFit methodology, there was a 2-for-1 wall ball where you had to throw the ball a little bit higher in the air and do a double squat.
Remember, yes.
So do I. And I had a lot of times when that ball was coming straight back down on my face because I wasn't quick enough. But throwing that ball at that extra height is going to be an absolute mission for some of these athletes.
And it's a timing thing too, right? We just saw from that wide shot, you had to look really carefully. A wall ball went right through some arms. You're just not used to the ball coming down when it's coming down. Timing and rhythm is so much a key of all of the movements you see in CrossFit.
Adding one of the components of fitness of accuracy, that's really important. Like, he's getting some no reps here because he's not hitting that target fully. In the wall ball, we always need to see a few things here. We need to see hip crease below the knee. That's the full depth of the squat. We need to see the ball hit the target. He just missed. It was high enough, but he didn't touch. He has to touch, and he has to get it to the proper height. First athlete done. That was Dylan Bailey. Now the back half. Here's what's going to happen. That second male athlete, who is Aaron Hanna for West Chase, here coming through, he's going to go in reverse order for this. I'm sorry, he's coming back through in the same order.
They'll go in reverse order, so each male will go, and then they'll go back down the ladder.
Nice switch on these dumbbell alternating clean and jerks.
Tony Ficini here from Milford.
You just need to keep your pace and your tempo.
Well, let's talk strategy on where you put certain athletes. You're going to have some strengths, some weaknesses, and ability levels. For me, it's not a wall ball at all, but it would be for a lunge. So I could go out pretty easily with an overhead lunge, but I'd get to the wall ball and fail miserably. So getting that balance, if you were going to be sending your Apex team to the CrossFit Games, how would you structure this?
It really is about utilizing your areas of strength. And so you're going to push a little harder where you can and take breaks where you need to, because you don't want to fail and you don't want to tax yourself so much and get in the tank too hard, because you have to come back through this.
Also be very careful when you're dropping 100-pound dumbbells. Aaron Hanna almost lost a big toe. Always show control inside the affiliate. Your owner will thank you. Gym owner will thank you.
Especially barbells.
Yeah. RP Strength is the official nutrition coaching platform of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
I like seeing these athletes adjust their feet. They're noticing that with that higher wall ball target, they need to stand back a little bit farther so they can get the angle of the ball to actually hit some more no reps now, because the ball just wasn't able to get to the target, wasn't touching the target. So who just squeaked in there? There's a lot more demand.
Well, if you think about squat mechanics, and we think about, you mentioned the hip crease below knee, driving knees out, feet balanced, chest up. Most athletes at this level are nailing that to make the movement even easier, even they are going to a different target, a higher target.
Now we saw the tag coming back down for these athletes. They'll go through in the reverse order. Check out that QR code from RP. Get 50% off the RP Diet Coach app. That is this week only from RP. So you've got these 12-foot wall balls. Seth Stovall, look at how Seth Stovall is having to launch the wall ball for Mayhem Justice. Black shirt on the left of your screen, and it's taking a lot out of him. So now you take a break, make sure you're not going to fail the next rep here. You can get some sort of momentum going, but look at that jump.
You think about power and extension. We talk about triple extension in CrossFit and nailing those movements. So that's extension of ankle, knee, and hip on the way up, and squeezing your gluteus maximus and being able to open your hips is going to generate way more power, which is going to propel that wall ball up to the target a lot easier.
Milford on the left, West Chase on the right. Milford, when we talk about the cuts, came into the day in 27th place. They're outside of contention right now to advance onto Sunday, but not by much. 286 points has them in 25th. About 50 points back. They do need to have a phenomenal finish here if they want to continue to play after today.
Change of movement now on the way back down, the clean and jerk on the way up, hitting the shoulder on the way up as part of the range of movement. The power snatch now where the dumbbell can traverse straight up overhead, and that nice tight position, nice and close to the ear, is exactly what you want to see. More position, more strength, stability, and the closer it is to your ear, the shoulders are gonna thank you for it.
This is Devin O'Neill from Milford. Let's talk about 100 pounds right now for these male athletes. 50 pounds is what you would typically see RX in the CrossFit Open. This is double that. Now, if you're playing at this level, you're going to be playing with 100-pound weights, but this is not something you train with on the daily. How does it increase the level of difficulty?
We think about level of difficulty back in 2012 at regional level. They surprised us at regional level with the 100-pound dumbbell, and we got there and we went, what? So we had to go out and buy some 100-pound dumbbells, which was unheard of. They're sitting there with a lot of dust on them at the moment at the affiliate because they don't get used quite often. But we were in a little bit of shock when we had to go out on the competition floor and start using these things as a dumbbell snatch, which was the 10 alternating, which we're seeing right now. So progress forward. It's still a heavy implement. And if you try and replicate that towards a barbell, like we're talking a lot of weight getting up overhead.
21-foot walking lunge running to the finish line there. So one male athlete is done for Milford.
Milford's second male athlete into his wall ball.
Dylan Bailey here for West Chase. Time clock on this event is 30 minutes. You do have plenty of time. Male athletes work first, followed by the female athletes.
But if we look at this in terms of 4 rounds, let's just say, down for the men, back for the men, down for ladies, back for the ladies. Milford is about 5 minutes, 19 seconds for their men to get through that first portion. That is going to be a time that the second heat is going to have to chase.
It is probably going to stand up right throughout this. 30 minutes is, as you mentioned, a long time, a long duration. And we've had teams test this to be able to gauge what sort of time cap is required. Milford, they were outstanding on the strong event.
And you spoke about the fact that we are in the 4th day of competition, just compounding effects of the week, and just the shoulder fatigue right here and being able to stabilize in these walking lunges when you have to use one arm for a portion and then you have to use the other arm at that weight. It's always easier to use one side, so they're really getting the demand on their weaker side.
There goes Aaron Hanna to finish for West Chase Red. 12th individual at these games back in 2015. He is the rock of the West Chase team, hailing from Oldsmar, Florida. Back to Tony Ficini here for Milford, their second male athlete. Once he gets through with these dumbbell snatches, he'll have a 21-foot overhead walking lunge. Then he'll race to the finish and release the women for Milford.
So judges either end, so once they do get into that end zone, the judges are getting flagged to let the other guys know that they can get released from the other end of the field.
You're watching the top of the screen. Teams flipping back and forth there, both of them on the cut line. Mayhem Justice currently in second. Rhapsody is currently in third. Both need to have a tremendous event. Rhapsody is 34 points back of the cut line. It was in a tie for the cut line before the swim this morning. Mayhem Justice, 28 points south of the cut line. You've got to put some distance between yourselves and some other teams. Maybe 4, 5, 6 teams have to be between you and that cut line in order to gain the ground you need in this event. 1855 in a very similar boat. Mark Hauser finishing.
And because this is more of a waterfall style event, it is so important that you just crush your race to the finish. You move. Every second matters to give your ladies as much time as they can. You don't want to be the weakest link. If you are the strong athlete, you have to push yourself here. Even though you're going first, you have no luxury of time. You have to feel the pressure.
CrossFit Milford still leads the way here. Taking a look at Christine Middleton. New member to this team. She was on the Ocean State's finest team that qualified to the games out of Granite Games last year. Did not wind up getting to compete, so finds her way back to the games with Milford here in 2022. Team that lost to Mayhem Freedom back in 2015. It was Rich Froning's very first team's victory. The margin was 5 points. It's like the villain origin story. That hasn't happened since. Another look here at dumbbell high ball.
Male, female relay. 2 males working first of all, going down North Park with the dumbbell overhead walking lunge into the dumbbell cleaner jerks, 30 high wall ball shots. And then on the way back, 30 more wall ball shots into dumbbell power snatch. And again, finishing off before they tag their team members, the overhead walking lunge, 70 pounds for the women and 100 pounds for the men. Conversion rate for that, it's about 45 kilos per hand, about 31 kilos for the ladies.
Now onto the wall balls.
How tall is 12 feet?
12 feet is about the size of an African elephant. Most common elephant you would be associated with seeing. Weighs 1,400 pounds though, not 20, like the wall ball here. 2 refrigerators stacked on top of each other, that is 12 feet. Or our favorite metric, 12 rulers.
Are your rulers different? Like the difference over here compared to home? Like we're 30 centimeter rulers. Is that the same size ruler?
Yeah, you just flip them over. You don't have that back in?
No, we just got centimeters.
Yeah, we have double-sided rulers in the States.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you learn something new every day. So 12 of those are. Yeah.
But again,
okay.
here you look at the height difference, right? So it throws off the rhythm a little bit. It's not the same comfort you would look at for a typical wall ball shot at a normal 9-foot target for women at the affiliate Everett.
A lot of ladies are using 10 foot. You go to 10 foot, it's a standard height, but that adding that extra foot there, it's really more about the trajectory of the ball. And this is where core to extremity is really important. And honestly, the fingertips and the hands just pushing that angle toward the wall or toward the target is what's really important for these athletes.
Positioning of this dumbbell lunge has really caused some athletes some dramas, and the closest you can get to your arm, the easier it's going to be.
Mario Santaella from AB, that's a team that's on the cut line right now.
His arm just heading out towards the side. He wants to try and get as close as he can. You can see how hard his core is working, trying to lock those abs in, and he's got a little bit of a tilt on that body, which is even going to cause him more fatigue. The straighter that torso, the easier the lunge.
Keep in mind, this is a half-hour time cap, so if you still have male athletes out there working in the next 5 seconds, you've already hit the halfway point and you have not completed half the work. As we take a look at Rhapsody's Christian Mathis here. Again, Rhapsody's 34 points south of the cut line. CrossFit Milford again.
Is exactly the position I was talking about 30 seconds ago. That is a great position to be in. Close to your center of mass, trying to balance out. You're going into a full lunge, so you want to make sure you've got balance between front leg, back leg, and get that torso right in the middle. But Milford was so good in the strong event earlier on. No surprise to see them not struggling in this dumbbell lunge.
Now on to those snatches. Or excuse me, the clean and jerks.
And really,
light up the comment section.
I was going to say, this movement for the clean and jerks first is just really, I'd like to see her use her legs a little more hip, just so that on the way back when she has the snatches, that she leaves a little bit more. Super strong athlete. When she gets to the wall balls, her legs will be just fine. But really doing more of a kettlebell swing, a one-arm kettlebell swing here. She is strong to rip that 70-pound weight like that.
It's almost a muscle cleaning position, and then the quick jerk overhead. That's awesome. Big fan of strict movement.
Has been a CrossFit fan for a while. Emma Ferreira played lacrosse in college. Her lacrosse bio on the Dowling College website said favorite athlete. Most people say like Kobe Bryant. Brett Favre. No, Rich Froning.
Oh, then there she is, out here competing against him.
I'm sure the sports information director was like, Rich Froning. Milford in 25th place at the start of this event. Need to make it to 20th in order to continue your weekend past today. And that's a good wall ball movement right there. That ball stays high, it doesn't pull her forward, well stacked underneath.
She has a great squat, and from that base, that's where all of her power comes from. When she gets that full extension, times it well. Nice big throw. She's keeping the ball high at her face, which keeps her torso nice and upright.
Fastest wall ball sequence so far for 30 is Milford at 1:54, so great split time. Milford men getting in about 1:10 for their 30 wall balls, which is a pretty good rate for going for 30 wall balls at a higher height.
At that height, sure, absolutely. The time it takes to get there and get back. Now she got a no rep.
It was 2 in a row. She almost took it on the chin back-to-back attempts.
The fatigue has set in, and she's not getting that ball high enough for it to count. Needs to take a breather.
We had Jamie Hagia demonstrating the wall ball earlier.
And it's got to hit the target. So you did all that work there for Emma Ferreira. Make sure that ball goes forward and hits the target. 30 wall balls here. Ferreira is done. And she'll tag out her partner. Christine Middleton goes to work back down the opposite direction. And again, you see hitting the bottom of the target made the catch awkward.
And
bouncing off as well.
The issue here is the fatigue. I love this. When is the last time we saw no reps like this for wall balls because they couldn't get it to the height? Maybe they're going so fast they don't hit depth, but not for height, not for not hitting the target.
You haven't seen me do a wall ball.
Joel, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Games athletes.
Oh, ouch.
No, but this is what I love. I love that Adrian Bosman, he challenged them here at a movement that seems simple, right? Wall balls. We all know them. We see them a lot, but 30 is a sneaky number, and when you're a little bit greedy and you just want them and you think, I can do that, I can do 30, it's just a foot higher, the demand, it compounds. That's fantastic, and then we're on the way back down. Second 30 set. You got to be careful. You have to make these count.
Rhapsody on the right, Milford on the left.
We've got to think there's two different ways you can make them more difficult. You can't go any deeper than your squatting depth anyway, so you've either got to make it heavier or you've got to make it higher, and we're testing these athletes on the competition floor. This is not just an event for them to do. Adrian Bosman sat there and went, okay, what can I do to test these athletes?
And a lot of times that's a great point, because I feel like at the affiliate level, a lot of people think, just go heavier, just go heavier. I love that Adrian expanded the margins of the test, especially for the teams here. They've got a lot of variety and expanded those margins from what they've been tested with now this higher target. I love the 12 for the guys. You know, it just opens the door for people to be training now at different elements with the wall ball.
As we know, heavier is not always better. More is not always better. It's sometimes just more. So if you're scaling back your wall balls, we can scale back the height. We can scale back the weight. The movement doesn't change. But if you want to upscale, the best thing to do is go higher first. So get your intensity first. Technique, consistency, intensity in that order, and back it back down when you have to. Or you have to start again to learn a new movement.
Big jump, getting that full extension because she needs to. These athletes are tremendously strong. They're whipping around 70-pound dumbbells, so it is not the weight issue. It's getting that extension, the power to generate the momentum to get that ball out of their hands.
Tammy Jerkis here for CrossFit West Chase. Replaced Hannah Hardy on this team from a year ago. Hannah Hardy went and was the captain of West Chase's other team, which just nearly missed qualifying for the game. So West Chase, another affiliate that almost put two teams here to the games in Madison.
I'll tell you the most frustrating thing about wall balls, we've just seen it on screen, is getting the wall ball up and it just comes straight back down and doesn't hit anything. All that effort and you don't even hit a target.
Here's Kim DeCray, the other female for West Chase. Going back to work, you have Rhapsody and Milford. Rhapsody right, Milford left.
The flexibility, though, here for Milford. being able to just hold that dumbbell, lock it back.
Christine Middleton is one of the strongest women in this field on the left side of your screen for Milford. We saw that yesterday in the strong event. We saw it last year when she set the CrossFit in-competition record for a clean and jerk, beating a record previously held by Amanda Barnard. Christine Middleton has some muscle, and this is easy for her on these 21 feet of walking overhead lunges.
Her left side actually looked easier for her, and she gave her right side here that looks just a bit tighter. The elbow's coming away from her head, showing me that she's just a little bit having to be a little more cautious with it. Still crazy strong, but really smart to use your non-dominant arm second, give it the most amount of rest.
And a race to the finish. Now Milford has one athlete left to complete work here. 7.5 minutes until the cap. Back to Kimberly DeCray here for West Chase. And the black and pink knee sleeves. Finishes with the 30 wall balls. So now she'll move on to the 10 alternating dumbbell power snatches. And she's one of the taller athletes in the field. At 5'9", wall balls did not seem to be an issue for Kim DeCray.
They weren't, because she got through them in 1:46, which is a pretty quick time that we've seen so far from this first heat across the field. Height is going to be a definite advantage for wall balls. You're closer to the target. Yeah, you've got a squat still, but you'll reach. You don't have to extend as much. You don't have to jump off the ground, as we saw with Jamie Higia when we crossed down to her earlier before the event.
The height is one thing, but she's coming off her third ACL tear prior to last year's games. She recovered and competed at the games last year off of her third ACL. What gives her trouble most? Hitting squat depth. And then she goes out there and crushes wall balls.
Sometimes when you get injured, it's an opportunity to go back and relearn the basics and just refine those basics. And anytime you have some time off or you get an opportunity to kind of start back over, as people say, you actually work on things even to a greater degree, focusing even more on those little things. So she looked like she did that.
Emma Ferreira, Milford on the left side of your screen. Christian Mathis, Rhapsody on the right side of your screen.
Emma Ferreira, 1:30 on those wall balls. That is fastest time we've seen so far for a set of wall balls, and it's in the last set.
And that was the other key to this event. Send your faster athlete, your stronger athlete, maybe it's a more dominant athlete mentally that can embrace that suck factor a little bit more, because they're the last one. They're your cleanup athlete. There's a lot of pressure on you, and you need to get through it. The people that can kind of just turn it off and go, that's the ones you send.
Emma running into a little bit of a struggle here. Christian Mathis is motoring through. 70-pound dumbbell, seems like it's 25. She'll drop that and sprint to the finish here at the 24:36 mark. Rhapsody's moving. And Ferreira's taking a beat.
When you think about that, Tanya, with
that's Nordic, by the way, that just came across.
Strategy in your event. I'm a big fan of getting out in front and staying out in front, and you're like the opposite. You want to bring your strongest athlete home. I know they do that in 4x100 relays with your fastest runner, but that mental...
We have a little misstep there, Jeremy. You have to have control, and you can't have an extra step there. You just bring your foot toward the next plant foot, and then you move on. So she had to repeat that step.
So that mental mindset of getting ahead, and people can see you ahead, and maybe that just gets into their heads a little, and they sit back and go, oh, they're getting in front, we won't try and catch them. Or the opposite, hey, we're going to hunt them down.
That's what it takes. You have to know your athletes. You have to know everybody on the team and who thrives in which situation.
Milford still leads the way. This is the final overhead lunge to the finish. 21 feet of work. We're going to have plenty of teams that get in under the cap. Nordic is in second, then West Chase, we've shown you throughout the course of the event. 4-minute mark until the cap. Get across here, drop that dumbbell, and Ferreira goes. Milford needs to do some work to make it in to Sunday, and it has started doing just that out here at North Park.
Number 2, now the battle for second. Well underway.
Fight for second here with Nordic. West Chase as well.
Nordic sitting in 20th place coming into this event, they need to keep themselves there on that bubbler line or get themselves ahead. So you're only working against these athletes here next to you to know what they're going to do. You can only expect that the next heat is going to go even faster. So they pushed themselves, kept themselves as close as they could to Milford. But Nordic still not comfortable to make the cut.
Well, nobody in this heat is. If you're here in Heat 1, CrossFitters want to know how hard you're going to work on Saturday. And you can start to see the toll that that dumbbell takes.
These athletes need to use their full body, drive with the legs, get that big hip extension, pull themselves underneath. The snatch, we said, is much more demanding than the clean and jerk.
Falling across the finish line, CrossFit 1855. It is hot out there. If you're watching at home and you're on the turf, it makes it even hotter. Yes, it's a cloudy sky in Madison, but it is unforgiving.
It's not just hot, it's the humidity. It's that heavy air that you feel when you're just standing there. We were dripping, just walking a little bit. So moving, the demand, like breathing and needing to get the oxygen in this weather is just awful.
And the exhaustion in the end zone. The relief.
89 degrees, 60% humidity, feels like 98. And then throw on top of that fact, you are on turf, that makes it even hotter. We have 90 seconds left to go here in the heat. No one has finished at this juncture except for Milford. Rhapsody is coming through, West Chase as well. And West Chase does finish. Jerkis comes across. Here comes Nordic. Michaela Norman done. Critical points for Rhapsody that they're not able to claim here. And now here comes Rodriguez. So Rhapsody does finish. About 50 seconds until the time cap. But they were 34 points out of safety until tomorrow.
You see the struggle, athletes finishing that lunge and trying to run to get over that finish line. Rhapsody needed a good result here.
Kilo 2 is also in a troublesome spot. Well on the outside, looking in 29th place. They're the next team left to go here.
Nice focus, stabilizing for every little step.
Ali Zerke is good. You got 8 seconds. Kilo 2. Finishers, baseball slide and all. They're from Iowa. This might not be heaven, but if you're a CrossFitter, it's darn close.
Way to slide in there, just under the time cap.
CrossFit Milford, you can just hear it. They said coming on Sunday. That is their hope. Not right now, but they still have time and work to do.
Well, it's not up to anybody else. It's all on them whether they get there, because they did everything they could here from beginning to end. No pressure on them. It was just, the race was their own to just get out of the way for their next teammate. A lot of strength in this field. They took first in the event strong, showing us how strong they are, the way they just manhandled those weights, stabilizing overhead, pulling off the ground, managed those wall balls. All 4 athletes showing their strength, showing their dominance. And we hope to see them tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see.
Those are your finishers, 5 of them here in the first heat. We did have one withdrawal. CrossFit Yaz did not start that event, so it was 17 teams on the field. The best of them, CrossFit Milford with Jamie Hagia.
An event like that, you took a lead from the beginning and finished well under the time cap. Where do you think you were able to separate yourself from the rest of the field?
I think the dumbbells, for sure. I mean, we're a very strong team. We have very thick legs. So anything that has to do with dumbbell, barbell, we love to push the pace and see what we have.
That wall ball target was a little higher than normal. How did that feel for you guys out there?
Honestly, the height felt great. The egg-shaped ball did not, but other than that, it was okay. That was definitely the hardest part of the workout. We could push the dumbbells. The guys gave us a great lead so we could like settle in. It was awesome.
You guys came into this event 25th place. They're making cuts later tonight. How important was that to you finish really strong in this event?
That was huge for us. We know we're trying to make that cut line, so we executed in this one, and we're looking forward to the next one. It has a lot of strongman implements. So if we can execute there, we're going to be here tomorrow competing, throwing down with you guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, they know the next one. They've got another event still today for a chance to play tomorrow. These are the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. It is team event number 8 at the North Park here at the Alliant Energy Center, Madison, Wisconsin. My name's Joel Godet. Jeremy Austin, Tanya Wagner, the 2009 Games champion. Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the field. It's been really an absolute war between these teams. The best teams race we've had in some time here in Madison. You look at that and say, oh, 42-point lead. No, it's been nip and tuck, back and forth. Oslo Navy Blue has worn the leader's jersey twice this weekend. Invictus trying to wind up back on the podium for the first time since 2019. And oh, not to be denied, Mayhem trying to put 2 teams on the podium. What are we doing here for event number 8? A lot of different movements, but the dumbbell and the high ball, they take the cake.
Male, male, female, female relay with 1 male working at a time, and then they will swap over. Then the females will get to work. Dumbbell overhead walking lunge into dumbbell clean and jerks. 30 wall ball shots back down for another 30 wall ball shots. Dumbbell power snatch on the way back. And then the overhead walking lunge, 70 pounds for the women, 100 for the men. And the target, 11 feet and 12 feet. And it has proven to be a challenge and a massive 30-minute time cap.
Event description brought to us by Renaissance Periodization. We go down onto the field with Jamie Hagia.
These dumbbells are going to be heavier than we're normally used to seeing. We see 50-35 in the open. They are double that, 70 and 100 here. These athletes are going to have to use their core, brace it, use their legs to get it up to their shoulders. Not only this, but take it up overhead, snatch it, and walking lunges with these.
Well, take it up overhead, Jamie. What a... I mean, I would not have gotten that far. Tip of the cap to our former Games athlete. All right, recipe for success, Tanya.
These reps have to count. You can have no miss reps here, especially on the wall ball and the dumbbell. They're costly. Time matters, and your stronger athlete should go second for your cleanup athlete to go any faster if they need to make up any ground that your slowers cost you.
Lane assignments. Mayhem Freedom. Oslo Navy Blue right in the middle of the field. Oslo cannot afford to have another 10th place finish, which they have in 2 of the last 3 events. Mayhem Independence trying to close the gap. They've just been stuck in 4th place for the last 2 days. Keep on fighting. As the first male athlete is released for each of these teams, they'll begin with the 21-foot dumbbell walking lunge. Got to put 100 pounds overhead and keep it locked out.
Now we talk overhead walking lunge and length of stride versus number of reps completed. Athletes already getting some crucial no reps. Tony, you mentioned it in the recipes to success. Make every rep count, and doing extra work is not going to be any beneficial for yourself or your team. Sam Cormier doing a great job already, and no, touch and go. He's on a mission.
Guaranteed rate team to watch here. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom in first place with those leaders jerseys. First team competition at the Games for Sam Cornoyer. Rich Froning recruited him at the end of last season. They weren't sure what Chase Hill's status was going to be. He was the 2nd male on last year's championship team. And Sam Cornoyer has been on Rich Froning's radar for quite some time. That birdie was planted. CrossFit Reykjavik, though, trying to hunt down Mayhem.
Talk about Reykjavik. Card Porter absolutely wrecking himself in the pool earlier on. Quite ill after the event. And had to be assisted by the medics because he pushed himself just a little bit too far. We'll see what that does to him later on in this event. But Mayhem, 75-point lead over Reykjavik at the moment. And I don't think that deficit is going to be made up anytime soon, but can they claw themselves back into contention, into a top 3 spot?
2 previous games individuals. Cournoyer last year was 23rd at the games. Con Porter did not qualify last year, but a vaunted past for Con at these games. And it'll be interesting to see. Do we see them on teams next year going forward, or do we see both back on that individual side?
How strong those teams are, though. You can't have a misrep. Con had that one misrep. He was able to recover quickly, though. That was impressive. A lot of times when people get kind of off tempo, it messes up more than one rep.
Well, and even look at Sam Cournoyer. As good as an athlete as he is, that's not the same rhythm you would typically see from him on a wall ball. There is an extra effort with having to throw that ball that high.
And feet just jumping back a little bit every single rep, so moving back from the target, so making it harder to hit the target each time, but extending and getting those feet off the ground. Con Porter's no rep has been costly. He is the next to finish, but that first slip up cost him about 5 to 6 seconds.
Boy, this is a fight I'd love to see. Rich Froning and Tola Morakenyo. Reykjavik on the right, Mayhem on the left. And look at Tola Morakenyo waltz with a 100-pound dumbbell.
His stride is so big. But he actually, with that stride, took a way bigger step there.
Froning is going to be about 5 reps ahead of Morakenyo by the time Tola starts the dumbbell clean and jerks. Halfway through the work here for Froning.
Tola switching now from the shoulder, while Rich switches from the ground. So 2 different strategies here.
What do you prefer?
I like to switch in the air. I don't like to pause in that hinge position. Tola just looks so strong with that, but Rich was comfortable bringing it right down, getting it out of his hands.
30 high wall balls here for Froning.
Tola's made up a bit of ground here and has just absolutely manhandled that 100-pound dumbbell.
Keep in mind, little team. We'll see what the times are for athlete number 2.
Well, if you're not going to beat Mayhem, coming a second to Mayhem is only a 3-point drop. And if you're trying to make up 75 points in the deficit.
And again, the way we're seeing Rich having to jump out of that squat, Tola's feet planted strong in the ground. Both getting full extension with their arms, but Rich just needing that extra effort.
Scan that QR code, get 50% off the RP Diet Coach app this week only. RP Strength is the official nutrition coaching platform of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
And that, I don't know if it was a planned strategic move to wait there for Rich, but we don't always see him take a break. It may be that he is giving himself a chance on the way back, I don't know, or he just needed the breather.
Sam Cournoyer, 1 minute 12 seconds for the first set of wall balls. Rich Froning in at 125.
And Tola Morakenyo made up some pretty significant ground there.
116.
Almost, what, 1 or 2 seconds behind was Froning's tag to Cournoyer as Tola Morakenyo tagged back in Con Porter. So same work now in reverse order. These athletes starting on the 30 high wall balls. That 12-foot target.
You make a mistake early in this event, these athletes won't be making the same mistake again. Positioning of the ball on the target so it gets that bounce off, so you can catch it in a nice high position, bring it into your chest. And a squat, one of the foundational movements of CrossFit, and we see the progression from air squat to front squat, overhead squat, and then to wall ball when you've got a weighted object you've got to hit a target with. Con Porter taking a break, which was surprising.
Saw the women on the right side of the screen waiting for their opportunity. No reps for both Sam Cournoyer and Josh Alshama. He has the neon orange wrist wraps, complete opposite of Sam Cournoyer. Invictus in a podium spot right now, and they had a tough hit on the swim, coming in 7th. So trying to fend off some charges, they need to have a good event. Corneille all alone. Now Con Porter joins him, 1 rep behind.
Both athletes switching with that dumbbell, just pulling it right back down to the ground and switching from the ground, getting just a second breather to not hold that 100-pound dumbbell.
I've got an injury for KT CrossFit, the underdogs team. Did not see it happen, but the medical team addressing them, and you can just see the look of concern on the faces for KT. That's Ivan Kukartsev that the medics are taking a look at on his right arm.
Going back to Con Porter's dumbbell snatch, he was resting the dumbbell on the ground a fair bit before changing hands. Sam Cornway a little bit quicker. Con Porter making up a little bit of pace.
Good pacing though. Checked where Con Porter was in the rearview mirror, paced himself well, picks the dumbbell back up, and now these two in lockstep here. Porter just 1 step behind. Corneille overstepped his ground.
And the hardest thing is having pressure when you're trying to focus and stabilize like that.
The race now between these two on the way back is going to be interesting.
Now Tolomoraqueño made up ground on Rich Froning the first time through. Both those men back at it. 8 minutes into a 30-minute time-capped event, 5 teams finished in the opening heat. There is something very Gulliver's Travels-ish to watching Rich Froning here. He's one of the ultimate giants of the sport, and yet you have to watch him jumping up and down off of the ground, trying to reach this ultra-high target. There's just
doesn't make sense,
kind of something, yeah, tongue-in-cheek funny about it, but he is making it look easy.
But something he would have practiced in his affiliate.
Oh, for certain.
And break for Rich Froning.
Another planned break.
Closing in on 9 minutes here. Froning on the left side of your screen. Invictus's Jorge Fernandez on the right side of your screen. Again, Invictus came in a podium spot, 3rd place overall, right behind Oslo Navy Blue. Froning is done.
But we know the strength of Tola on the way back with that dumbbell.
Here he is, about 10 feet behind, walking, taking his time to the dumbbell. Would you do more than just walk here, or is that a controlled pacing for Tolomoraqueño?
It's about your breathing, it's about your breath, making sure that you want to, the way Moraqueño can hold that dumbbell, you don't want to waste any time on the dumbbell and miss pace. So breathe, make those transitions already built in, so take that as your time to breathe, to minimize stopping. Get in the pace, and he threw his glasses. The fatigue is set in for sure. You can see a lot more movement in their feet. He's leading the dumbbell to get back down to the ground now, not having that same pop and transition right over to the other hand.
Mayhem has won 3 consecutive events at these games after not winning any of the first 4. That's a year after Mayhem won the first 5 en route to the largest team win in CrossFit Games history.
Tola had about a 5-second break before he did his last dumbbell snatch going into the lunge, and he is powering forward now.
And Jorge Fernandez has crept in front of Tola. Remember, Jorge was still back doing wall balls when Moraqueño picked up the dumbbell at first. Froning is done before anyone. He'll make it to the finish line. And at the 10:33 mark, the women from Mayhem Freedom are the first released to do their work. It's Taylor Williamson here. 70 pounds on that dumbbell, a 21-foot walking lunge awaits. Now here comes Moraqueño. Invictus as well, just seconds behind. So Tola actually made up ground there on Fernandez. But your 3 teams in this heat are 3 of the top 5 on the overall leaderboard. There's Brittany Weiss for Invictus. Bright orange shoes. Annie Thorisdottir in the all black. Just next to her in the lane.
Making easy work of these lunges.
Stutter step. So a lot of the athletes having to have that little stutter step. Not Annie crushing it.
Starting to hit the halfway point here.
Dumbbell high ball, event number 8 for these teams. The males progressing through theirs. A couple have already finished, but onto the females now. The overhead walking lunge with the dumbbell, then into 10 dumbbell clean and jerks, 30 high wall ball shots, and then back down 30 wall ball shots, 10 power snatch, and then back into the overhead lunge and sprint to finish.
These are the clean and jerks here.
Annie looked super composed, just kind of the machine she is, just running through it.
Made up several seconds on Taylor Williamson and is now ahead on the wall balls. Thorisdottir has 3 to Williamson's 2.
And they establish a few points ahead of the rest of the teams in front of them. And in 4th place, we've got Mayhem Independence, Invictus, Oslo Navy Blue, and Mayhem Freedom at the helm.
Williamson on the right of your screen, left of your screen, using that height, getting full extension, really throwing those arms, staying really nice and vertical, keeping her chest up.
And also looking to be doing a faster cycle rate on those wall balls as well. Annie very controlled on the right, and the position of those hands where the ball goes every single time. She's catching it, bringing it close to her center of mass before she goes down into the squat. Same on the way back up. She's going to pop those hips before she propel the ball off her chest.
Timing is just spot on.
Oh, it's a beautiful movement.
Brittany Weiss has caught up opposite Taylor Williamson, and on the first effort of the wall ball, it bounced away from her. Taylor Williamson is done. It took her about 3 minutes, less than that, about 2.5 minutes. Andrea Nisler now.
Neck and neck.
Now think about that shoulder niggle that we have been talking about all weekend long that only has really reared its ugly head once.
Talking about Lauren Fisher.
Absolutely, and now having to move into the position. This is looking super strong for Lauren Fisher overhead. That arm position nice and close to the ear. It's going to be easy to do it. She's got a bit of a lean going on to maybe protect it a little bit more. But Lauren Fisher doesn't look like any ill effects at all.
On to the dumbbell clean and jerks. This was the challenge from Jump Street. Reykjavik threw their name into the ring. They wanted to win the CrossFit Games as a team. Andrea Nisler, though, said, hey, listen, if I just wanted to go to the games, I could have stayed at my affiliate in Minnesota and put a team together, but I came to Mayhem to do something special. And she didn't mean that in a derogatory way toward anybody else. She just said, I'm going to the best. You come for the best, you better bring your best shot. Reykjavik's made it interesting, but Mayhem's still clearly in front. Nisler all the way ahead of the wall balls.
Nisler just trashed that dumbbell. And remember, this is the pairing that will be wrapping up this event. So the ladies in the back part, they are the second women, so they will be the race at the end.
You want to be part of history, don't you?
Rich Froning's 10th championship, if you get it.
That is something special.
But remember, when you train, it's a long training year, and when you have a team that you know is coming for you, you train with them in mind all year. This is what you train for. To be side by side, to get the opportunity to have this race is what they trained for the whole time. They were who was in the back of their head, and they're doing it right here. Here's your chance.
They had a bit of a rough start early on, but they have really hit their stride.
No rep for Fisher, I believe for height of the toss.
I want you to take another look here. Andrea Nisler, when she swapped hands, she does a quick little kettlebell swing type hip drive right to the other side, doesn't miss a beat, and into it. Those are the little details that make a big difference. That is experience right there, and that strength and dominance. Really, really strong performance right there with that dumbbell.
You know Rich and his experience at this level, no doubt he would be probably getting CrossFit judges to come in and throw little curveballs like that at teams to go, hey, no rep, step back, so they are prepared for this situation exactly. So if it does happen, they just move on.
Taylor Williamson's back in on the left side of your screen. Annie Thorisdottir has now been tagged back in on the right side, but she is behind Williamson. But look at how quickly Iceland Annie is just ripping through these wall balls. it looks like Annie's playing with a 4-pound ball.
She is so strong. She really has a lot of power through her hips, through her legs, but she also has the drive. She just has that push. I remember doing wall balls next to her in 2009, and I was like, what is this girl doing? She just is, she literally is a machine, and she doesn't slow down. She gets faster as she gets in her groove.
Let me ask you about that, because now you watch what she has become, and to think back to what it was like to compete against her when you won the games, describe that evolution through your eyes.
I was at my best. She was at her novice. I don't want to say worst. The most novice she was. And like she was just unreal then, and we knew it could be so much more. There would be so much more. I'm so proud of her. I'm so impressed by her, and I'm not surprised given how she was back when she first started. But I mean, she has come so far to be able to hang in there with and build this sport and become as dominant as she has and as strong as she has, while everyone else is doing the same thing, and be able to keep herself up there after having a baby. She's so impressive. She's very inspiring.
Shouts to Freya Fredriksdottir, her daughter, back home in Iceland. But really a woman who launched a sport across a country. The way that this sport has taken off and this methodology has taken off in Iceland. Taylor Williamson still marching ahead of Annie, though. And Thorisdottir has to back up.
Ooh.
She had one more rep.
They both had a bobble, though.
12 minutes left to go before the cap. 5 teams finished in the opening round. Here's Invictus again, Brittany Weiss. Sea of Green is in 3rd place overall. You don't want to lose ground to Reykjavik, though, because the team from Iceland's trying to hunt their way onto the podium. Williamson's done. It's all to Nistler. Annie Thorisdottir. 2nd place right now. Lauren Fisher is going to bring it home. 6 reps behind. Now 7. Andrea Nistler, Lauren Fisher, toe-to-toe down the backstretch.
Great leg of that event for Annie. Nice push.
Well, you mentioned it, Joel. It's making sure that Invictus and that Reykjavik split. It's only 3-point difference on the leaderboard per placing. Reykjavik need to make up 75 to try and catch Mayhem Freedom. Weiss taking a little bit extra time with these dumbbell snatches. And the strain, the fatigue starting to kick in, and the bent arm.
Yeah.
So trying to keep that dumbbell as close to your body, making it a whole lot easier.
Andrea Nistler seems like she hasn't done a single event all week. Like, that is a fresh attempt here in event number 8.
Strong, doesn't show signs of fatigue right now. Really great lockout overhead. That's usually where you kind of see it, the instability, the wobble, but you don't see any of that from her.
Time to beat is 26:13. We're about to hit the 20-minute mark, and all Nistler has to do is one more snatch and a 21-foot walking overhead lunge. Now, I'd say Mayhem is ridiculous. That's true. But Reykjavik's right there with them. The level of fitness across the board in this heat is phenomenal.
This is their race. This is what they came with. Reykjavik came here for. Came here to try to dethrone them.
Brittany Weiss isn't that far behind either. CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue, though, needing to have a good event. After a 10th place in the pool this morning, they've crept up into 3rd.
Oslo Blue coming into this event in 2nd place, trying to hold that podium position.
There goes Leanna Richter.
CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. Folks, this is what you came to see, so don't be shy. Let's make some noise for your teams.
Here comes Andrea Nistler. 4 straight for Mayhem Freedom.
20 minutes and 54 seconds.
It took 2 days, but the domination arrived. Incredible.
Smooth sailing for them yesterday. Today,
And what's crazy, Andrea Nistler out on the competition floor, we just said it, looked like she was fresh as a daisy, finishes across the finish line, and you can see every bit of sweat that she just poured out onto that field. Lauren Fisher going to try to pick up second here for Reykjavik.
There's been some carnage after the athletes have run over the line, but Nistler was just, that's okay. Their level of fitness is just ridiculous.
It is.
Kelsey Keel for Open Box Athletics finishes. That'll release Ashley Wozni. Here comes Lauren Fisher. Second place finish for Reykjavik. Could we be talking about podium position for the Icelandic team heading into tonight?
97 points, only a 3-point drop back. Standings now for the next couple. Oslo Navy Blue Invictus, important results coming up.
That's Reykjavik's second event, second place finish after they just did that early this morning with rinse and repeat. They just keep getting better. 2/3 yesterday, 2 seconds already today. They are just building momentum.
11 reps left here for Devin Kim, former 4-time Teen Games athlete. First time back to the games. She was on the Invictus Unconquerable squad that qualified but was not able to compete last year out of the West Coast Classic. Strength is her superpower. Look at her throw around 70 pounds. Couple more reps here on the snatches. We are 7 minutes from the cap.
And what's good for Invictus, as they're sitting in third place right now, is that Mayhem Independence is not ahead of them.
Correct. The team immediately on their heels. So Reykjavik will have made up some ground, but if Devin Kim gets across here before the 26-13 mark, and here comes Hodenmere, so Oslo jumps ahead of Invictus, but that's fine as far as Invictus is concerned with a podium spot. Oslo's already ahead of them. So if Kim can come across before 26-13, they'll come in fourth in the event. Invictus should maintain a spot on the podium.
But Reykjavik was hoping somebody else would squeak in there between them and Oslo.
They're not going to. Devin Kim's done fourth for Invictus. Open Box Athletics now 5 points behind. This is a great performance for OBA.
Fantastic performance for OBA.
17th coming in. Weren't in a ton of trouble with making the cut, but you didn't want to leave it up to chance.
No, they had that great strong performance in strong, placing 8th, but this morning at the pool, rinse and repeat, they took 12th. So really nice day for them. They want to guarantee and solidify that they're going to make that cut and make sure that they get into tomorrow's competition as well.
Chloe Govan-David for Pro 1 Montreal. 3 athletes are finished for the Canadians. You can see how hot it is. It feels like 98, humidity at about 60%, actual temperature 89. There's Ashley Wozni. That's the fun team that they want to be known as.
Yes, they are, not too far from our hometown.
Here comes Ashley Wozni. Joey Tortora said he loved the Torian Pro because of the fire. Shoot it off here. More flames. OBA finishes in 5th place. Except she's got to get across all the way.
Helping your teammates.
So glad to be done, but the chip timing.
Hanging meat there, throwing meat.
And Kelsey Gill just said, hey, Ashley, could you move your foot a little bit further just to be sure?
Oh, you're not done till you're done.
Looking for more finishers here. Move fast, lift heavy. Still a couple of reps to go. Independence in 4th place coming in. They are nowhere to be seen at the moment.
That's move fast, lift heavy. Sasha Nieves finishing up her lunges from Mayhem Independence.
God, they've been impressive, haven't they?
They have. They have.
And have flown under the radar completely the whole time. Like, we really haven't talked about them. But they have, their lowest finish is 14th in event 3. Other than that, top 10s across the board. Of a team of a lot of rookies at the games level. Sasha Nieves, Angela DeChico is one of the best teens of all time, but his first time competing in a team or an elite division. Luke Parker, newer to this game. Now, obviously, Alexis Johnson has a ton of teams experience. Sasha Nieves gonna run across here, and Mayhem Independence comes in 7th. Now, they're not gonna be able to gain any ground on teams ahead of them, but still in top 5 position heading into the final event tonight.
Yeah, 2 sneaky teams, Independence and also Invictus. Really been overshadowed, but they have done some serious work.
It's good to have a first responder on your team, by the way. Angela DeChico is a professional firefighter. He knows how to deal with a little bit of heat.
Interesting result for Selwyn right now. They're struggling a little bit. Far right of screen.
EXF is the next team in line to come through. Although maybe Maud Riopel could catch for Pro 1. Now it'll be EXF.
Christy Bishop.
So an 8th place finish for EXF in the heat. We now have heat 1 times starting to play a factor. Actually, Independence will wind up in 8th place in the event overall. It's 9th for EXF. Remember, 26-13 was the time to beat for Milford. 5 teams did finish in the first heat.
Stay in the saddle.
Urban Energy and Greater Heights, the 2 teams in the top lane.
In the home stretch, and there we go.
There comes Maud Riopel, and Pro 1 has finished. Here comes Greater Heights.
That's
Marnie Sykes.
That's Selwyn. 90-second mark left to go. Bodies starting to flood across the finish.
The crowd is screaming, but
it doesn't matter what they say.
You don't want to pick that up. It's the last little bit. You need to make sure you're ready to stabilize. Make sure you're ready for those lunges. Love you all. Love the support, but you have to go right. We see shaky arm right there.
And Marnie Sykes, yes, with just about a minute left to go, Selwyn has finished. Taking a little bit of effort, but most of the field here in Heat 2 accomplishing all of the work. Dumbbell high ball was the challenge. Jaylee Manzi here for Urban Energy. It was a 13th place finish for Selwyn overall. Urban Energy, 12th in the heat, 16th in the overall event. And remember, Urban Energy had just jumped the cut line this morning in the swim. Had gone from the outside in to 15th. But did they cede too much ground here? One more event before the cut still tonight.
15 seconds, Omnia, not far away. Looks like you got one on your side that might be.
There's Mary Kay Drysilker, so Omnia. And the final seconds tick off. Eighth Day was able to finish in 17th in the event. Mayhem Freedom in first. 33rd career event win, 4 in a row.
That was an unbelievable finish. That's a very generous cap if you look at the way that Mayhem finished. But Rich, once he grabbed that dumbbell, he was off. Control, positioning, everything good. It was actually so clinical with what he did. Conway, he was exceptional on the wall balls. A great race with him and Carl Porter to the end. But once Annie grabbed that dumbbell, Reykjavik were able to come in and take the lead. A very narrow one at that. Taylor Williamson doing well on the wall balls. And Andrea Nisler, tell you what, Joel, you mentioned it in the call. Same with you, Tanya. It was just so easy for her to get through the movements with the strength she has with this 70-pound dumbbell. and looked like she got through absolutely no work whatsoever. And almost 10 minutes under the time cap. That's a crazy finish.
Composure, consistency, smooth as fast, and that's what they were.
That wound up being a 1 minute win. 1 minute win for Mayhem Freedom over Reykjavik. Down to Jamie.
Sam, the order went yourself, Rich, Taylor, and Andrea. Why did you decide on that order for this event?
Because it's always like that in training. It's always me first, so yeah, I'm used to it.
Taylor, you went head-to-head with Annie. Seeing her so close to you, how does that affect your strategy or your pacing?
Who's Annie? I'm kidding. It was really fun, honestly.
And Andrea, 4 for 4. You guys won 4 first-place events in a row. How confident are you guys going into tomorrow?
I mean, we have more events coming, so we put these behind us, and we just look forward.
Rich, this is exciting for your team, but you also have 2 other teams from your affiliate here. How proud of you are of these other teams as well?
Super proud. It's fun. We've been in the same heat with Independence all weekend, and then seeing Justice's face when they come off the floor is not very motivating, but it's fun. It's good. Proud of them.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
3 teams from the same affiliate location at the games for the first time ever. I do like the cheekiness from Taylor Williamson.
Snap. Whoa.
She did say kidding.
She did. That delay was probably a little bit too long, though.
Partially. We've got more to come for the teams, but we've got so much more to come overall at the NOBULL CrossFit Games as we roll on here on Saturday. Full coverage online at games.crossfit.com. Jamie Hagia down on the floor. For Jeremy Austin, Tanya Wagner, the rest of our crew, my name's Joel Gadet. Coverage continues next from Madison, Wisconsin.
Saturday at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games continues, and we are more than halfway through the competition for the individuals as we move inside the North Park here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and 5-time CrossFit Games competitor and 3-time Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway joining us in the booth, and it's Nikki Brazier down on the field. Overall standings for the women coming into this event: Tia Claire Toomey continues to put distance between herself and the 2 teenagers chasing her, Mal O'Brien and Emma Lawson. Haley Adams is getting closer to a spot inside the top 3. She currently sits in 4th place overall. Event number 9 has 3 movements. It's a hat trick.
Absolutely, but there's a lot of execution in this. You look at this on paper, and there's nothing hard. 20 wall ball shots, 6 dumbbell snatches with some sprinting in between, no problem. 12-foot target, though, for the men. 11-foot target for the women, and that 70-pound squat snatch is going to be the tricky part. As we said, it's about execution as well as speed and intensity. There is no pacing. It's too short. There's not enough reps. You have to go fast. But we hark back to the level 1, technique and intensity. We're going to need both.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who's on the sidelines.
When we talked to Adrian Bosman about this event, he made it clear you can't really win it on any one specific movement, but you could lose it on either of the 3. So these athletes will have to be perfect if they want to execute here well. That creates a certain kind of pressure, and we've seen what that unbroken type of pressure looks like if you look back on day 1 with double unders and handstand movements. We're going to have to see who can execute perfectly here.
Here's your start list for heat number 1. The women are all going to go back-to-back. We'll have 1 heat, then during the rest period for heat number 1, heat 2 will come out, and they will go through their first round. A 2-minute time cap, then 4 minutes of rest. And here we go. Adrian, that dumbbell squat snatch is something you faced when it was first introduced back in 2015.
Yeah, in 2015, this movement gets extremely overlooked by something called the pegboard, and not many athletes making it through to get it. But the accuracy and the mobility that it's going to be tested in this particular event, not just because of the wall ball, because of the dumbbell squat snatch, is going to be tremendous.
20 wall balls here. Then you have to get through the 6 reps, so 3 on each arm of the dumbbell squat snatch at 70 pounds, and then a sprint to the finish.
The challenge here isn't the actual movement. Yes, it's an 11-foot target, but it's a 14-pound ball. They've used 20-pound balls at 10-foot targets. That's not the problem. But it's getting no reps, execution being huge, and this is where you can see athletes really fall off the pace with this high technical movement under speed.
We're watching no reps get handed out left and right already in this particular heat.
Ellie Turner was the first woman to the 70-pound dumbbell. She has cleared her 2 sets of 2, and now she has 1 final set, and she'll be able to sprint to the finish. Now your score is your cumulative time through the 3 rounds, and Turner's across in about 1:17. 1:19.42 unofficially. Here comes Carolyn Prevost. 1:24.33 seconds for her.
Now, one thing to know with this 2-minute time cap, if an athlete does not complete it in 2 minutes, they get dropped into a subset of athletes. So you're only going to get scored with your 3 times if you get underneath the cap. If not, you're going to get dropped into a subset with that time cap time. So, you know, you could be in a heat of like 5 to 6 athletes if you can't get under the 2-minute mark.
That was Elisa Fuliano, who we just saw come across the finish line, and that's big for her because right now she sits in 30th place overall. And remember, after tonight's event, we cut down to 30 athletes. So if you're on the wrong side of that right now, you need to do some work to get yourself inside the top 30 if you want to finish out the weekend. So Ellie Turner and company will take a break as we now hand things over to the 2nd heat. Brooke Wells in lane number 6. Comes in 9th place overall.
You think about Brooke Wells' career, that's a career top finish for her. She's been a little bit higher, but the fact that she's even here is something that is needed to be talked about. But we're also looking at the thing that took her out last year, which was a heavy barbell snatch, but a single arm dumbbell, isolating that with that dynamic movement plane. I mean, that's something to keep your eye on.
Yeah, we hope that she's been training stability a ton. You can't overlook that when you're recovering from an injury, but this is going to put it to the test.
There's overall leader Tia Toomey, who now has a 53-point cushion on Mal O'Brien. Heat 2 underway. Ellie Turner had the fastest time in Heat 1 at 1:19.
The crazy part here is you're not going to out-fitness anyone. It's 20 wall ball shots. I don't care how high the target is. 20 wall ball shots. 6 dumbbell snatches with a 70-pound dumbbell, no problem.
Tia had a bobble there for a second and hit the wrong target on her first one.
And that's what we're talking about. Execution is key. You can be the fittest woman on earth, and if you drop the dumbbell one time, there's no room to make up as far as speed. You have to hope somebody else screws up.
Yeah, the big question mark is, do athletes put this type of pressure on themselves every day when they train and no judges there or no cameras on? Because if they don't, this is where they feel the most duress, and some of them just falter or crumble under the pressure.
Mal O'Brien, Ariel Lowen, Tia Toomey, Danielle Brandon all moving to the dumbbell at the same time, and Laura Horvath at the far end of the field was there as well. Toomey threw her first 2 reps, as is Mal O'Brien.
Chase, we talk about points of performance. They're not always extending that hip all the way on the dumbbell squat snatch because they're just trying to get under it as fast as they can in this event.
We saw that from Guima Harros at the Rogue Invitational last year, racing those squat snatches at 205.
Toomey is done, O'Brien is second, and it's Danielle Brandon, and it looked like Ariel Lowen off at the same time in third.
But timing, if you think back to Ellie Turner's time, she was right about 1:17.
Yeah, you can't game this one. You can't just say, oh, I'm beating the rest of my heat, because those girls in the first one already went faster than that, at least the top finishers.
There goes Christy O'Connell.
I mean, you got to think, if you're behind 10 seconds in this event, you're almost done as far as being in a top position.
Yeah, what can you do? You're going to run it back and get one more opportunity. We watched Tia in that first one miss from an accuracy perspective, that first couple. It's going to cost her.
You can scan the QR code that's about to pop up on your screen and get 50% off the RP Diet Coach app this week only.
We're talking about execution being at the forefront of this event, along with speed. You need the intensity, but you also need the accuracy. So Tia, on her first shot, she's going to pick up the ball, aims, hits the lower target. She has to hit the higher target. And Adrian, as we said before, in 20 wall ball shots, it's a movement that has a finite speed to it. You're not going to gain time on someone. And when we speak execution, it's like you have to be unbroken. You can't really go faster than anybody. So a misstep like that, if nobody else falters, you can't make that time up.
You can't make it up. The run just isn't far enough, and it doesn't take the elites long enough to do the squat snatches.
Second round for heat number 1 is now back underway. Ellie Turner had the fastest time in heat 1 at 1:19.42 seconds.
Now, I think we'll see most of our mistakes happen in the first round and get cleaned up in the second round.
I agree. It's ironic with our sport, right? We kind of get settled in and we're used to repetitive reps. A lot of times it's not the first rep that's the cleanest. It's the second, third, or the fourth rendition that seems to be optimal.
There's a drop for Kato on the left side of your screen. And now a no rep for not hitting that target.
And this is that adaptability of these athletes. We talk about the 10 general physical skills. I always think the 11th, adaptation, needs to be thrown in there.
Yeah, Ellie Turner, once again, pardon me, Adrian, the first woman to the dumbbell there on the left side of your screen.
No, I agree, Chase. Your ability to adapt on the fly, clear your mind if something didn't even go right in the first run, and do the best that you can to make up for that time in the second one is really important in an event like this, especially knowing what we have looming tonight. Cuts.
Ellie Turner, 23rd place overall, and once again, she is going to win her heat. Here comes Sungyeon Choi.
Now, Sungyeon Choi was hit with a bunch of no reps in the first heat. Those are the ones that we were seeing. She got no rep twice on her snatches in the last one, and you said cleaning it up on the second run. And that 1:20 time actually was a little bit faster than Tia's time in the second heat.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about even the mindset of the ladies that are watching this go down, because they're just standing off to the side. So they do have some understanding and awareness of the times and the top times that they need to beat. So does it put even a more intensified pressure on them as they get ready to take the floor?
And as you said, Chase, earlier, you got to get inside that 2-minute cap. If you don't, you get relegated to a separate group of athletes that will not be able to compete as far as your score is concerned with the athletes who complete all 3 rounds. Let's go down to Nikki.
If you're watching from home, it may not be immediately obvious, but it is super hot out here on the field of play today. Really muggy, soupy kind of weather. The athletes sitting in front of the fans as much as possible, and the staff here are doing everything they can to keep the equipment out here on the field of play as cool as possible. They're bringing it inside in the shade in between heats. They have reflective blankets that are covering them and cooling towels as well, so none of the athletes get burned.
Ellie Turner smartly finding one of those fans, because it ain't the heat, it's the humidity, and it is bad out there right now.
You look at my shirt when I walk into the door, you can tell how humid it is.
This is round 2 for Heat 2. Tia Toomey was your winner in round 1.
And we're talking to Adrian, is like, you know, a lot of athletes at a 10-foot target can throw a ball coming out of the bottom and not have to extend their hips. You need to do that. You have to have an overemphasis on the hip extension. One area you might be able to save a second or 2 in 20 reps is dropping to a squat before the ball gets to you. So instead of squatting with it, you're waiting for it.
And we see that commonly when the wall ball height is the traditional 10 feet or 10 and 9 feet for the male-female. I think it's a unique skill when the ball's coming from this distance, because we know it's only gaining more speed the further distance that it has to travel or drop to us. So it's interesting to see if any of the athletes are applying that.
I think somewhere begrudgingly, a bunch of affiliate owners are like, great, I have to now tape an 11 and a 12-foot line in my affiliate.
And Tia Toomey is through her 20 wall balls, along with Mal O'Brien, Christy O'Connell, Laura Horvath, Daniel Brandon now on the right side of your screen to the 70-pound dumbbell for her first 2 reps. Toomey's through first, along with Mal O'Brien. Gabby McGowan and Cara Saunders on the bottom of your screen are right behind them. So Toomey looking to go 2 for 2 here. Toomey off first. Mal O'Brien is behind her, but Tia Toomey's going to get across the finish line ahead of Mal. Cara Saunders and Gabby McGowan are racing. There goes Daniel Brandon and Danny Spiegel at the bottom of your screen. Tia Toomey unofficially in at 1:20.14 seconds. O'Brien was a second behind her. Cara Saunders just edging out Gabby McGowan by 5/100ths of a second.
And that's the importance of finishing through the line with all you've got, no matter what.
Now, Ariel Lowen, she stays alive in the main group if she gets in, and she will with time to spare.
That's big, because she's currently sitting 5th overall, about 45 points out of 4th, which is held by Haley Adams, but we haven't said her name very much. And just a lot of different strategies here. You see that, you know, some athletes are having to jump. You see Christy O'Connell over to the left having to just leap off the ground to get there. Tia Toomey also having to extend off the floor. And Haley Adams, she was sitting in 4th. She had actually gotten within 12 points of that 3rd place position. But this is definitely, you know, riding that line of being a little too much. And it's not that she can't do it, but at the speed and intensity some of these other athletes can.
Yeah, it's interesting when we think about statures. You know, Haley's built for running. She's got high calf muscles. She's got a longer femur. And when we think about squatting and repetitively doing so at speed, she's going to be a touch behind some of the other girls just when it comes to turnover.
Final round for Heat 1. Ellie Turner, like Tia Toomey, has won the first 2.
And a lot of it is what she's been doing on the rig here for these wall ball shots. And that spring loading at the bottom. And look, she's not having to come up on her toes. She's not having to jump. There's a lot of power in that lower body.
A lot of power, and you'll notice at the turnaround of her squat, it's not a 0 to 100 movement. She actually builds speed the closer that she gets to the top, right? She's accelerating through that hip extension, but not quite needing to leave the ground. That's impressive.
And watch that receiving. She's dropping into the squat right as the ball gets to her, so she's not catching and squatting like you see a lot of athletes do.
Final 5 reps for Ellie Turner.
Textbook.
Wow.
And she and Christine Kohlenbrander to the dumbbell at the same time.
You know, Adrian, talking about the unfamiliarity in round 1 being an issue, clean it up in round 2, but what about the pressure for round 3?
Turner, Columbrander, and Sung Young Choi are in the lead, and it's going to be Ellie Turner with the hat trick. Choi and Columbrander across behind her. So Ellie Turner, we know, will have the fastest time out of Heat 1. Times are being kept out on the field, so we won't know the total until this is all said and done. But Ellie Turner with a time of 1:18.36 seconds in that round, but we have to total up all 3 rounds.
But just the consistency of Turner, she was, what, 1:17 on the first round? Same thing. She hasn't been outside of 2 seconds of all 3 attempts here.
Great sprint at the end by Rebecca Fuselier. And she's able to sneak ahead of Victoria Campos. And that's it for the women of Heat number 1. Ellie Turner 3 for 3 in Heat 1. Tia Toomey looking to go 3 for 3 in Heat number 2.
You got to imagine Ellie Turner in the back before this workout got going. She knew what was going down.
Tia Toomey grabbed the overall lead yesterday after the Capitol event, but just barely. But since then, she has been moving farther and farther away from Mal O'Brien, who currently sits in second place by 53 points.
Am I the only one thinking Terminator right now? Come on. Am I the only one thinking Terminator?
You're not the only one.
Okay. For my 80s kids out there.
Final round is underway. Sprint down the field and then the 20 wall balls.
Execution. And there's a miss right off the bat.
It's the second time that Toomey has missed her first wall ball shot.
And listen, if you're face-to-face with your competitor, you can hear the no rep get called. And for Mal O'Brien, she needs to be able to take advantage. It might be a second or 2, but every second counts.
Literally every second counts. And what's ironic is you can't even get upset with yourself when you get the no rep. You have to immediately focus and continue on as accurately as you can.
She just got another one. That's 3.
But Mal O'Brien is pulling ahead here of Tia Toomey. Tia's judge's hand has yet to go in the air. Mal O'Brien is ahead of Toomey now on this round of wall balls. And it's O'Brien off first, and Emma Lawson is behind her. But Tia Toomey getting left behind here, but remember, she does have the 2 fastest times in Heats 1 and 2.
Mal O'Brien. Look, she's been right on her heels each round. Tia's charging, though.
Here comes Danielle Brandon to threaten Mal O'Brien. O'Brien is done, and she will take off, and here comes Danielle Brandon. Gabby McGowan and Cara Saunders are off, and Danny Spiegel is across as well. Now here comes Tia Toomey.
And that's her second set, or second round at 123, or just above 120.
Just a moment of lapse in focus, and it can cost you a ton in an event this short.
Ariel Lowen is in. Mal O'Brien at 1:19.84 seconds in that 3rd and final round. Toomey winds up finishing in 9th place in the heat.
And now we got to start adding seconds. And listen, those of you guys on instant results, you want us to take the time here to get these totals right, because what just happened there is exactly what we're talking about, Adrian, when we're looking at execution. This is exactly the pitch that Adrian Bosman was trying to throw. Can you get it within this window? We all know everybody can just do these. 20 wall ball shots, nothing. 14-pound ball, I don't care how high you throw it. Squat snatches with a 70-pound dumbbell, it's only 6, no problem. But when you put the emphasis on no room for error, consequences, going too fast, getting out of your skis a little bit, 1 lapse. It's what happens out there, and that's exactly what Adrian is shooting for.
Yeah, there's an elegance in a simply programmed workout that allow the athletes to dictate what the outcome is and not just the workout itself.
Let's go back and take a look at Tia Toomey's round of wall balls here. So the first one
The first one is an airmail, right? She missed the target completely, but her next couple, she hits the bottom of the target. It has to hit the face. Right at the bottom. She's got to be careful.
But those 3 no reps that she got on that set of 20 are what cost Tia Toomey. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who is with Ellie Turner.
Now, we are still waiting on official results, but Ellie, it is looking like you may be at the top of the leaderboard. There was no room for error in this event, so how were you able to execute so smoothly?
I knew I had nothing to lose, and I like to squat, so it was just about leaving it all out there, and hopefully that was enough.
Now, it is hot down here, and you guys are dealing with a lot of sort of mugginess and heat in the air. How did that affect you today?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, I tried to get my hat on straight away, get in the fan, and I was more focused on the event, and the heat didn't affect me too much.
We have tested a lot already here, lots of different stimulus, but we still have a lot yet to come. So how's your recovery been?
It's been really good. I'm feeling fresh, ready to go. We've still got like 5 events left, so I'm keen to see what else we have.
Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ellie Turner representing Australia extremely well. She goes 3 for 3 in heat number 1.
Well, she said she liked the squat, and there's a reason, because it looked really good out there, and she was super consistent. We talked about the blend between technique and intensity. Can you move flawlessly as fast as humanly possible? What does that mean? Would you like me to show up at the right place or the right time? The answer should be yes, and Ellie Turner did just that.
They will tabulate the scores and find out who wins the event for the women. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the men take the field here at the North Park for Hat Trick. house inside the North Park here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. As the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games continue. Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram and 5-time CrossFit Games competitor and 3-time Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway are here in the booth. And it's Mike Arsenault down on the field. Event 9 for the men. And when's the last time we saw this? Just 22 points separating first from third in the men's overall standings.
Roman doing himself a big favor this morning. It's been a long time coming, but he's in that center lane with that nice, long, straight arm stroke. But when he got to the skier in those final 2 rounds, I wish I could have been in that natatorium. But cranking on that over 2,200 cals an hour. Getting an event win. He just looks like he's having fun. He finally feels like he's at home. He's been trying to get here for nearly 5 years. And with this event, 3 rounds for time with a whole lot of sprinting and not a lot of room for error. 20 wall ball shots to a 12-foot target with that 20-pound ball and 6 alternating squat snatches with a dumbbell. The great Prefontaine said, the best pace is a suicide pace, and today looks like a good day to die. There are no pacing in this one, and we need to balance technique with intensity, because as we saw on the women's side, one slip up, you're out.
Same story that we had for the women. We will have 2 heats running separately. Heat number 1, Colton Mertens will be in lane 15. He's not going to like one part of this event. He'll probably like the other, but he's the guy right now who sits in 30th place overall. The cuts are looming tonight. The top 30 move on to Sunday.
We still have one event tonight. We don't even know what it is. So if you are sitting there on the cut line, Mertens knows. That's that smile. That's a smile of someone who's like, listen, I get it, guys. It's a high wall ball target. Yep. I know where I stand. I'm this tall to ride this ride, but I still made the cut, and I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can seize the opportunity with the accuracy, which is going to be much more difficult with him having to likely jump every repetition.
Round 1 for Heat 1 is underway. 20 wall balls, and then the 6 dumbbell squat snatches at 100 pounds.
Boy, Guy squatted right away to get under his ball, and he was letting it rip.
As you said, Adrian, that big jump he's going to need to do to get there.
There's Guy Majeros on the left, Brent Fikowski on the right.
A lot like you mentioned, Chase, in cycling this, Brent has got a premature squat. He starts to let his hips go down and back even before his hands ever touch that ball, and that's going to speed his cycle rate.
You know, something I've never seen Brent not do is the arm sweep on the wall ball shots. That's mean he's going for speed, not longevity.
Majeros and Fikowski, along with
hey, that's the squat snatch we said we were talking about from the Rogue Invitational. You just got to get underneath.
Majeros continues to lead here. Here comes Fikowski. Dallin Pepper's there as well. There goes Guy. So he will take round 1 of Heat 1.
About time you showed up.
114.97 for Majeros.
That's what I've been looking for the last 3 days. I'm glad he's back.
Hey, me too.
Dallin Pepper's going to take second. Jay Crouch is third, followed by Tudor Magda, Jorius Karavis, Heinrich Happelainen, Griesaber, Uday, and Vigneault all coming across. And here comes Mertens. That's great for him. Mertens is going to take 10th in that round.
Mertens needs to stay away from is Baden Brown, Uday, Moritz Feibig, Riquelme.
There's Enrico Zanoni, who looks like he's going to get capped in this round. Now, he will continue, but he'll get relegated into a separate group as Baden Brown comes through. Guy Majeros just ripped through that round, 114.97 seconds.
Yeah, we talked about this before the event started. You're either going to finish this event fired up or you're going to just finish disappointed. This isn't really one of those events that leaves you lying on your back gasping for air. It's like, did I step up or did I not? Guy did.
Round 1 for Heat number 2. Ricky Garrard in lane 10. Roman Krennikov and Justin Medeiros continue to creep closer to him. And we talked to Justin Kotler before this event. Didn't seem like this was going to be a good one for Ricky.
Yeah,
damage control.
Yeah, and for that, it's just Ricky's overhead position. He's got a great overhead squat, but it's a big difference between a heavy barbell and a single dumbbell.
It is an extremely different movement. You think about anything unilateral where we're going one leg or one arm at a time versus dual, it's going to challenge the athlete's accuracy, mobility, dexterity, coordination, all those aspects such in a different way.
That being said, the thing we've always loved about Ricky is his willingness to attack.
Ricky Medeiros to the wall ball at the same time, along with Roman Krenikov. Jason Hopper was one of the first men to pick up the ball as well. He was on the lead in that initial sprint. Medeiros looks like he's moving at a faster clip than Gerard here. Krenikov and Medeiros are dead even. There is Jason Hopper, left side of your screen.
Listen, you're right there. Just a big drop. Big drop for Hopper. There's another one.
Another no rep for Hopper, so a lead that he had on the sprint has now disappeared. Medeiros, first man, along with Krenikov, Gerard right behind him. Travis Mayer and Nick Matthew at the bottom of your screen. Will Morad and Noah Olson at the top.
This is the big question for Ricky Gerard on the left, is being able to stabilize that dumbbell overhead.
Medeiros still in the lead as here comes Gerard.
And Medeiros has one of the best overhead positions in the men's field.
Medeiros, final dumbbell. He is through. There goes Justin Medeiros. Roman Krenikov is off before Gerard. Nick Matthew is across. Here comes Ricky. Bjorn Gudmundsson, fourth. Gerard's going to take fifth. Lazar Jukic is in sixth.
And this was round one. Everything gets a little sketchy in round one. How can these athletes adapt on the fly for that second round? We saw some people make mistakes on the women's side, clean it up in round two, but where do they rear their head again is that third round.
Right, now that they've warmed up a little bit, it almost looked to me that Ricky came out a touch conservative, even getting to his wall ball. I'm gonna make these count, my back is to the wall, but I'm gonna try to hold my position, versus Medeiros is ready to take first place back.
And just as you said, Adrian, is like Ricky Gerard had that almost like control squat, a lot different, say, when we saw, say, from Ellie Turner, who was just popping right down there at the bottom. But Medeiros' overhead position, really one of the best we've seen.
It's beautiful.
And Justin Medeiros takes round one of heat two. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, you may be wondering why this event is called Hat Trick. Well, Adrian Bosman is a hockey fan. In the sport of hockey, you need to score not one, not two, but 3 goals to make a hat trick. In this event, you have to execute not 1, not 2, but 3 movements. That will make the hat trick. To make this a Gordie Howe hat trick, Chase and Adrian are going to start wrestling each other in the broadcast booth.
Chase is already putting on the foil.
I was going to say, yeah, everybody slap shot, hashtag slap shot. I was like, I will bow out of that contest 10 times out of 10.
Ready to go. Tell us when.
Ricky Gerard, not a bad start, really, what we thought we'd coming in, but Guy Majeros.
And in that last round, for heat number 2, Ricky Gerard trailed Justin Medeiros by 4 seconds.
Look at Brent Fikowski trying to match Guy step for step, wall ball for wall ball. He picked up his intensity for sure coming out of the gate versus what we saw in round 1.
But the spring and Guy's squat, he's in the upper left part of your screen, right in front of Brent Fikowski. Look at the difference between the two. Guy just rebounds out of the bottom. Dallin Pepper actually had a great event this morning. One of the bigger athletes in the field, can move some weight.
And Dallin, for a longer frame, he also has a really textbook squat. Very, very good mover.
Guy's cycle rate. Just look at that between him and Brent. Yep. Just bouncing out of the bottom, but yet tied right coming off.
Fikowski, Majeros, and Pepper to the dumbbell at the same time.
He's literally now not extending anything. Just up and under that dumbbell as fast as he can. It's beauty.
And Majeros just mauling that 100-pound dumbbell, and he's going to go 2 for 2, and Guy may have gotten faster that round. Now Fikowski is across.
I mean, that's great for Brent Fikowski, just with the type of athlete that is. He's not a speed guy. I mean, we just saw what speed looks like. Guy Majeros is the definition of that, speed and power.
Yeah, and for Brent, it takes a lot more intention to be able to match the speed of someone like Guy. He's in his mind thinking, go fast, take chances. Even though he's got the professor as his descriptive name, sometimes you got to throw that to the side and be a little reckless.
There's Augustin Riquelme, who's got to get across the finish line in 10 seconds in order to be able to keep competing with the men who got through this event. He will. And there's Guy Majeros. Still waiting on his time, but it looked like he may have gotten faster. His first round was about 1:14.
Guy Majeros and Brent Fikowski basically going rep for rep on these wall ball shots. Again, a 12-foot target, but look at Guy. He just sneaks underneath the dumbbell. There's not many other people in this field that can do that. For those of you watching at home, this is a 10 out of 10. Don't recommend unless you got the power and speed like Guy does.
2 for 2 so far for Guy Majeros. Scan the QR code and get 50% off the RP Diet Coach app this week only. Round 2 for Heat 2 now. Justin Medeiros was your winner in round 1.
Let's see if any of these guys change their strategy. I have a feeling Ricky's got to come out a little bit more aggressive on this one.
And as a coach on the side, when you're looking at that, scanning the field, I mean, you can see it from the booth. If their coach is there, what are you telling Ricky?
Clean. Right now, if I'm his coach and I'm in his corner, I'm truly saying, hey, we want a clean run, more importantly than a fast run, right? A lot like we know that Boz mentioned. You can't win it on any one particular movement, but you can certainly lose it there.
Justin Medeiros can grab a win in this event. If things stay the way they are, there's a very good chance he could finally peel that white jersey off of Ricky Garrard's back.
And I think that's the choice that you have to make. Justin Medeiros is in a point where he's got to strike for now in regards to where points are and what we know is coming. So he's got to make some moves, and he's in a more of a desperation situation.
Krennikov and Medeiros off at the same time. And they are in the lead. Here comes Vellner.
Oh, Ricky was nearly last off the rig.
I'm impressed with the way Roman moves under that dumbbell. He's a long body.
Sam Plott was there with Pat Vellner as well. But the battle for first in this round is between Roman Krennikov and Justin Medeiros. And Ricky Garrard is getting left in their wake. And there goes Justin Medeiros. And he will take round 2. Roman Krennikov comes in. Lazar Jukic and Nick Matthew beat him across. Pat Vellner is there, as well as Hopper, Quant Adler. Now everybody else coming across the finish line.
Roman was rep for rep there with Justin. He got hit with a costly no rep towards the end.
Ricky Garrard came in 10th place in the heat. Medeiros had a 4-second lead unofficially on Garrard after round 1.
I think Ricky had to have 1 or 2 no reps on his wall ball shots. I didn't see him itself, but you don't come off the 20 wall ball shots 5 seconds behind someone without that happening.
The lead is now unofficially 12 seconds between Medeiros and Ricky Garrard.
The question is, who's in between those two? Because it sounds like a lot, but like we saw yesterday in the lunge to the finish line is that, yeah, Justin beat him by the length of the field, but no one was in between them. See Ricky Garrard off at last, but look at the race between Medeiros on the right and Krennikov on the left. You know, Krennikov has a decent overhead position, a little bit more stable for Medeiros on the right, but rep 1, Medeiros on the right got the second one, but Roman got a no rep on that one, and honestly, I didn't see it. I don't know.
If the standard is double heads have to touch the turf, that's what got him. He only hit one side of the dumbbell to the ground.
And that's, look, again, speed. Because it's really hard to control a 100-pound dumbbell just by itself, let alone at that speed.
There's Guy Majeros is looking to go 3 for 3 here. Unofficially, his cumulative time is 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Here we go.
And he is first place in the event right now, neck and neck with Brent Fikowski.
And Brent is leaning in. And this is the round that got Tia. We even saw it from the women's perspective. This is where you've got to use those hips just a little extra to make sure you get into the meat and the center of that target and not cost yourself.
And the fact that it's at 12 feet, if you have a little less in a shot at 10 feet, you're going to be fine. It's not really that costly. But if you have a little less, a little lapse in that extension and throw at a 12-foot marker, you're going to miss.
Mahanos just ahead of Fikowski here on these 20 wall balls, and he is done. Fikowski with 1 rep to go. Mahanos to the dumbbell. First round, no problem. So far, a clean run for Mahanos. Here comes Fikowski. Final 2 reps for Guy. And Guy Mahanos is going to sweep the 3 rounds. And he looks to win this event, but we have to wait and see what happens with Heat 2. It's Fikowski will come in second place. Dallin Pepper finishes 3rd, followed by Andre Uday and Tudor Magda.
Listen, we know what to expect from Guy, but shout out to Brent Fikowski. That is some speed we haven't seen from him.
Brent Fikowski, 21st overall, has yet to punch into the top 20 and might be able to do it here with this event. And Rico Zanoni is going to finish up. And now we move on to the final round for Heat 2.
I'm quiet because there's nothing I can say to make that look any better. I just wanted you guys to enjoy that without me flapping my gums for 5 seconds.
Watching him move in any accelerated movement is poetry in motion.
It's something we've been waiting on since Wednesday, honestly. I mean, Guy was one of those that, for most everybody, top 10 at least, at most, podium contention after what we saw last year. So it's good to see that it's still there because, listen, today is a heck of a day. No gymnastics that we've seen so far.
Right.
Inside the North Park for the 9th event for the men. We are heading into the 3rd and final round. Justin Medeiros trying to retake the overall lead and peel the jersey that Ricky Garrard has worn for this entire competition off of Garrard's back. And he is close to doing it if this holds in this event. Medeiros with a 12-second lead on Garrard.
And the question here for Ricky is, do you take a chance and try to stop the bleeding at risk of making it worse?
This is why we play the game. You have to make those kind of executive choices, and it's going to affect the rest of the weekend because if it's the result is in an error or a mistake that costs you a rep, that might be goodbye to your current 1st place standing in that white jersey.
Medeiros leads Garrard right now. If Guy's top time holds, Guy will win the event. Here goes Roman Krenikov along with Medeiros. If Medeiros can finish 2nd, he'd need to make up 25 points on Garrard.
And Adrian, you're right. Roman's hitting one end of the dumbbell at the bottom. That's where he's getting a no rep.
Medeiros and Krenikov fighting for the lead. Medeiros is through. And you might want to start printing a new jersey. Here comes Garrard. If Medeiros finished 2nd in this event, that would be 97 points. Garrard would have to finish 11th or better to hang on to that lead.
I mean, he was barely 11th in the end of that one heat that we've seen. He had got right up in there. You can see Roman tapping that head. He knows he made a mistake. He knows what it was.
When you're in a workout where you got to go fast and take chances, we know that's the risk that you run.
Ricky Garrard has been your overall leader for this entire competition. Justin Medeiros may have just changed that. Unofficially, it looks like Guy Mahanos is going to pick up the event win.
And we saw this last year on display during the snatch event for max weight. But we've seen this play out before. The power and speed that Guy Majeros possesses is second to none in the CrossFit space.
We know Guy is strong, and we know he loves high-pressure moments, and he's showing that.
Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Justin, the hockey hair won you the hat trick here in event number 9. How did you balance the need for speed and accuracy throughout those movements?
Dude, just full send on all of them, you know, like such a quick workout. You don't want to miss any reps, but there's a perfect amount of precision and aggression. So worked out really good.
Your face is plastered around the Alliant Energy Center, around the city of Madison as the defending champion. What is it like coming in here this year in 2022 with the target on your back?
Yeah, man, I think the only difference between last year and this year is I expected of myself. So I know I got the best team around me. My family's here to support me. So just out for me to go out there, have fun, compete hard, and I know I'll be happy at the end of the weekend.
Well, it looks like that performance potentially might put you back in the leader's uniform. We'll take a look at that. But Justin, congratulations on your performance in event number 9.
Hey, let's hear it. Let's go!
I was just waiting for just got pitted, bro. Just got pitted.
Here are your results. So Medeiros is going to finish second. You do not see rookie Gerard on that screen. Guy Majeros will get the event win, and it looks like unofficially Medeiros will have a 2-point lead on Gerard heading in tonight. But that is all unofficial. It's been a fun Saturday so far, and we are still not done. Head to games.crossfit.com for all your official results and standings. We're going to move into the Coliseum next. We don't know what awaits, but I'm guessing it's going to be a blast.
Let's get started, guys. We already kind of chatted a bit, but let's go around and share where you're at, where your head's at. Just 1 or 2 sentences, how you're coming to the meeting. I'll start.
CrossFit affiliate roundtables are moderator-led, small group conversations.
Affiliate owners can gather together consistently to celebrate wins, identify weaknesses.
In that time, we share all sorts of things that affiliate owners would talk about.
My gym and your gym sound surprisingly similar. So
yeah.
You get back what you put in. So if you're really looking for advice on business and business only, there's a roundtable that will do that. If you're looking to be like, man, I just need some emotional support as an affiliate owner, there's a roundtable that'll do that too.
We get into this business because we love exercise, and what we discover is that we need support.
There's so many conversations to be had. And we're just trying to open that door so that they can connect.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How do I recover? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? Am I prepared? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. Where I am is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
My name's Rich Froning,
4-time individual CrossFit Games champion, 5-time Affiliate Cup champion. As I've gotten more advanced in my career, nutrition has taken more of a front seat to go along with my training, and RP has helped me over the last couple of years dial that in and take the guesswork out of what I'm doing. Nutrition timing is a huge piece, as well as nutrition or macro count. And currently I'm eating 100 grams of fat, 200 grams of protein, and about 500 grams of carbohydrates. We've played around with that over the years, but that's kind of what we've settled on, especially this time of year. RP diet has helped me a ton, and it can help you too.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
at it with the cut line looming. The 2020 NOBULL CrossFit Games, team event number 9 at the Alliant Energy Center's North Park here in Madison, Wisconsin. Torrance Training Labs, Jamie Higia, CrossFit Apex's Tanya Wagner, Jeremy Austin from CrossFit Gold Coast. My name is Joel Gadet from Firewall Fitness. Glad to be with you here in Madison, Wisconsin this week and into the weekend. Team competition. It started as a dogfight and it has turned into a mayhem, I want to say rout. It is still an intriguing competition, but Mayhem has won now 4 consecutive events. Rich Froning and company firmly in control. That red line signifying the podium. Oslo Navy Blue was second last year, and Invictus trying to earn its way back on the podium for the first time since 2019. Payload is the event, and it is apropos.
In male and female pairs, the athletes are going to move heavy objects down the field, but in between, they're going to have to do 50 synchronized double unders as an entire team of 4. We have a tumbler that weighs 450 pounds, 600 pounds for the men, jerry cans, Husafel bag, and then the big bob. So a lot of weight's going to get moved in a little bit of time. Only 12 minutes on this time cap.
About 2.5 tons a lane. A full rhinoceros getting moved down each lane. Down to Jamie Higia.
The tumblers we're going to be seeing these athletes move are 450 pounds for the women and 650 pounds for the men. You'll see that black piece of tape is going to denote that that's for the males. Watching the event team bring this out here, it took 4 to 6 of them to bring these out onto the field. So shout out to them, and these are going to be heavy in this event.
Heavy they are. You don't want to be picking up the wrong one, do you? And recipe for success. Now, there's going to be some battles out here on the field. You need to make sure you push the battle that you can win. The ones you can't, you've got to try and negate the damage being done and keep it clean. That big bob having to be pushed all the way down your lane. If all of your equipment is in your lane at the end, you're going to have to move it before you can get the big bob down the line, where the chip timer is placed at the front of the machine, holding a whole lot of red plates.
This event brought to us by Trifecta. Opening lane assignments here in the first of 4 heats. A couple of Norwegian teams. We have 4 of them in this competition in lanes 6 and 7 in Trondheim and Sarpsborg. International flair last year. Let's focus on the team from Georgia here in Heat 1. Training Think Tank.
Coming 12th out of the strong event, and we've got some strongman implements to play with here. Communication's going to be key, and Brandy and Mike McGoldrick, they've been competing together for a long time, and the communication is an issue. Well, it shouldn't be for these two in particular.
Guaranteed rate team to watch. Talking to Mike McGoldrick before competition, he said, yeah, there's been a wall ball or 2 thrown my direction by my wife.
Only 1 or 2.
From time to time. Now, this is an interesting change in the double unders from a year ago at the games. If you remember, particularly in the age group competition, there were double unders on turf. They are doing double unders on gym surface flooring this time. It does make it a little bit easier, especially when you're trying to synchronize amongst 4.
Well, when you have Surface Co. as one of your sponsors, that helps as well. They brought out the mats for these athletes, and the neat part about it is we have 4 synchronized double unders, and this to me is going to be the key whether you make it or break it, because we know the teams know how to move heavy objects. Some of them do it better than others, but if you get tripped up or if you can go unbroken, that's going to be the key.
Starts with the 50 synchronized double unders. Now the tumbler, 65 pounds, 450 pounds. We've seen this implement in CrossFit before. If you remember the Chaos event back in 2018, this was the final implement being pulled to the finish line.
Sarpsborg very quick on their 50 synchronized double unders, just over 30 seconds. But a lot of weight having to be shifted. And foot position for this tumbler imperative. You see how skewed you can get in the lane up and down North Park.
Now, the hard part about this, as opposed to 2018 with just 1 person, is all about the straps and being able to keep the tension on those straps similar. If you look here at the center of your screen, the ladies pulling over their shoulders, or here, if the straps are over your shoulders, you can maintain that tension more evenly versus some of the other teams that are using their arms in a locked out straight position over their heads. They're a little less stability, so not as much tension, not as efficient.
Tumbler, an interesting implement like a tumble dry or a washing machine where the load will drop down to the bottom of the barrel. And if that comes to a complete stop, it is very difficult. You saw the sway back. It's very difficult to get it moving again.
Now, well done by Kilo 2 there, because they did it in sync. If one pair reaches the finish line before the other, there's no reward. You have to wait for all 4 of your athletes to finish moving these implements here. Again, a couple tons of total weight being moved from one side to the other. After each movement, back to the synchronized double unders.
And you don't want to take for granted the length of this field running back for the next round, if you want to call it, but you don't want to race so much that you're going back and needing to catch your breath before 50 double unders.
The other thing, you have to be smart. We do have a heat advisory in Dane County, Wisconsin right now. Real feel is up to 101 degrees for these athletes. Second event for them outside today, third event of the day, moving a ton of weight on hot turf.
They had a really strong first round, but now they're having a little trouble keeping that together.
Yeah, that's Kilo 2. They got tripped up again on the double unders. Tip of the cap to the judges, by the way, to see and judge appropriately 4 people doing synchronized double unders.
It's the feet. That's where you want to watch. Keep your eyes on everyone's feet. If you can see when they're jumping in time, as long as they're off the ground at the same time and nobody trips up with their rope, then that's good. Now, this is really hard to do. Everybody has their own style when it comes to double unders. So if you haven't practiced this, or if you haven't worked together, or you have that one person that's a little bit wonky with their swing, that's going to make this challenging. But you need to go at the pace of your slowest athlete or your least confident athlete in double unders.
Now, Kilo 2 was not out of it here. They come in 28th place. Top 20 teams advance to Sunday. They'll have to smash this event. But they're off to a great start here with these jerry cans. The males carrying 100 pounds in each hand. The women carrying 70 pounds in each hand. These are meant to mimic actual jerry cans developed in Germany prior to World War II, used by both sides of that conflict. They're gas cans. They're heavy.
Well, progression back from heavy jerry cans, you go back to carrying your shopping. I know a lot of people, when you go into your supermarket, you only want to do one trip, so you want to load up with as many bags as you can.
You're just talking to the guys out here, I feel like.
No. If you're a CrossFitter, you carry every one of your bags back. Unless you have something that's going to break, like chips. You don't want to smash them. I like my tortilla.
Okay.
Like if you just would have made 2 trips, we would have dropped the berries on the floor.
That's right. But you can progress this from carrying bags of any weight up until this very heavy jerry can carry.
In all seriousness, though, that grip is going to be taxed. If you can hook grip, they're a little thicker on those bags, so it's not as easy to hook grip like a barbell would be, but definitely a little bit fatiguing on the grip.
Talking about tucking that thumb underneath the fingers on the hook grip. Shop Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit, at trifectanutrition.com/CrossFit. You can get 40% off with the code CrossFit at Trifecta.
Double unders are going to get more difficult as the athletes get more fatigued, especially with their arms. They've just used their arms for the tumbler. They've just used their arms for those jerry can. They've got a Husafel bag to come.
And it's the forearm fatigue, Jeremy, more so than the shoulders, you might think.
Massive. So keeping your shoulders back on those jerry can carries is crucially important if you're going to get this done efficiently. And you see the frustration already starting to creep in with Kilo 2. But just making sure they communicate, everyone's recovering enough, big breath before they go. Probably not a movement they have synchronized as a 4.
I wouldn't have expected to see this. I didn't, and usually double under, you know kind of where people are, but to actually synchronize it.
And watching the tempo, look at the tempo of Ali Zerke and Deirdre Franzen. It seemed like it was starting to get a little bit off when you try to synchronize these. And now onto the Husafeld stones here for 80-20, and look at them go. That's a 200-pound bag for the men and a 150-pound bag for the women.
The original Husafel stone, 186 kilos at 409 pounds. Goat farmer back in Iceland made a goat pen out of stone, and if you proved to lift the stone, you were considered strong. So up to where the position they have got it now is a position of strength. So maintaining tight core position, upright torso, and getting those arms locked underneath.
Maybe the most famous of the lifting stones, first made an appearance, in actuality, the stone at 1992 World's Strongest Man.
And they have to carry it in this bear hug fashion. They're not allowed to shoulder it. if you can get your fingers locked together, that's going to help you. If you can hold a little bit lower to where it narrows and you can get some type of grip where you're holding onto your wrist or your fingers, that helps. But honestly, it's the forearms on this one. You're squeezing your forearms so tight into the bag to hold it to your body. Your forearms are where the muscles are that you need for your grip. So that's where it all comes into play.
The higher that bag is above your hips, the freer it's going to be for your legs, the faster you can get down the field to get it down into the end zone and lessen the pain that you're going to be going through.
I think that was a flex on the way back to the double unders. Kilo 2 here. Final 50 double unders, and then it'll be a bob push to the finish. You can see that in the background. Those red plates, 55 pounds. That is 1,217 pounds on the bob total.
But they've been looking at that for the last nearly 8 minutes, just probably dreading that they've got to push this all the way down the other end of the field.
The fatigue is setting in. Ben Kettleson there is walking back to the jump ropes, or back to his mat, because this is a lot of work. They're making it look easy the way some of these teams are moving. Kilo 2 is just moving these objects quickly, but your heart rate goes up. You need to get yourself under control to come back to these double unders. It's a high skill, coordinated movement to make it more challenging. Add some partners to it. And when the pressure's on that you're the one tired and needs that breather, it's really hard to keep yourself moving as fast as you need to.
Sarpsborg on the right, Kilo 2 on the left.
Kilo 2's double unders have increased each round to about 15 to 20 seconds each round, just with that accumulation of fatigue. So probably something we expected. And now North Park, the final leg with Big Bob.
Again, 1,217 pounds. These teams moved Big Bob on the first day of competition, but it was empty. It weighed 667 pounds. Now they are trying to move a polar bear. You can see the teams starting to push Bob across the field. And now it turns into the world's slowest race ever as you grit this out.
The teams moved Big Bob on Monday. They moved it together, they moved it in pairs, they moved it empty. This is way different, but look at these guys grinding it out.
Trondheim has pushed themselves in front here. They're in lane 6. Kilo 2 fighting as well.
Positioning, I think, so important. Trondheim gentlemen at the front. 2 different positions, but both nice, tight lumbar arch. Great positions of support for your spine.
Kilo 2 trying to make up ground as Trondheim took a break, and Trondheim does push across. 10:04 the finish. Trondheim wins the heat. Sarpsborg has finished in 10:18. Now training think tank, we highlighted off the top, could be the next to finish. Remember, this was Kilo 2 from Jump Street. Teams have caught up. Kilo 2 is done at 10:31. Your work is done when Bob breaks the red line. Time cap is 12 minutes, a minute 15 left to go. Here is training think tank. Najeski and McGoldrick driving up front. Training think tank done in 10:51. 4th team to finish in this heat of 8. We still have teams still having to go back for their final round of double unders. 21:50 done, so too is 18:55. And now here comes Toluca.
And for these teams, knowing that this is it, this will be the last time out on the floor for them for their 2022 game season, you still want to finish strong, feel good, and then there's nothing like that last event where you know you gave it your all.
Well, and sell out. This is a Toluca team, remember, that came in 5th at Copa Sur after some positive tests by teams in front of them qualified. When we talked to Federico Guggenheim. He said, listen, there was zero chance we thought we were going to qualify. They had stopped training for about a week. They ate a lot. They had to get back into shape, get their travel visas in order, get here to Madison and compete. Fine showing from the folks at Toluca. With 2 seconds left, they will be capped here in their final event of competition. But a fine few days of competition and a solid test of everybody. Everyone getting the opportunity to fight here through Saturday's competition.
Great test up to this point to say you were even tested all well-rounded, like you said, Joel. Yes, agreed. And now they breathe.
But even a great day today. You get in the pool, you do a little bit of work, then you come out for a long 30-minute slog, and you finish with a massive grind in the sun. Even today's been a great test.
Then you get in the jacuzzi.
Absolutely, you get in the jacuzzi.
We were watching Kilo 2 through this entire event. They made up all their ground on the objects. They were so quick to move heavy objects. But it was these double unders they had a lot of struggle with. That's what opened up the door for Trondheim. This is where they made their move on the final object. It was Bob, where Trondheim just took it. They earned themselves their event heat win to wrap up their games.
Trondheim good in 10:04 for the team that hails from Trondheim, Trondelag, Norway. Down to Jamie.
With so many heavy objects in this event, what was the most fun part about this?
It went better than expected. So all the things were lighter than expected. So maybe next year you should go heavier.
And with cuts coming up later tonight, what was the most fun part about this whole games experience for your team?
This event was very fun. The one last dance, using our legs, just pushing through, very fun.
And what does this last event say about your team?
I think it says that we are strong and that we like these grinding events. Yeah.
Congratulations on a heat win.
Thank you. Guys, on me.
Strong. It comes from Scandinavian countries, the original Husafell, and yes, they are strong. And I cannot believe that we've gone 1-2 Norwegian teams. Stronger next year? Gee, where do they go with that?
About 11% of the field coming from Norway in this year's competition. Only up from here. Another heat coming up your way. 3 more to go here on the Payload Saturday night. 90 degrees in Madison, Wisconsin. Real feel 100. Outside at North Park, getting the sun on us through the eyes, on the face, on the skin at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Team event number 9, alongside Jeremy Austin, the 2009 champ Tanya Wagner. Jamie Hagia is down on the field. My name is Joel Godet. We all thought one team might be in the lead at this juncture. That team is in the lead at this juncture. Bidding for his 10th championship, Rich Froning and CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. 48-point lead over Oslo Navy Blue. Reykjavik was a team that had a lot of hype with Annie Thorisdottir putting that group together. 18 points out of a podium spot as we hit the end of Saturday. Josh Bridges would say, pay the man. We're going to do that here with Payload, brought to us by Trifecta.
We sure are going to do that with a lot of heavy weight. The athletes are going to start together on those mats you see on your screen doing 50 synchronized double unders. Then in male and female pairs, they're going to carry first the jerry cans, then they're going to, first the tumbler, then the jerry cans on your screen, followed by the Husafell bag, And then Big Bob, as a team of 4, they're going to push down the field. Big Bob weighs 1,200 pounds.
Let's get you more familiar with some of these implements. Head down onto the field with Jamie.
I spoke with a representative from Rogue, and they said these aren't jerry cans, but they're jerry bags. The men's weight is 100 pounds per hand filled with all sand. The women's are filled with sand and rubber. And like you guys said, this is going to be a heavy grocery bag carry all the way down the field.
170 pounds, depending on the men and the women. That's a lot of groceries. Speaking of which, recipes. Jeremy.
Correct. 2 trips for me on the shopping for this one. Pushing the battle where you can. You've got to make sure when you are doing any of these 4 implements that if you are going to do well, you really push the envelope. If you aren't going to do as well, back it off. Make sure you've got enough in the tank for that last big bob push. Keep it clean. Keep the equipment out of your lane. Make sure the positioning of your body with these implements is as strict and clean as you can get them. Efficiency, effectiveness of shifting weights will come down to, Joel, you mentioned it. It's a lot of heat. It's a lot of strain on these athletes.
We are getting into that range now where you're looking at teams that are flirting with the cut line. Only 20 teams will advance to the finale of competition here at the CrossFit Games on Sunday. A lot of these teams are in the mix. Speaking of which, our guaranteed rate teams to watch. Milford Conquer was on the outside looking in this morning. They are now the cut line in 20th place.
And that's because they took a top 10 finish in the event just before this. They took 7th in that dumbbell high ball. Their other first place event finish was in strong.
And there was Rhapsody, team that finished last in their rookie appearance at the games a year ago. They are now 7 points behind. Now, KT CrossFit was in front of them, 2 points out. They have withdrawn after an injury in the last event. So Rhapsody right now on the bubble, first team out.
Well, you think about progression of movement. You also think about progression as a team and building on past experiences. Coming in last year to coming in to try and make that top 20, and 7 points out is not much in the grand scheme of things. That is 3 placings. So if they can maintain, it would be great to see them jump from that last place position and into the final day of competition tomorrow.
And what a goal for them. I mean, I think that would be what your goal would be. Listen, let's get back there first of all, and then being able to make it through the entirety of the competition would absolutely be a goal. Huge for them if they can do well here.
It's a horse race right now to the tumblers, 650 pounds, 450 pounds for the men and the women. Milford, though, not budging. Heisman to the next closest team in first place at the moment. Oslo Purple Red 14 points out. It's 19 for AB. CrossFit West Chase a little bit further behind, but still only 34 points out.
Tumbler, massive weight being shifted, 650 pounds for the men, 450 for the women. Translates to about 300 kilos and 200 kilos for the men and the women.
And you could see the way that these teams are having to work with the straps to try to carve a forward path, not a diagonal path. You don't want to pull it any longer than you have to.
No, you need to make sure that you're keeping those straps even, but that you're also driving through your legs evenly as well so that you maintain tension on the straps to transfer all your power to that object.
The tumbler, all the weight will shift to the bottom. They're actually sand-filled objects, so the sand will sink to the bottom just like a tumble dry or a washing machine. So keeping this tumbler moving is your best chance of getting the event finished and quick, because it is hot and it is hard work out there on the field.
There's a couple of components of this event that I love. I love that you have to have the buy-in of the double under. I love that there's that little pressure to have to be perfect over there with the jump ropes as a team. Nice pace running back here at CrossFit Milford. Running back, great awareness. They're not safe. They know that they need to get back, take as much opportunity as you can to make up ground, because you don't know if you're going to trip up on the double unders.
You mentioned their great event results in the strong event. Coming into the tumbler, that's more about teamwork, getting it up the field. But once we get to the jerry can and we get to the Husafeld bag, which are single implements for these team members, I think this is where they're really going to pull ahead.
But think about it. They just were using a dumbbell weighing the exact same weight. Now they're going to carry 2, but this team, they just manhandled those dumbbells. They threw them around like they were light loads, so I think it'll be just fine.
3 minutes in, time cap on this event, 12 minutes. Shop Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Head to trifectanutrition.com/CrossFit. Use the code CrossFit and get 40% off. Scan that code on your screen right now in the bottom corner and shop Trifecta.
So
You
Raps
see the
having
no
some
reps
trouble
there a
here.
little bit, trying to get on the same page.
And this is what we saw in earlier heats. It wasn't necessarily the very first time. It was when they came back and their heart rate's a little elevated. Maybe there's a fatigue in their leg.
First round of double unders for Milford was about 10 seconds slower than the previous heat, so it's probably a strategy for them to take their time there, because they know once they pick up the heavy implements that it is going to be easy work for them. Oh, the bent arm carry, that is magnificent. This is when you're in a rush to get to your car, or it's raining and you've grabbed the groceries out of your car and you're running them inside.
Devin O'Neill flying downfield.
That's unbelievable with this weight.
200 pounds, 100 in each arm. Somewhere somebody's going, that was
ridiculous.
A jerry can holds 5.3 gallons. We've upped the ante.
Now, we talk about in CrossFit, if you've ever been into level 1, you've ever taken your level 1 exam, or ever tried to explain what CrossFit is, one of the things we tout ourselves on is that we can move large loads, long distances quickly. They do just that.
It was very quick as well, and teaching the CrossFit Strongman seminars for many years with one of the OGs, Rob Orlando. These are the movements that were covered. We went through with people of all different sizes, ages, grandmothers picking up loads like this and shifting them, and they're actually very surprised as how strong they were. So trying to replicate that and showing what elite athletes can do, so everything can be scaled back, and progression, the key to everything.
200 total synchronized double unders among the 4 athletes on each team. 4 rounds of 50. This is round 3.
If I were telling my team what to do here, I would say take them in small sets, even though it feels good sometimes just when you're on a roll. Take them in manageable sets to guarantee that you're starting and stopping and everybody knows when to stop together.
CrossFit Milford in the lead. Camo Athletics trying to make a push. Camo's right above the cut line here. 20 points safe for tomorrow. Need to do well. Don't want to get caught from behind. That's Oslo Purple Red. They're 14 points out of the cut. Now these Husafeld bags, 200 pounds for the men, 150 pounds for the women. You're running this entire thing down this field. Now, the actual Husafeld stone, 410 pounds, but the record for carrying that, Hafthor Bjornsson, 98 meters. Just gonna blow that out of the water here. Now it's a much lighter bag, but still.
Not at this speed he wouldn't be going.
Of course, Hafthor is the mountain from Game of Thrones, more commonly known.
Devin O'Neill has just gone that length like he wasn't carrying anything.
He was carrying 200 pounds.
It didn't look like it. He got the Husafeld bag up nice and high on his torso, make it easier to carry, stride out those legs. Milford making easy work.
But we know they're not safe, just like what happened in the earlier heat, in the previous heat before this. You're not safe. That bob, if you can move the bob well, and I don't think they're going to have any problem with it, but they have to keep these double unders together, and they can't open a window for anyone to squeak in.
First appearance at these games for CrossFit Milford since 2017. They were the runners-up back in 2015. Qualified for the Atlas Games this year with a 4th place finish in Montreal, Quebec.
Milford's double unders have gone from 40 seconds out to a minute 30 and dropped down a little bit quicker on that 3rd set. See what they do for this 4th set.
And it's open to the door. Oslo Purple Red has jumped in front. Team that's trying to catch Milford, only 14 points behind.
Purple Red with a fast farmer's carry with those jerry cans of 38 seconds.
And we do have times to beat. All but 2 teams finished in the first heat, 10:04 by Trondheim. So when you're Oslo Purple Red right now and you're trying to climb the ladder, you need to, number 1, beat Milford, and number 2, hope that some teams from the earlier heat do as well. Purple Red onto the bob. This is the final movement. 1,217 pounds. These athletes are pushing a grand piano down the field. Only problem is grand pianos have wheels.
Hopefully they can push it just as fast. Something in the water in Norway Two teams finishing in the top two in Heat 1.
Yeah, they fund a national team.
And Purple Red doing well. A race on our hands now.
Camo Athletics has jumped in front of Milford, now in third place. Look at how swiftly that bob is moving, though.
Nothing better when going past a bob push like this and seeing an opposing team stopping, just giving you that a little bit more energy. Milford doing well. They haven't stopped. They haven't gone fast, though.
This is Purple Red. Milford in the background. You can see the distance there that Oslo Purple Red still holds on to. Swap some bodies out. Time to beat 10:04. That is a minute away. Good push for Milford. Devin O'Neill, Tony Ficini driving the ship up front.
They need to just keep that thing moving.
Leknes and Negard for Oslo Purple Red. And across the red line, Oslo Purple Red will establish the new time, 9:30. Now they need Milford to slow down a little bit. They're not going to get that help. So Milford also ahead of the time to beat in 9:42. And Oslo Purple Red is going to pray and hope for some help from the latter two heats.
Are we done? Oh, yes, you are.
I mean, if you want to.
You can push it all the way back if you want.
The volunteers would love it if you helped them reset this sucker.
Zerouts in the foreground on the double unders. There is Rhapsody. Still working. Remember, they came in 7 points off the cut line. What a great move it would be for Rhapsody to have come in last a year ago and then to have come back, reworked the team a little bit. Same two females, Christian Mathis and Stephanie Rodriguez, and to make the cut and advance. And Zerouts is going to jump past them here onto the bob. 12:17. The poundage on that implement. Cap time is 12 minutes. It's 70 seconds away. The thing that's hurting Rhapsody right now, though, it's not just that they're still back in the double unders, it's that all these other teams are on the bob. Mayhem Justice, West Chase.
Every segment of this field, they will get credit for moving the bob past that. So even though some of these teams may not finish every segment crucial to points on the leaderboard.
And the red line across the red line. Good for West Chase. 30 seconds remain here in heat number 2. More than 2.5 tons of weight in 100-degree heat. Real feel.
And this is the 9th event. All the work that they've already done to say how much weight they're moving, and they moved in this event. That's on fatigued bodies.
5 seconds left. AB does come across. They're also near the cut line, just 19 points out. We do have caps, though, that come into effect for Zerouts and, unfortunately, for Rhapsody. Oslo Purple Red. Another heat win. Trondheim, Purple Red. We have the chance that we could have 3 heat winners from Norway.
That's unbelievable. We knew they were strong. Leading early. Milford with a massive lead to start things with the tumbler and using all of that strength we know they've got. Tony Ficini running down the field. Devin O'Neill was there, way quicker on the way back. Super speed, but it wasn't enough for Milford, and a few mistakes started to creep in, but Purple Red, Joel, you just mentioned it. The Norwegian teams are absolutely dominating this event. And Purple Red, what are they going to do to this shake-up of the leaderboard on the bubble? I think they're happy.
think so. They win by 12 seconds. The gap between Purple Red and Milford was 14 points. Purple Red, happy, exhausted, hot. All they want is a purple rain. They're down with Jamie Hagia.
You guys pushed that bob earlier, unweighted. They added 10 red plates. How was that final push down the field?
That was awful. Yeah, thanks to the crowd pushing us through. Yeah, that was heavy.
You guys were going back and forth with CrossFit Milford. How aware were you where you guys were compared to them?
I would like to say that we were not aware at all, but we were very aware. So we knew exactly where we were on the leaderboard and what we needed to do. And I think that pushed us to do that a little bit extra to get across the red finish line first.
And those cuts coming up, you said you were aware of where you were. How do you feel like you guys did on the 2 events today? Would you think it was enough to put you in that final 20?
I think on the swimming we did what we were good enough to do. Last event we had a lot of no rips on the wall ball. So I'm sure many others had as well. So we needed this one to push and maybe get over that line.
Final question. You guys are out here representing Norway. What does that mean to you as a team?
It's really big for all of us. We're so excited and we have so many watching us and cheering us on. So yeah, just amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I always appreciate the honesty. Every team that says, I'd like to say we're paying attention to no other work but our own. But yeah, we knew where everybody else on the field was. They all know where everybody else on the field is. Heat number 3 coming up. Payload for the teams. It's event number 9 at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Games.crossfit.com for all the details. We're back with Heat 3 next. 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Aerial shot of the Alliant Energy Center here in Madison, Wisconsin, home of the Badgers and the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Team event number 9. It is heat number 3 out here at the North Park with Tanya Wagner, the 2009 Games champion. Jeremy Austin, Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the field. My name is Joel Godet. Team on top of the standings. Team everybody thought would be on top of the standings at this junction. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom coming from behind. They did not have the leader's jersey earlier in this week. Oslo Navy Blue wore it twice. Invictus, 2014 Games Championship affiliate cup winner. They are in 3rd. The event, payload. You got a lot of it.
Move large loads, long distances quickly, but in between that, you're gonna have to do 50 synchronized double unders as a team. They're gonna move a heavy tumbler in male and female pairs, followed by heavy jerry cans weighing 70 pounds for the ladies, 100 pounds for the men. Then they're gonna pick up the Huthfeld stones, bags here, move them down the field, and lastly, they're gonna move Big Bob together as a team. Big Bob weighs 1,200 pounds today. No easy task. 12 minutes to do all that work.
It's brought to us by Trifecta. Let's check in with Jamie Hagia.
That third piece of equipment is the Husafel stone. For women, it is 150 pounds, 200 pounds for the males. It is filled. There's an internal mesh that helps it keep that flat shape. What they're going to want to do is keep it close to their body, which also restricts your breathing. So they're going to have to try to make it all the way down filled so they can catch their breath there.
Internal mesh. That is the kind of reporting we get from Jamie Hagia. I always wonder why those things kept the same shape.
Recipes for success and pushing the battles where you're able to. Making sure that if that internal mesh is something is your jam, let's run down the field with it like we've seen in previous heats. But if that internal mesh is not, then let's just ease off and make sure we do go well with the other implements and keeping it clean movement as well as positions of the equipment at the far end of the field.
Have some teams trying to move into the final heat for the start of the final day. Teams that are most likely to do that in the middle of the field, move fast, lift heavy. Pro 1, 11th place overall coming into tonight. Team that finished 5th last year at the Games. But there's Urban Energy, maybe the biggest movers and shakers today on the leaderboard.
Great in the swim this morning, and if you're talking about communication and teamwork, these 4 have got it going on. They train 5-6 times a week together. Their communication is outstanding. And Porty, keep your eye on those guys. They came in 11th for the Muscle Pig earlier on, and also 4th in Biker Bob, our first event. So shifting weight down the field should be pretty easy for these guys as well.
Those are teams to watch, brought to us by Guaranteed Rate. Porty, the first Finnish team to qualify for the CrossFit Games out of Turku, 6th largest city in Finland. You can see them there, clear of the red line. Now, KT is out. They withdrew prior to this event. Rhapsody struggled on the last heat, which really opens the door for Oslo Purple Red, who won the last heat.
But they would need some help from some of these teams. But everything is waiting now for Oslo Purple Red just to see what happens here.
You're sitting on 18th at the cut line, the bubble forming around you. You're not even safe with that lead they have got on 394 points. Other teams moving in. You mentioned CrossFit Purple Red on the way up. Other results here crucial to success.
But what these teams have is they are those times to beat. So they know what they're shooting for. They can see that clock behind them.
Driving feet of Jaylee Manzi and Caitlin Manziel from Urban Energy. Reminder to shop Trifecta. They are the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Find them online, trifectanutrition.com/CrossFit, and use the code CrossFit at checkout. Get 40% off with Trifecta. That tumbler is 650 pounds for the men. Now they're pulling it in pairs, or excuse me, 600 pounds for the men. They're pulling it in pairs, 450 pounds for the women. Filled with sand, so it's gonna die if you stop pulling. You're not really gonna get any rollover from it.
It flops around in there, so that's why you just want to keep it moving so you don't have to wait to get that wheel going again.
Urban to finish first. The teamwork that they have been using in training for the last couple of years. They did well last year at the CrossFit Games, finishing 7th and beating Mayhem in an event. We just haven't seen that yet from them. But this is one of the events that they are going to really do well in.
You know, they got to the games last season. It was a lifelong goal for Adam Manzi. He actually has a goal board at home, and he has pictures of various things that he's wanted throughout his life. He put a logo of the CrossFit Games on that board several years ago. It was pretty awesome to do that. Public speaking was another one of the goals. He said, I've accomplished a lot of them. The $1 million mansion, still up there.
Well, he might have to do a bit of public speaking if they progress their way up the field and finish first in this event. Maybe the payoff winning here at the CrossFit Games, maybe if you get that 3, 4, 5, 6 times, maybe you might get up there.
Their best finish was today, like you said, rinse and repeat, 5th place. So riding some momentum there from earlier today.
And roughly 35 to 40 seconds for a round. Johan on the right-hand side, just having a few issues with the rope. Big deep breath. I find that really helps in getting the body set for your next set and gives your other teammates a rest as well.
Opening the door big time. Urban Energy has fallen way behind. You're now looking at 8th Day CrossFit, who's taken over in the lead. Porti, we highlighted early. They're in 2nd. Nordic is right on the cut line. They're in 17th place. 30 points, safe of moving on to tomorrow. They're in 4th now with Move Fast, Lift Heavy moving into 3rd. If there is a team that has had a better week in terms of outperforming statistics and expectations, though, there's no one better than 8th Day.
8th Day is definitely my surprise team this year. They have just been really consistent, dominant when they can. They had a couple events that were not in their wheelhouse. The handstand machine last night really ate them up. But if we can get a little more strength under them, and this being a strong event, if they're doing just fine right now. But strong was one of their worst place finishes as well. They're looking good. A lot of hope for them in the future.
Just flung down the field. They're in 12th place overall. Now I say that. They were 14th last year, but they qualified out of a semifinal this year 4th at the Syndicate Crown. So you don't necessarily look at it and coming into the game saying, that's a top 10 contender. They're a legit top 10 contender heading into Sunday.
Probably the implement that's impressed me most is the jerry can carry. We've just seen a lot of the team members being able to progress down the field very quickly. We talk about time under tension with implements. The Bobby, we know that is going to be a fairly slow event. The Husafel bag is up to the individual, but they have been smashing the jerry can carry. So very impressive from all teams getting that one out of the way.
Nordic on the right side of your screen, 8th Day on the left side of your screen. It's Michaela Norman with her back to you in the black top. First games appearance for the multi-time regional athlete.
And a lot of things can happen here at these double unders, being that there's 50 of them. All it takes is one round of you to really be in sync and not have a lot of hiccups. And there can still be some shifting.
So now to the Husafel bag, 200 pounds for the men, 150 pounds for the women. As we talked about in some earlier heats, it mimics the Husafeld stone, maybe the most famous lifting stone from Husafeld, Iceland. Weighs 410 pounds, 186 kilos.
Look at the difference here in the grips. We see the way you can either hold your hand if you're lower on the bag, which is what you want, or a lot more fatiguing there in the center of your screen, just gripping on with your hands, trying not to let it fall out of your hands, much more taxing on your arms.
They all get there. Zoe Jones about to drop the thing, but Michael Paz looked cool, calm, and collected.
Well, some athletes are going to struggle with certain implements. I mentioned it in the recipes for success earlier. This is something you are going to do very well, and you need to push the boundaries on this. And others that you're not, Zoe Jones proving that this was going to be a struggle for her. So she did try and start out as quick as she could, so she wasn't holding her team up.
We've got a host of teams now coming back to the double unders all simultaneously. Urban Energy, 8th Day, and a team that we would all hope does tremendous in this event, Move Fast, Lift Heavy. Over 2 tons of weight that these teams are moving down their lanes quickly. Large objects, long distance, quickly, with some double unders in there, so some fatiguing skill to break things up. 50 double unders after each movement.
Watching for just any change in tempo. But they're looking nice and strong here.
Looks like Move Fast, Lift Heavy has gotten a little bit out of cadence.
But as long as the rope goes under and they're in the air and they're making those jumps together.
8th day, pushing the bob. Guys, the time to beat is 9:30.
Ooh.
2 minutes to traverse this field. Now that bob weighs 1,200 pounds, but the momentum is behind it. Paz and Schaefer up front. Paz's wife is back right, Zoe Jones back left. Oslo Purple Red is screaming, slow down, please slow down.
Ooh, but you know what? This now gets into territory where they could be taking some points away from the top of our leaderboard. This is a fantastic time.
8th day CrossFit has had a phenomenal week. 6th place after day 1, 8th place after day 2. They've got an event win under their belts. The event is Payload. 8th day, pay them, 8:22. Time to beat in Heat 3.
Oh, they're pumped. They're pumped, and while it is moving day, some people won't come back tomorrow, and some people may see themselves in the final heat of competition. That team could be 8th day with that event.
Looked like Ryan Schaefer in the pool this morning and now out on the field. He looked like he's got so much more in the tank to give.
Now Move Fast, Lift Heavy. You still have plenty of time here, although you do have a heat still to come after you. 8:56, they're done. Now the teams on the cut line that we're watching, CrossFit Portee, Urban Energy. Portee able to finish in 9:09. That is ahead of anybody else from a prior heat. And I think if you're the Finnish team right now, you feel pretty comfortable and confident that you'll be playing on Sunday.
Urban Energy, an important result for them. They're sitting in 16th, 424 points. The juggle of that bubble, 20 teams. Depending on how the other teams finish in our final heat.
Everybody that's in this heat was already on the inside. I mean, look at that.
Holy.
Is there ice in that lane? That's Nordic in the middle of the screen.
Oh, they are doing it so easy. I like the strategic breaks they're having. Rather than the long, slow grind, they're having short little bursts, resting, and then getting those legs pumping as hard as they can.
It's definitely a game plan there that they're using. It's working.
And in sync with their feet as well. That's always going to help.
Oh, this is Pro 1. Frederick Dubé and Tristan Leclerc up front.
Oh.
Chloe Govan-David and Maud Riopel in the back.
The metronome working well.
Oh, Pro 1.
Yeah.
Good
nice
for you.
Teamwork.
10:24 for Pro 1. That thing was cruising. Bob was no issue. Time cap still 1 minute and 20 seconds away. It's a break for Greater Heights.
EXF, some smaller athletes in their team.
Oh boy, OBA is still out there. OBA is safe. They're in 13th place. That's a little surprising. This is a strong team.
I expect them to do well in this event. It may have been the double unders that got them because they are definitely a strong team. They know how to move loads.
30 seconds left to go for Joey Toto and team.
And with how strong they are, showing you just how heavy that bob is. Sometimes you watch it and you don't have a really good perspective of how heavy that sucker is.
And it puts Pro 1's performance in perspective with how quickly they glided it down. OBA hangs meat here. They get in 12 seconds before the cap. We have one heat remaining on Saturday night. Boy, 8th day though. Yes, you're getting interviewed.
They've had a really impressive day. Starting well in the pool, that was just extraordinary way to go. When you do say, Joel, it is moving day. But starting off, payload with Urban Energy. The tumbler was no issue. The number one team from the Oceania region. But 8th day, getting the jerry cans done. Just under 40 seconds for the entire team. The Husafel bag. Zoe Jones with a very low carry, but it mattered not because she didn't have any trouble getting it down the other end of the field. And then the final bob push, coming with a bit of a lead, and the short little steps, just doing everything they can to get that bob moving, progressing over the line, and a great result from 8th day once again.
Results of the heat. 8th day right now is in first overall, move fast, lift heavy in second. Porty and Urban Energy, those four are the top 4 scores right now. You start inserting some times from earlier heats after that. Games.crossfit.com has full official results. And we go down to Jamie for the full official interview.
Your wife already took off to go recover, but we have you here. That final bob push, you guys went unbroken. What was going through your mind in that final push down the field?
We didn't really have a plan. We were just starting moving, and we got about halfway. And Ryan asked if we should stop on the next line, and I said, nah, let's keep going.
Zoe, you're the youngest one on the team. You started CrossFit at 19 years old. You're 25 now, back for your second games. How does this feel the second time around?
It's still the same feeling as last year. Just very grateful to be here with these guys, having a great time.
A 14th place finish last year with the exact same team back. What is the goal this weekend and how to finish strong tomorrow?
We always like to have fun, and it's pretty easy with the group that we have and the support group that we have in the stands over there. But yeah, and back home, but we come to compete, and we're here to be the best.
You do have a loud cheering section over there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
8th day CrossFit in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Phenomenal week and weekend for that crew. But we've got one more heat to come. Payload, re-rack it one more time in Madison. Under cloudy skies, don't be fooled. Feels like 100 degrees in Madison, Wisconsin tonight. The 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games here at the North Park of Alliant Energy Center, Madison, Wisconsin. Jamie Hagia is down on the field underneath that boiling sun. Tanya Wagner, the 2009 Games champion. Jeremy Austin by my side. My name is Joel Godet. It all comes down to the cut lines tonight on the teams division. At the top of the standings, these teams are safe. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom having to fight from behind, though, to claim what would be their 4th consecutive championship this year and the 10th championship in Rich Froning's career, both individual and team. Oslo Navy Blue and Invictus in podium spots right now. Trifecta description for payload.
Oh, it's going to be a fun race for these top teams here. They have 50 synchronized double unders for the entire team to start this event, and then it's going to happen in between each object that they move down the course of this field. First, starting with the tumbler. In male and female pairs, they will move their own tumbler down, weighing 450 pounds for the ladies, 600 for the men. Second time down the field, they're going to have the jerry cans, or those jerry bags, weighing 100 pounds for the men, 70 for the ladies. Followed by the Husafeld Stone, Husafeld bag. This weighs 100 pounds for 150 for the ladies, 200 for the men. And finally, the last object they will move will be Big Bob, and that weighs 1,200 pounds today.
Just a little bit. Let's get on to Jamie to learn more about our friend Bob.
Bob is 660 pounds unweighted, but they have 10 red plates on here, which makes it a total of 1217. You'll notice these cool towels that they're keeping on there until they actually start the event, because it is hot down here on the field.
You don't want to have to grab onto metal to try to move that in the hot sun if you don't have to. So good job by the event staff trying to keep the implements cool before these athletes ultimately wind up pushing them across the field to the finish. Recipe for success brought to us by Trifecta.
Pushing the battle, it's going to be pushing that Big Bob as fast as they can, but getting through those other implements as fast as you can. Pick your battle. If one implement is good, let's get on there and make it work, and the other one's trying to minimize the damage and keep it clean. Good reps, good position all the way down the field, and make sure numbers on that leaderboard start going up.
Top 10 teams coming into this event overall are the 10 teams in this heat. All eyes on Mayhem Freedom in lane 5, center of the field. Oslo Navy Blue, 2nd place last year, 2nd place again this year. But the pressure last year was on Mayhem because it was, could anybody beat Mayhem? This year, it was, could Reykjavik beat Mayhem? Stumbled on day 1, they fought back into the fold.
And they are only 18 points out from podium position, and they have put their foot on the gas, and they are not lifting it up.
Spotlight teams brought to us by Guaranteed Rate. Everything starts with these 50 synchronized double unders. Difficult when you're trying to synchronize this movement amongst 4 people. And you're already seeing that at the bottom of the screen.
On average, teams getting through these double unders, Reykjavik having a little bit of trouble in the middle as well, getting to in about just over 30 seconds for their first one. That's starting to progress a fair bit once you get a little bit of accumulated fatigue from the first implement. Now in sync.
Surprise, surprise. Mayhem Freedom, the first team out to the tumbler here. They have Invictus joining them as well. So too is Oslo. Shop Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. TrifectaNutrition.com/CrossFit. Use the code CrossFit. Get 40% off.
Froning, Conway getting as low as they can to try and get that body position in that 45-degree angle to progress that tumbler down the field.
Not only are they low, their arms are locked.
Synchronization of team members. The girls haven't done that, but if you're in sync with your partner.
Look at that speed of the tumbler moving on the field, just keeping yourself together and keeping the tension where it needs to be.
Froning with the underhand on Cornway's arm. Just let him know, hey, buddy, I got you all the way on this one.
I also wonder, too, that is a shoulder that Froning has that kinetic tape on. If he locks with Sam Cornoyer, maybe it takes a little bit of the pressure off as Cornoyer pulls. Tumbler is done.
Regardless of what it is, they're the first one's done, but they do have pressure from Oslo Navy Blue and Invictus that I'm watching, and those are the teams sitting in 2nd and 3rd place right now, making it really tough for Reykjavik to break into the podium.
48-point lead for Mayhem. Pretty comfortable for Mayhem. They would have to take quite a stumble to open up the door for Oslo Navy Blue to jump back into first as they were on Thursday. But the podium's at play.
Fastest split time over any of our heats for the tumbler pull down the field for Mayhem Freedom. They're on the charge.
They were perfect the first time they were here on the double unders. Can they do that again? And what will the other two teams next to them do?
Well, Sam Cournoyer had to break. So a reset. You can hear Andrea Nistler calling the ready.
So think about if you do start messing up and you are behind Mayhem, you have to work that little bit harder on the other implements. The tumbler out of the way now, they'll move to the jerry can carry. And in the previous 3 heats, we have seen a number of teams running down the field with them. We're probably about to see that right now.
Back to the jerry cans here for Mayhem. 100 pounds in each arm for the men, 70 pounds in each arm for the women. The word jerry is slang for German. These simulate gas cans that were utilized by both sides of World War II. And look at the speed for all 4 athletes.
Moving quickly, keeping those bags away from their legs just so they can keep their feet moving as fast as possible. If the bags touch your legs and pull you in, it does make it hard to move fast.
Conway absolutely outstanding. Starting a little bit behind, but making up a lot of ground.
Now they're starting to trot back down the field. I wondered if they were going to walk and just relax a bit, but they are trotting, shaking their arms out.
Exactly halfway through the movements here, both for Mayhem Freedom and Invictus. Sea of Green hanging on to a podium spot by 18 points over the charging Reykjavik that we showed you off the top. Invictus has been probably the most consistent team, but Reykjavik has really backed up an early 30th place with a second, a third, and a third in the last 4. Only problem for everyone, the last 4 events, first, and first for the team in white on the left side of your screen. If they win this one, Mayhem Freedom will equal last year's CrossFit Games record, 5 consecutive event wins.
And that team on the left in the white, strategic break on the double unders in this set. So maybe just a little bit more recovery required. 25 and 25, that's an easy set of doubles for those guys.
I wouldn't be surprised, by the way. We talked about it after day 2 when they took the 13th place on the run. We said, hey, Freedom's wounded. You have an opening, you have an opportunity if you're a team that's not Freedom right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that bunch on the left side of your screen did not lose another event.
Wounded. I don't think you can say they were wounded.
Well, like, it's perspective, right? Like, they took the 13th. They weren't in first place after day 2. Like, there was a door open.
It was a big deal. It was, sure.
Conway carrying that bag really high up on his chest. It's starting to slip down now, but he managed to get a little bit of speed. The 2 girls, it's just dropping down a little, but they're just running out of time to let it worry them at all. And now the walk starts. And Conway, come on guys, let's go. That youthful exuberance.
The time to beat is 8:22, established by 8th day. 50 synchronized double unders and 1 push of the Big Bob down the field. They got 3 minutes. Mayhem Freedom's going to smash another one.
I knew it was going to be exciting and knew it was going to be a little bit of a race, but I didn't expect it to be Invictus who was the one close to them doing that, giving them that race. But they still are so far ahead.
I just wonder if they will go another strategic set on these double unders. 25 was the last tally. And you can hear Rich go stop, and they break. They rest for a couple of seconds, and they're straight back in again. Missed that time from Conway. I think we might have a great race on our hands once they do get to Big Bob.
Again, the time to beat 8:22.
And there it is.
All day to push this Bob. 1,217 pounds, that Big Bob. That is the weight of a bison. No more fitting animal than the team from Froning Farms.
Bison go into the storm. They meet it head on to get through it quicker. There was some rain earlier this week here in Madison. The rain, if you want to call it the wounded, it was the rain of that 13th place finish they had. They haven't looked back since.
And an early break. You can see the mist blowing across the North Park field. Real feel 100 degrees out there and probably even hotter on the turf. Mayhem Freedom is unaffected here.
You mentioned that time to beat, Joel, 8:22. They know exactly where they are with the clock. They know exactly where they are with the other teammates on the field. They know when to break, when to push.
Invictus coming up from behind, but look at the gap. Invictus starting to push. Oslo starting to push off the right side of your screen. 8:22 is the time to beat. Mayhem was in third place by 15 points after day 2 of competition. They have not lost an event since. Invictus takes a break. Mayhem takes a break. Time to beat 8:22. Coming up close, but Mayhem will get across in time. 5 consecutive event wins. That is a CrossFit Games record. I thought they'd take that with more fanfare.
They might be bottling it, maybe.
Invictus comes across in second. They secure their spot in podium contention heading into the final day of competition on Sunday.
Wow, they were strong. We got caught there watching them just cross that line. But Invictus right behind them, I'm very impressed by that as well. I think the reason there wasn't as much fanfare is they needed to get their breath. That was a lot of work. They were nearly perfect.
There's Reykjavik holding course. They came in fourth place. They finish not fourth in the event, but fourth in the heat. 8th Day's time got in ahead of them. Continues the complete celebration of 8th Day so far this week. Standings should remain the same. Freedom in first. Oslo came in third in the event. Didn't cede enough points to allow Invictus to jump them, so it should be Freedom, Oslo Navy Blue, Invictus, Reykjavik, 1 through 4, heading into the final day of competition on Sunday. Here comes Overtake, pushing the bob across.
Just hanging out.
Yeah, it's a casual kind of like.
Well, they've had plenty of time to rest at the end of their events towards the time cap.
They almost look like spectators leaning on the fence. Mayhem Independence, the second team from Cookeville. They came in 5th place, 30 points off of the podium. This will not help their case, but certainly nothing to scoff at here for the second Mayhem team, second time that Independence has competed at the games, and the first since 2018. Of course, these are 4 different athletes.
It's funny, you go back to the Big Bob, unweighted early on in competition, then you load him up for a couple of days, and then you add the same weight on top of Bob and say push it down the field after lifting a whole lot of heavy implements up and down. Accumulation of fatigue, we've mentioned it in the last day or so. It is massive for Independence.
And that's the team experience right there. They just took a break. Alexis Johnson has been to the games on a team several times, been as an individual, barking out the orders, let's go. Still a minute before the cap as they come to the red line. Mayhem Independence finishes inside of 11 minutes. Fronin coaches his team. He also coaches Independence. They strategize ahead of time. 8:05. They win by 15 seconds. Get as close to a fan as you can right now. Again, heat advisory here in Dane County. Recovery will be critical, not just from a performance perspective, but from a health perspective for these athletes going into tomorrow.
Well, plenty of ice baths at the back of the arena here at North Park, and no doubt there's going to be a lot of athletes lining up to jump in.
Still a couple teams out there. CrossFit Omnia driving to the finish. Excuse me. This is Selwyn. Excuse me. Third tries the charm. That's Tyrannus. Trying to count lanes here.
It was Saturday moving day for a lot of teams, but there's a bunch of teams not moving, and it was Mayhem Freedom digging their heels in at the top of the podium right now. They started perfect with 50 unbroken double unders. They had some early company when they were doing the tumbler move, but they were by themselves in the middle of this event. At the end, some people were looking at the target on their back when it came to the sleds. They were so strong, just like we expected. We wanted a race, pumped up for this to see how they were going to crush it. They did what we expected. Not only did they take their 5th first place finish, they tied their own record that they set at last year's games for a record of consecutive event wins. Through the storm they went. Perfect day today, perfect day yesterday. One more to go.
Going into Friday, it looked like some people had a chance. Looks can be deceiving. Thanos back in front. Mayhem and Jamie.
Sam, this event had a lot of heavy odd object work. You guys were smooth and fast throughout the entire workout. How much do you incorporate that into your training?
Actually, not a lot, if I'm being honest. I mean, personally, it's not something I have to work on, so it's a good workout for me, and my team just did a really great job. Yeah.
Synchro double unders for the first time. I'm not sure how much you guys practice this. What was the communication like for the synchro double unders?
We had some practice before this event. Pretty much we started with a single and then everyone watched Rich and followed lead. Yeah.
Rich, you guys had 5 consecutive event wins to start off last year. That was a CrossFit record. You guys have tied that this year with this. How does it feel doing it this year compared to last year?
We're just off to a slow start, I guess.
Simple as that. And Andrea, with one more day of competition, how do you guys recover? What are you guys going to do tonight to get ready?
I'll probably just sit in the hotel and watch The Office and kind of just chill and come back tomorrow.
Sounds like a good day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
As long as it's the fire alarm episode. That's all I request. It's the one episode. Everybody watched Rich is a pretty good summation of the history of the CrossFit Games.
Ever. Spectators, like athletes, everybody watches Rich. What's Rich doing?
You can watch it online, literally. They stream it. Mayhem Freedom in front, Oslo Invictus, Reykjavik Independence. We thought the top 5 and actually the top 6 would remain the same. The team standings after 9 events. Now, this is where it comes big. These are the teams that will compete tomorrow. 20 was the cut line. Milford hit this event out of the park. They hang on. They move on. And as a matter of fact, nobody jumped in. The top 20 teams played defense. Puts a bow on things for the team competition here at the CrossFit Games 2022. One more day of competition for the teams. One more day toward maybe a coronation of championship number 10 in Cookeville. So much still on the line. Games.crossfit.com has everything you need. And then we'll see you right back here tomorrow. But there is still more action tonight on the individual side. Women's Event 10 is coming up next. We'll see that as we roll on in Madison.
The 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games are sponsored by Rogue, the official equipment supplier of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. NOBULL. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No Bull. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Thorn, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. And Erasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit.
A CrossFit affiliate is a place. It could be in a park, it could be in a brick and mortar.
What they would find is a community that they can instantly bond with, great people, great coaches, people who really want to see them succeed through their hard work.
CrossFit affiliates are owned by thousands of small business owners who are part of their communities in every different corner of the world.
It's literally the ownership are the people that are in the community. So they're people that might have started, lost 100 pounds, recognize that, hey, there are other people that need this and I want to be the providing source for that.
So the CrossFit affiliate gives people a sense of belonging. It's that camaraderie. It might feel a little bit intimidating at first, but when you understand that everyone within those four walls wants you to do the best, it's very addictive and it's very beneficial and positive to you.
You don't get to do what you love if you're in pain. So slow, slow, smooth. Good, back to the middle. And right ear, right shoulder. We're here testing the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games workouts. Erasti's role is to make sure the athletes are able to perform to the best of their abilities so that we can do our part to ensure this year's test is the best that it can be.
Yeah, that's great. You notice that it's one side, your spine is super straight, it feels like
here at Erasti, what we do is we find things that are holding you back, things that are causing you pain, that limits your ability to not only work out really well, but to just live pain-free, do things you love to do. We find what's wrong with you, we get you out of pain, and then we show you ways to keep yourself healthy so you don't have to keep coming back to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Before you were a beast, life was boring. And so were your sunglasses.
What makes a good coach? Well, we have the definition of effective coaching, but at the heart of great coaching, first thing is you have to care. What we try to teach everyone coming into the level one is regardless of the ability level of who walks into your gym, that person deserves a cue. Whether that be someone who is coming to their first CrossFit class or a games athlete like Chandler Smith. Our ability as coaches and our effectiveness is directly impacted by our ability to have someone leaving our class better and have learned something new than when they walked in the door.
It's Saturday night here at the CrossFit Games. The bright lights are on. Fans are making their way inside the NOBULL Coliseum as we get ready to move some weight. Welcome back to Day at the Games, presented by Rogue, Annie Sakamoto, Tommy Marquez. Annie, it feels like it's already been a long Saturday with one event to go, but what stands out about the competition day so far?
Well, while the weather was about as hot as it's ever been here, Tommy, the competition was so cool today. I just love the fact that every single athlete at this competition competed in the same event as prescribed. For me, total highlight of the week.
Plenty of moments to celebrate along the way, but Annie, only one event gets your Monster Hydro hard charging moment of the day.
And that would be this event, rinse and repeat. Lechin Dupuis, who is a women's adaptive athlete, she's actually in the neuromuscular division, amassed 111 calories in rinse and repeat today. If you were to look at this, Tommy, versus, let's say, the individual women's field, this ties the 28th woman in that field. So again, it was just such a fantastic event because you could compare every single athlete that was here at the Games competing, age group, adaptive, individuals, teams, they were all doing the same event.
One of the most inclusive events we've seen at the CrossFit Games so far. The age groups and adaptives just wrapped up their competition, and Annie, that means we have our first official final batch of CrossFit Games champions for 2022.
Yeah, Tommy, and we're seeing some new champions, some new names at the top of the heap, and also some repeat offenders. So congratulations to all of the age group and adaptive athletes that won and everybody that competed here this week.
Well, the young woman that won the girls 16 to 17 division for the teenagers is Olivia Kerstetter, and she caught up with Kayla Banfield shortly after the win.
Thanks, Tommy. I'm here with Olivia Kerstetter, our 16 to 17-year-old champ. Olivia, first of all, congratulations. How does it feel to be standing back on the podium again?
Thank you. It feels great. Like, you work for this all year, and for it to actually happen, and it doesn't even feel real yet. So definitely need to take some time for it to set in, but it's amazing.
How was your experience of the week as a whole?
It was great. There was a lot of new tests, a lot of new movements, and things that teenagers don't usually get to do that you see the elites do. So it was really cool to be able to do some of those things too.
And what can we expect from you next?
Well, I would love to make it to the individual, follow kind of the footsteps of Emma Lawson and Mal in them. So that's the goal, but we'll see what happens.
You're certainly on your way. Congratulations again. Thanks, Tommy.
Thank you.
Annie, I think it's safe to say, given Olivia's track record in competition, it won't be long before we see her out on the floor as an individual.
Right, Tommy. Olivia is last year's 14 to 15-year-old women's leader, a champion. And then this weekend, she had all first and second place finishes, except for one third place finish. So to say she was dominant in this division as the younger one in this age group is an understatement. I think we can expect the likes of the Emma Lawson and Mal O'Brien type of performances from Olivia.
Big things ahead for Olivia, no doubt. Once again, we want to say congrats to all the champions in the age group and adaptive division. And remember, they will be honored on the Coliseum floor here between the men's and women's heats for individual event number 10. I'm going to get you caught up now on all the competition and your overall standings for the teams after 9 events heading into Sunday. And this is your podium race. Mayhem Freedom well clear of Oslo Navy Blue. Navy Blue just 6 points ahead of Invictus. And CrossFit Reykjavik hard charging, they are 27 points back of the podium. And Annie, it's safe to say after the day that Mayhem had today, they are on a roll.
Yeah, you know, Mayhem walked into day 3 of competition without that leader jersey, and they decided, you know what, it's time to change the narrative. We're going to control this leaderboard. Like you said, Tommy, they've won the last 5 events, and not only have they won these events, they've done it in dominant fashion. To think that they're going to slow down their hard charge towards that title would be a mistake, I think.
They are certainly gaining momentum as we head into Sunday, but the team that probably had the second best day today is CrossFit Reykjavik, and they get your recovery of the day presented by Arasti.
Definitely, and when we think about Reykjavik, you know, they got that 30th on pegs and P-bars, and that knocked them out of the top 10. They've gone since then, third place, second place, 5th place in the last few events, moving them solidly into 4th place. And now they're just 27 points from a podium spot. So great recovery from Reykjavik, and I think we can expect them to hard charge for that podium tomorrow.
Coming up in just a second is individual event 10, but first, if you're looking for something to do this fall, look no further than the 2022 Rogue Invitational. It returns to Round Rock, Texas. And if you're wondering what it's going to be like, here's a sneak peek on what to expect. Tickets are available now, and mark your calendars October 28th through the 30th at the Dell Diamond, home of the Round Rock Express in Round Rock, Texas. A little CrossFit, a little strongman, and Annie, this is really a unique event, one that you have taken part of the Legends division.
After the games, Tommy, it is by far my favorite event of the year. Like you said, they have a strongman event, they have the regular competition, they have a Legends kind of a show that we get to participate in. It's just a little more relaxed vibe maybe than the games, and it's really a fun event.
As you can see, the event team is getting ready for individual event 10 behind us, and here's what the individuals will tackle. It is a 1 rep max sandbag to shoulder. It will progress in weight for the women 160 to 250, and then the men will start at 240 pounds and end at 340. And Annie, we were told before the week started that we were going heavy, but I think it's safe to say nobody expected sandbags.
Right, Saturday night we expect bright lights and big weights, right? Tonight, no barbell. I love the fact that this is a sandbag though. Look, it's the CrossFit Games, the unknown and the unknowable, and you know all of these athletes have practiced and played around with this implement, so it should not be a shock, but I think watching these athletes will be a total joy and surprise.
You know, we talked to Adrian Bosman and he was stoked for this event. I think it's going to be a blast. To learn a little bit more about how the event went down in testing, let's send things over, to Kayla Banfield.
Dan Bailey, by this point you've become somewhat of an event guinea pig. You've tested individual event 10. What are your thoughts?
It's honestly my favorite event that's going to unfold this weekend. I love the strength tests that come at the CrossFit Games, and this one's very unique, being that it's a sandbag. So the setup on this is going to be different than a barbell. The execution's different. So the process of getting it up into your lap and up into your shoulder is still a great display of how strong you are. It's just going to take a different set of skills. So that was kind of the technique that I took. I tried to get it up into my lap, get my arms set, get them wrapped around the sandbag as best I could, and then it's one big push up to your shoulder. Sometimes it doesn't get all the way up there. I think we're going to see athletes struggle a little and then have to push a little bit extra to get it up on their shoulder, but it'll be very exciting to watch that, who makes the lift and who fails the lift under a pressure situation in the Coliseum.
Thanks, Dan. Back to you, Tommy.
Thanks, Kayla. Annie, it's Saturday night. The lights are on. The stakes are high. And with that in mind, who are your athletes to watch?
There's a few athletes that I'm going to watch here tonight, Tommy. The first of them is going to be Samuel Quant. You know, Quant is just kind of farm strong. You know, he's handled objects like this. He handled the Husafel bag the best, better than anyone in the Capital event. Another athlete that I'm going to watch on the men's side is Roman Krenikov. He's a big deadlifter. He's got long arms and big hands, and I think in this event that's really going to come into play for him. Another athlete is going to be Laura Horvath. She's always kind of nipping at Tia's heels on these strength events. This is an event, though, where Tia has it on the barbell. Maybe when we require a little different technique, Laura gets her. And then, of course, Mal O'Brien. I think for Mal, this might be a little bit of a damage control event, although you never know. She's been working with Matt. Things could be different.
Time to be excited about heading into that event. We're going to get it going in just a moment. That's going to do it for us here at Day at the Games, presented by Rogue. We'll be back tomorrow morning to kick off the action for the final day of competition here at the CrossFit Games. For Andy Sakamoto, I'm Tommy Marquez. We'll leave you now with individual event number 10.
What makes a good coach? Well, we have the definition of effective coaching, but at the heart of great coaching, first thing is you have to care. And what we try to teach everyone coming into the level 1 is, regardless of the ability level of who walks into your gym, that person deserves a cue. Whether that be someone who is coming to their first CrossFit class or a games athlete like Chandler Smith. Our ability as coaches and our effectiveness is directly impacted by our ability to have someone leaving our class better and have learned something new than when they walked in the door.
Over the years, nutrition has become more in the forefront of my preparation and getting ready for the CrossFit Games. Trifecta makes my life easier by taking the guesswork out. I think at the Games, there's a lot of things that are thrown at us. Having your nutrition dialed in gives you peace of mind. It's something that you don't have to think about. Trifecta is a great tool to help people chase their goals. My goal is to win the CrossFit Games.
You don't get to do what you love if you're in pain. Nice and slow, smooth. Good, back to the middle. And right ear, right shoulder. We're here testing the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games workouts. Rusty's role is to make sure the athletes are able to perform to the best of their abilities, so that we can do our part to ensure this year's test is the best that it can be.
Great. You know, your spine is super straight. It feels like it's play off once it gets older. That's what happens with the tendons.
Here at Rusty, what we do is we find things that are holding you back, things that are causing you pain, that limits your ability to not only work out really well, but to just live pain-free, do things you love to do. We find what's wrong with you, we get you out of pain, and then we show you ways to keep yourself healthy so you don't have to keep coming back to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ooh, here we are again. I've always wanted to do that.
Are you ready to get the party started?
We're back, baby!
While the games are fun and exciting, the Open is the reason that I started doing this whole thing.
It's my birthday. I feel like I should be able to choose the workout.
4 reps remaining for Justin Medeiros.
I want to win the games and a team as well.
We know they're the best. They know they're the best. They can be beat.
This is what all the work is for.
All she does is eat, sleep, train.
Everything I do is with intensity and purpose.
It's kind of a coach's dream.
That's it, Steve.
I
Come on,
am
baby.
constantly in pursuit of helping people reach their maximum potential.
Us together, working together and pushing each other, it's gonna be scary, really scary.
I want to make it back to the games. I want to have my best year yet.
I'm ready to run through a wall, man. Let's do it.
Are y'all ready?
Let the games begin.
Saturday night in Madison, Wisconsin, as day number 4 of the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games winds to a close. We are under the lights inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center, and we're testing strength, but Chase, not a barbell in sight. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Overall standings for the women coming into this event, Tia Toomey surrendered 3 points to Mal O'Brien in that last event, but Toomey still leads. O'Brien 50 points back. Emma Lawson sits in third with 775 points. She's trying to hold off Danielle Brandon and Haley Adams.
Event number 9 was interesting to kick the day off as Tia Claire Toomey in Terminator mode, but Mal 1000 lurking behind her. We got to the sprint portion of this. Round 1 went to Tia, but as we got into round number 3, a couple of mistakes from Tia, which is kind of the story early on in day number 1, opened the door back up for Mal O'Brien, and Mal got to pick up a few points on Tia Claire. Tia still winning by 50, and in an event like this, it's hard to say. It's hard to say what's going to happen. We've never seen a test like this here at the CrossFit Games, and I doubt a lot of athletes have picked up bags this heavy before, as we have the women starting at 160, going all the way up to 260. Leverage your strength. There's going to be some certain technique these athletes are going to have to do, and there's going to be a lot of leverage from the hips to get it up. And as you said, Sean, no barbell, no problem. We are still testing strength.
Let's send it down to the competition floor. That's where we find Nikki Brazier.
Bags back in the warm-up area that they were able to test ahead of time, and from what I saw in testing, many of them were able to get the bags up onto their shoulder, but stabilizing there was the issue. Now that is the standard. The athletes will have to remove their hand from the sandbag once it's up onto the shoulder, balance there and show control before the rep is called good by the judge. They won't be able to let go quickly and come back. That would be a no rep.
Thank you, Nikki. There's your overall leader, Tia Toomey, 882 total points as she looks for her 6th straight title of Fittest Woman on Earth. The yokes are out there for the tie break. If you fail at a weight, you will go to the tie break area, and then whoever else fails with you, you will have to move those 3 bags, 50, 100, and 150 pounds, over the bar, however you want to, whatever order you want to, and then sprint to the finish. And that determines your final finishing order.
I don't know what I'm more excited about, the max lift of the sandbag or what this tiebreaker may look like.
£160 is the opening weight for the women, and we're talking to Allison Scudge from the demo team a few minutes ago, and she was saying that this is a weight women are used to. They use this D-ball sometimes in training, but like you said, beyond that.
Right. I mean, we've seen 200 and 150 in competition. We're starting at 160. And Sean, when I'm looking at these weights, it's a lot like what we say a snatch ladder, where there's an option to either power or receive it in a full squat. And oftentimes we say, practice what you're gonna finish with. If you know you're gonna finish with a full squat, start that at the lighter weights. For this as well, there is a massive, massive amount of technique that is needed. There's
Haley Rail in the middle, pardon me, Chase, is struggling a little bit, but she's able to get that thing situated.
And at these, quote, lighter weights, which I put in massive air quotes because they're not light at all, this is the time where you can take the time to start practicing appropriate technique. Straddling the bag vertically, balance between your feet, hinging at the waist, sliding the hands underneath, getting your feet underneath you, like your feet shouldn't be dancing all over the place throughout this movement. Lapping that bag into a deep squat with the knees together, that's a big thing too. We're so used to power cleans or sandbag over the shoulder where people touch and go with a wide stance. You actually want a more narrow stance in the mid part of this.
Sola Sigurdardottir out there. And Danny Spiegel just ripped that thing up to the shoulder. Lucy Campbell, who has an event win earlier today and rinse and repeat no problem for her, and Haley Adams was successful. Danielle Brandon on the left, she's good. Gabby McGowan has it hoisted up. Ellie Turner, no problem. Sarah Kaya and Caroline Spencer were all successful.
And I think the misconception when you look at a weight like this, you know, a strongman bag, sandbag, even an Atlas stones, is that you use the term grunt work. But that's not to discredit how much technique is required to do this movement appropriately.
Emma Lawson on the left, they're struggling a little bit, and then Rebecca Fuselier fell down, but Lawson was able to get a successful lift. So here's Rebecca Fuselier, who probably never wants to see another sandbag in her life after these games.
Okay, so squeeze your knees together. Roll the bag. Nice.
Good fight from Rebecca Fuselier to get through that. And just a taste of, I think, what the crowd reactions are going to be like as we move through this event.
And what we have set up is that all athletes will have a legit opportunity to take as much time as needed to get that bag to the shoulder.
No problem for Carl Saunders there, second to left. Mal O'Brien hasn't.
The only time element for this is really on the tiebreaker. That'll be the separator if athletes get stuck at the same weight. But as far as this is concerned, they're going to let it ride for as long as they can. If they got to sit at the bottom of the squat for 30 seconds just to get the bag to their shoulders, it's on the table.
No problem for Toomey. Wells made it. Matilda Garnes in the middle, the only woman unsuccessful on her first attack. And Garnes has it. Everybody is successful at 160 pounds, and now we'll move out the 170-pound bag. And also talking to Allison Scudds earlier, that we were talking about on a barbell, you throw a couple fives on it, it's sometimes not that noticeable. But she said you really notice the jump in weight with a bag.
Well, they're going to hit a certain weight where the bag actually changes. They're going to use taller bags. You can even see it in the back. Look at the front row of bags versus the back row. So there's going to be a certain weight where the barbell doesn't change, right? As the weight goes up, the thickness doesn't change, just the weight itself. As the bags get heavier, look at the difference in the size of those bags. That also drastically affects the way the bag feels coming off the ground.
There's Mal O'Brien, second place overall. Coming into this competition, you thought, hey, Mal might be the youngest woman ever to finish on the podium. She still may finish on the podium, but Emma Lawson may get that honor if she stays where she is at just 17 years old.
Emma Lawson's in the top three. You got Haley Adams sitting in fifth, just 4 points behind Danielle Brandon, who moved up into that fourth place position after that fourth place finish in the last event.
The top 8 athletes in the overall standings are all on the far left platform. So now we're at 170. Alexis Raptis has that. And Paige Powers is in the middle. She has it. And almost, but Powers gets sent to the floor with that one. And she can still make another attempt.
Well, like she's sliding her fingers underneath the bag just to get a better grip. And this is the tough part, the width of the bag.
Powers has it.
And every second attempt we've seen so far has been drastically better than the first. And what's really different about lifting these heavy bags, say, than with a barbell, like a power clean, is you want these athletes to be dropping into a deep squat once it's in their lap, and you get it from the floor.
O'Connell is the last one to be successful on that 170-pound bag, so no one has been eliminated yet. But we're only on bag number 2.
Well, once they get it to the lap, it's basically a deadlift from the floor. Get it to their lap, squeeze the knees together,
And almost counterintuitive to most things is they should actually be shooting their hips up first to leverage the bag to the shoulder. And that's what we're saying, leveraging your strength.
Ariel Lowen got a no rep. She's gonna have to make another go. There it is.
What you saw there is she's in that kind of quarter leverage position, and then she jumped the bag to there. There's going to be a certain weight where you're not going to be physically able to do that. So as I said, is start practicing those little things. Lapping in a deep squat, wrapping in that bear hug position, shooting the hips up, and then rolling that bag to the shoulder.
Haley Adams successful, and Lucy Campbell struggling a little bit. Danny Spiegel was good, so was Sung Young Choi. So Campbell has it.
And that was awesome for Campbell, that her patience in that. She had it to the chest and took her a couple pumps to get it up to the shoulder. And you talked to actually talked to Rob Orlando earlier, and having patience in that position. It's not a comfortable position to be in at all. But realizing that if your midline is stable, you can spend some time in that uncomfortable position and wait to get it to the shoulder.
Everybody gets through on that round. Now up step Emma Lawson, Laurel Horvath, Paige Semenza, Rebecca Fuselier. Keep an eye on her, and Julia Cato. Horvath has it. Lawson is good. Semenza is good. Fuselier and Cato are left. Fuselier just can't get it to her shoulder.
She had a decent setup, that hip drive up, that roll up the body, but there's a certain point where it just gets too heavy.
And Cato is going to get it. Fuselier is going to wind up assuming no one misses this. Fuselier is going to finish towards the bottom here. Now we'll see if anybody joins her in a tiebreak, because our final 5 athletes are stepping up to the platform, led by Tia Toomey.
You know, Fuselier is on the inside of that cut line at 27. She's about 50 points of that cut line for 31st. We're cutting to 30. That was only 37 women in total.
Fuselier, the only woman eliminated, so she'll take 37th place. And as you heard Chase mention, she's someone who is flirting with the cut line right now, so that's certainly not going to help her cause. We cut down to the top 30 athletes after tonight. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Well, we are lucky to be joined by Jerry Pritchett here, who is a professional strongman. And Jerry, you were in the athlete briefing. As I understand it, you gave these athletes some pointers. What exactly should they be doing out there to handle those sandbags?
You know, the biggest thing, the technique is going to come in on these heavier bags, with the bags taller, much longer than these ones. These lighter bags, they can almost just kind of roll it like a stone on the shoulder. So it's going to be more crucial as it gets heavier to focus on that lap, and then really get that hip drive to turn, because you're going to have to turn the bag onto the shoulder. It's not going to be able to roll it like they're rolling it now. So a few of them are doing that now, so I think that'll just kind of carry over for them. Then the ones that are rolling, they're going to have to adjust when they get to the bigger bags, and then just be careful not to load the biceps off the ground. And when they heave it, let the hips get the explosion, not from the biceps. No tear a bicep.
Thank you so much. Good luck, athletes.
We are up to 180 pounds. Hopefully all these women were listening to Jerry Pritchett, who has a lot of experience doing this stuff.
Over here feverishly writing notes down.
Paige Powers is the last woman to shoulder that bag.
What we're starting to see is they're getting a bit more used to the weight. I feel like cleaner reps, almost better than we saw at the 180 or 160.
Amanda Barnhart, no problem. Elisa Fuliano struggling. She's going to drop it. Bailey Rail and Elisa Fuliano left on the floor. 180 pounds. Fuliano's going to make another go. As long as she got a realistic chance, they're going to let him lift.
She's doing a good job pinching her knees together on the right, but she needs to squeeze her feet in together a little bit more.
Bailey Rail is there, and she's going to get credit. But Fuliano is not going to be able to complete the lift. She will head to the tiebreak area.
And just like most lifts that we have coming off the floor, deadlift, there's a foot position that's in line with the hips. Even when you think about a press overhead, those feet aren't out wide at the beginning of it. Narrow up that stance a little bit once you've got the bag lapped. Just hang on that big bear hug.
Everyone successful in that round. Here comes Lucy Campbell, who put up a good fight on the 170-pound bag. Danny Spiegel in the middle of the floor has yet to look bothered by any of this. Mal O'Brien on the left side, and Lucy Campbell. O'Brien has it. Lucy Campbell trying to get that thing up to her shoulder. Haley Adams, pardon me. Looking at Mal O'Brien's name. Haley Adams on the left side. My apologies to Haley. Sun Young Choi trying to get through. And Choi's going to get it. Lisa Fuliano, the only woman so far to bow out on the 180-pound bag. Danielle Brandon has it. Ellie Turner is good. And Gabby McGowan is good. So is Sarah Kaya. Emma Lawson on the far side, trying to hang on to third place overall. Laura Horvath is next to her. Paige Semenza does a nice job. Lawson has it, Horvath has it. Julia Cato is left on the floor now. Going to make a second attempt.
And watch the feet. Knees together, feet a little bit more narrow.
Cato is just not able to stabilize that on her shoulder, and she will join Fuliano in the tiebreak area. So we're going to see our first tiebreak here. Now Mal O'Brien is out there. Saunders, no problem. O'Brien has it. Mikulishin is good. And Turi Helgadottir good as well.
We're still seeing a lot of athletes being very vertical with their pull and their hip drive. You got to get more horizontal. Leverage, that just means hinging at the waist. So when you lap that bag, like CLT is very vertical, she shoots those hips up a little bit. You could do it even more, right? When that bag gets to a certain point, you're going to have to shoot the hips up first.
Freya Moosbrugger to the floor as everyone else is successful. Moosbrugger is going to have a chance to make another attempt at that 180-pound sandbag.
The hips, yes. Patience, patience.
And Moosbrugger did enough, and she's going to get credit.
Tell you what, somewhere out there, Rob Orlando's happy. And that's what it takes. That uncomfortable weight in that chest lapped position. But if you can stabilize your midline, you can leverage it up a little bit from that shouldered position.
Now the tiebreak between Julia Cato and Elisa Fuliano. They have to get those three bags, 50 pounds, 100 and 150, over the top bar on that yoke, and they can go in any order they want. After they get the three of them over, they race to the finish. Winner will finish 35th.
And a lot of this, I mean, you just picked up a bag that weighed, what, 180 pounds? Your first one is 150. In fact, it's lighter than the first one you started with. And like I said, Sean, they can go lightest to heaviest, heaviest to lightest. You're talking to Allison Scud. She preferred heaviest to lightest. She said it was the lightest 150-pound bag she's ever picked up in her life.
Stand by.
Here we go. And both are going to go for the 150 first. Fuliano has the 150-pound bag over. The 100 is over, and it looks like Elisa Fuliano is going to win the tiebreak, so she'll take 35th with Cotto in 36th. Now we move to 190 pounds. 34 women remain. Alexis Raptis at the bottom of your screen is able to get it. Jacqueline Dahlstrom. Victoria Campos. Now it's Paige Powers who's found herself in a wrestling match with that thing the past couple of rounds.
So Paige did a good job of getting that to her lap. You want a straight arm deadlift from the floor. So she's going to straddle it, try to slide those fingers, so rocking that bag, so getting a better grip, arm straight from the floor to the lap. Now squeeze the knees, good. Bring the feet together. Now she should drive her hips up first, but see how she leans back? You're not getting the leverage you need in these heavier bags. So as this weight gets up, we're gonna have to, eventually everyone's gonna get into that lap position. From that deep squat lap, the first thing athletes need to do is shoot their hips up vertically. Shoot the butt up to the ceiling, and then as they lean back, drive their belly into the bag to get it over the shoulder. Just because you can get away with that technique now, like I said before, you need to start practicing while you can.
Barnhart, O'Connell, and Kohlenbrander were all successful. Bailey Rail is the last woman on the floor. Second attempt.
See, our feet are a little wide. Those need to slide underneath a little bit more.
Bailey Rail is going to face off against another Mayhem athlete, Paige Powers, in the tiebreak. Move to the next round. Ariel Lowen closest to the camera. Emma McQuaid is next to her. Carolyn Prevost is in the middle. Sung Young Choi. And Elena Karatala Sanahuya. Lowen is good. McQuaid is good. Sung Young Choi, I believe, was successful. And Prevost has it. Karatala Sanahuya is not going to be able to get through. Haley Adams, Lucy Campbell, Danny Spiegel's in the middle, and she just rips that thing off the floor. Haley Adams left side. Wow. What a good fight for Haley Adams. Lucy Campbell has it, and Sarah Kaya is through. So Haley Adams has been impressive so far.
Yes, she has. I mean, you know, hey, get to the shoulder, you get your arm extended, and the rep counts at the end of the day. That's what matters.
Danielle Brandon on the left side. Gabby McGowan, Ellie Turner is good in the middle. Alex Gazan is through, and Caroline Spencer on the far right was good as well. So far only 3 women have failed on this bag, except Emma Lawson and Laura Horvath. We take one more look at Haley Adams.
I mean, that fight.
Saw Haley Adams wiping at her left eye there.
There's a lot of chalk flying around. Maybe you throw your hand out a little too aggressively.
Laura Horvath is through. So Emma Lawson is still on the floor. She's on the left side, currently 3rd place overall. And Lawson had it, but unable to stabilize and kind of reach for her back, so she will go to the tiebreak area. Now this is big for Danielle Brandon, because Brandon is 41 points back of Lawson. Cara Saunders is good. Now O'Brien has it. Turi Helgadottir in the middle. Helgadottir trying to catch her balance, and I don't think she's going to get credit. It has to be stable. But she was close.
She's just leaving a lot of power on the table. It's not like a typical Olympic lift, which is where Turi excels. See how she got it to the lap.
And Helgadottir has it.
And it's impressive. It's so impressive that they're getting these weights. But like Jeremy was talking about, is lap it, drive the hips to the ceiling, and then lever back. But just how strong some of these athletes are to do it even without that technique.
Brooke Wells and Tia Toomey are good. Matilda Garns. That's Freya Moosbrugger. She's got to have it higher. And now she gets the okay. The 4 women in this tiebreak. The winner of this tiebreak will take 31st.
Sure, once the time that 50-pound bag comes into play, they just kind of grab it and chest pass it over the yoke.
So Emma Lawson, Elena Karatala-Sanahuya, Paige Powers, and Bailey Rail. Here we go, and all 3 are going to go for the 150-pound bag. Lawson over first, Lawson to the 100-pound bag. Lawson has that done. Emma Lawson far side, gets the 50 over, chucks it, and she's in. Rail is second, Powers is third, so Karatala-Sanahuya is going to finish in 4th in the tiebreak. So Emma Lawson will finish 31st.
That's our athletes getting set for a 200-pound sandbag.
30 women left. Once we get down to 21, we're going to cut the platforms to 3. And now 200 pounds in the bag. Jacqueline Dahlstrom on the second lane from the right has it. Victoria Campos is good, and Alexis Raptis is going to try again.
So she can drop her hips way more than that. You actually want to be at the bottom, like the deepest squat you can be, where the hips are below the back. And so from that position, with that deep squat, you get a good bear hug. You get that bag over the belly on top of the chest. Shoot the hips up, almost the exact opposite you would tell someone in a deadlift. But that's what it takes for a strong man bag. Deep squat, bear hug, shoot the hips, so you're almost in this horizontal torso position. And then as you lever back, drive your belly into the bag and roll it up to the shoulder.
Amanda Barnard's first time she's struggled a little bit. And Christine Kohlenbrander is through. Barnhart needs to get it more on her shoulder. She tried to show control, but it is not up on her shoulder. She continues to wrestle with that thing, and Amanda Barnhart's going to win.
That was close.
And Carolyn Prevost, if she wants, she can make another run. Chrissy O'Connell at 200's got to get it to the shoulder, and she has it. Now Prevost with another try. And Prevost not going to be able to make it. Up steps Danny Spiegel in the middle platform. And again, Danny Spiegel has made all these bags look easy so far.
Here we go, and she is underneath the bag.
Ariel Lowen's on the far left, and Spiegel just ripped that off the floor.
Jeez.
Emma McQuaid is good. Choi has it, and Ariel Lowen will now make her second attempt. And Lowen not able to make it. She'll join Prevo and Raptis. Here's Danny Spiegel.
Hands underneath, straight arm deadlift to the shoulder. Jeez. That is ridiculous.
That is just brute strength. Haley Adams on the far left. Ellie Turner is good. Adams trying to work that thing up to her shoulder. So is Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell has it. Oh, man, that was, wow. That was close.
It's getting a little close. I'd like to see a bit more stability at the top there for some of these athletes. All right, Haley. Technique will save you.
Thea Kimes on the far end of the floor, and she's struggling with 200.
Squeeze the knees, drop your hips more. Says she's leaning back, there's just no leverage there.
And no, it's one of those things where you want to talk about your costly no reps.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of effort that is required to do this at all, let alone spend 15 seconds not getting one, is significant.
Paige Semenza is good. She's been impressive. Caroline Spencer, Danielle Brandon, McGowa, and Gazan all through. Gonna bring out Laura Horvath, Karin Freyova, and Turi Helgadottir. Helgadottir in the middle, Horvath closest to the camera here. Horvath is good.
Horvath's getting it. Horvath is starting to figure it out. If you saw on Horvath's last rep.
Oh, Helgadottir was trying to work it up to her shoulder. Got it too far behind her and managed to ditch it. Karin Freyova was good meanwhile. Turi Helgadottir with another go. Here goes Turi again. Got to wonder how much energy she expended, though, on that first attempt.
Says she's leaning back right from the bottom. It's not gonna, it's just, it doesn't work like that, right? She had a great setup. She actually had nice slow hips, good bag, but the first thing she did was lean back from that position, and it's the opposite. It's not throw shoulders first, throw hips first.
Mal O'Brien, Cara Saunders, Matilda Garns, and Freya Moosbrugger. Mal has it. Saunders is good. Moosbrugger was through, and Garns is successful. Toomey. Probably it was Mikulishin who was good. Now Moosbrugger on the far end of the floor.
We talked about being a good test in the last event with the dumbbell snatches for Brooke Wells. This is a big test for Brooke Wells' elbow for this one as well.
There's Moosbrugger as both Wells and Toomey are through the 200-pound bag.
Call that the barber chair. Just slowly work your way up.
Moosbrugger just has a little bit more to go to get that thing controlled on her shoulders. And there it is. Scan the QR code on your screen for your chance to win a NOBULL CrossFit Games X Guaranteed Rate Athlete Swag Bag. Six women in this tiebreak.
10 seconds.
Winner takes 25th.
Stand by.
And the strategy remains the same. 150-pound bag. Helgadon is the first one over with that. Adams has it over. Helgadon is going to take it. Raptis, Lowen, Prevo, Kaya, and then Adams. The Helgadoner, Lowen, Raptis, Prevo, and Kaya, followed by Haley Adams, according to the official chip. Send it down to Nikki Brazier.
210 pounds.
See how the women on the bench were going to handle sort of sitting next to each other and taking a break in between heats. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a lot of silence, a lot of being in the zone, but actually there's been a lot of fist bumps, a lot of cheering for one another as these ladies continue getting the sandbags up. You can really see the encouragement from the bench. That is what the CrossFit community is all about.
210 for Jacqueline Dahlstrom. Here's Victoria Campos.
Yeah, see how she's going straight up?
Amanda Barnhart, Christy O'Connell, Danny Spiegel, Christine Kohlenbrander, Michelle Murren are the next 5. And no problem for Danny Spiegel, and Amanda Barnhart almost there as well.
That might be Amanda's best one.
Christy O'Connell is just having trouble just getting a good grip on this thing. And as these bags get bigger, obviously it's harder to get your grip on them, and you don't have that leverage with your arms that you need to feel.
Right, and as we said it nauseam, and you might be sick of hearing it, but it's the answer. You get that bag lapped, you got to shoot the hips first, not the shoulders. Shoot them up, then leverage the shoulders, driving the belly into the bag to roll it up to the shoulder.
Murren is good.
Man, what a fight. And that's what's so unique about this test, is that this is a gnarly strength test because it takes so long to do. There's an element of a little bit of fight or flight once that bag is stuck on your chest.
So far, 3 women are over in the tiebreak area. So Emma McQuaid and Sung-Young Choi are up next. McQuaid is almost there, and she gets credit. Sung-Young Choi won't get it. She's trying a little bit of a different technique, grabbing it lengthwise there.
It depends on who you talk to, which is better. With these bags, with that width, having to rotate around the shoulder. But really, like I said, at the end of the day, if it's more comfortable for you and you can manipulate it better.
Ellie Turner is good. Lucy Campbell.
See how high Lucy's hips are relative to her knees? Those hips need to be below the knees, and you see there's no room for the hips to go.
Sigurdottir fights through it, and Lucy Campbell doesn't look like she's going to be able to get it. She's going to call it. She'll head over to the tiebreak area. Alex Gazan is over there as well from that round. So we're really starting to cut the field down here. Danielle Brandon far left. Paige Semenza is good. 4 more women still out there, so great effort from Paige Semenza. We are cutting down to 30 athletes after tonight. And Caroline Spencer is unable to get it. And Gabby McGowan wrestling with that thing. Gowa will not make it. We are going to have a jam-packed tie break here. Laura Horvath and Matilda Garns. Horvath is through. Matilda Garns still on the floor here at 210 pounds. Garns unable to make it. Now, in the event we have more than 10 women in a tiebreak, they will split them up into 2 heats.
Getting close.
Sydney McAlish, Cara Saunders, and Mal O'Brien out there now. And Saunders unable to get it. Sydney McAlish is close and she'll get it. Saunders and O'Brien now with another attempt. No good for O'Brien. Now Saunders has it to her chest. Almost there. Oh, she's not able to hold it. So close for Cara Saunders.
Now the fact that Sydney McAlish got that is pretty big because she's in 34th place overall. About 40 points out, actually more like 60 points out of a top 30 spot. So that's big for her. At least gives her an opportunity maybe to get above that cut line.
But Toomey is struggling now at 210, and she will get it. And Brooke Wells unable to hoist that thing to her shoulder. Moose Brothers just inching that thing up. The judge telling her a little more, and Moose Brother has it. I think. I don't know if the judge gave her the signal. I didn't see a signal. And Brooke Wells got it! Wow! The Moose Brugger did get credit for it. Now we got to sort out the tie break here. There are 12 women in the tie break. What they will likely do is go 2 heats of 6. Adrian Bosman is out there. Right now they have 7 women lined up. Sungyoung Choi, Victoria Campos, O'Connell, Kohlenbrander, Gazan, Brandon, so we may go from 5 platforms down to 1 here.
When you hit that threshold weight.
There's Chuck Carswell. You saw him, the head judge. He's in a blue shirt in the back.
There is a lot on the line with this tiebreaker. It's big for Danielle Brandon, actually. Danielle Brandon could move herself into third if she has a good tiebreak.
Emma Lawson is already off the floor. She unofficially took 31st in this event.
And Brandon was 4 points clear of Haley Adams.
Caroline Spencer is at the far end of the floor next to Alex Kazan.
And she's staring at the podium. She's also staring at, if she moves up into third, next in line's Mal O'Brien.
They're taking some time to get this set up to make sure that they're going to be able to score this accurately, because they're going to have 2 heats of a tie break. So we won't know who finishes where until the second heat is done. There is Alex Gazan just getting ready for this tiebreak to get started. Meanwhile, all the athletes still alive are getting a ton of rest.
Hey, I'm here for it. That means they can lift more, more weight. Better show for us.
And this looks familiar under the lights. Tia Toomey pacing back and forth during a strength event.
Tia Toomey is the only one pacing back and forth. Everybody else is sitting. Everybody else is looking on. And to the left side of your screen, Tia Toomey is just pacing back and forth.
Here we go, 10 seconds for this first heat of the tiebreak. So far, everybody's gone in descending order. That's what exactly is going to happen. Brandon goes lightest to heaviest, though, and it's going to pay off for Danielle Brandon. Kazan is in. O'Connell came across. Colin Brander after her, and then Spencer in 5th. Campos and Choi right after that. So Danielle Brandon, the first to go from lightest to heaviest.
Brandon is tossed, chucked, and then lifted. And as said, no other athlete has gone that direction. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some change of strategy if that comes up again. 3 seconds faster than the next athlete. And the only one to go from lightest to heaviest.
So one more heat here before we can figure out who finishes where. It's going to be Cara Saunders, Matilda Garnes.
Now the question is, who is watching? And are you willing to change your game plan?
Lucy Campbell and Mal O'Brien. Here we go. And Mal is paying attention. Mal goes from lightest to heaviest. He's struggling with the 150-pound bag. And it won't pay off for her. It looks like Saunders got across first, followed by Garnes, Campbell, O'Brien, and now here comes McGowan. We just have to wait to see who had the fastest time among all 11 of those athletes.
Mal had it. She just fumbled the last bag a little bit. Carr over, but from there, Carr could basically just throw the bags.
Garnes made a nice attempt by throwing the leg across her. But Paige Semenza and Jacqueline Dahlstrom are out at 220. Dahlstrom is through. Now Semenza on her second attempt.
Just look how big that bag is.
And it's not going to happen for Paige Semenza, who looked really good on those first few bags. Had a little trouble with them, but she runs into the 220-pound bag, and she will move to the tiebreak area. Sigurdardottir, Barnhart, and Horvath at 220. Horvath has it lapped, as does Barnhart. Barnhart working it to her shoulder. And Barnhart has it. Horvath is almost there, and Horvath has it. Sigurdardottir almost there. Let's bring in Nikki Brazier.
I'm with Danielle Brandon. You were the only athlete that, or the first athlete, I should say, who went lightest to heaviest on the sandbags in the tiebreaker. Why that decision?
I just thought there would be more room to pick up the 150.
That's totally fair. What was this experience like for you? This is something brand new we've never seen before at the CrossFit Games.
It's really cool just because we usually mess a lot around with the 150. And I don't remember the last time I touched a 200, so it's pretty cool to be able to do it kind of with no training on it, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sydney Mikulishin was able to get through. Freyova did not. Neither did McQuaid. He's out. Moosbrugger.
And Wells.
Brooke Wells, what a difference a year makes.
Right now, Wells is standing on the center platform, fighting for a 220 clean.
And Brooke Wells is almost there. She is almost there. And Wells has it. Michelle Murren isn't going to be able to get a lift. And Moosbrugger's going to call it as well.
You know, there was a moment last year when I'm thinking about Annie Thorisdottir's return. And then there was a moment that turned the tide for her. Gave her a lot of confidence to get back into the competition. Ended up getting her on the podium. This might be that event for Brooke Wells where she finally starts to feel like herself.
Danny Spiegel has it. Ellie Turner drops it. Now Toomey.
Now this is big for Tia, because we know Mal missed on the last bag. If Tia can get this bag, she can put things almost out of reach going into Sunday. This is a big, big moment for Tia.
Ellie Turner. She didn't have it. She did not have it on her shoulder. It was close. Now here's Toomey for her second attempt. And Toomey is not going to be able to get it. But
still puts distance.
Still does put some, you're right.
Yeah, still puts distance between her and Mal. I mean, anytime you can get points is a great thing, but anytime you give away points to Tia, not so much, but still good for her.
The lead was 50 points for Tia Toomey over Mal O'Brien. And that is going to increase heading into the final day. First, we're going to have a tiebreak. Tia Toomey doesn't get a lot of rest. She's got to go right to the tiebreak area.
And you think they're messing around with a 220-pound bag, and the heaviest one you got to lift is 150. Not that it's light, but definitely more manageable after an attempt like that. But yeah, there's an element of fatigue that comes into play here. And we've seen this go so fast, 8 seconds to, 8 to 10 second attempt. We saw what one fumble of the bag can do.
Ellie Turner was also just out there. Chalking up her forehands. A lot of times in strongman competitions when they're lifting stones, you'll see them just with tacky all over to get a little extra stick. Chalk is going to have to do for these women on the bags. See if anybody tries the old Danielle Brandon lightest to heaviest here.
Danielle Brandon.
There's Tia's family. First time they have all been able to see her compete in person. A little extra time for Tia Toomey and Ellie Turner to recover here before they take on this tie break.
You know, I like they're doing that. Keep things on an even playing field. It's not Tia's fault that she's in the lead and she went last. Well, I mean, I guess it is Tia's fault that she's in the lead and she went last, but she shouldn't be penalized for it.
Unofficially, the winner of this tiebreak will take 12th.
10 seconds. Magic Big
There we go. Semenza going lightest to heaviest. And it's going to be a mad dash. I have no idea. I think it was Ellie Turner. Ellie Turner, I think at the bottom, may have gotten it.
Thank goodness for chip timers, because if this was like 2010, everybody would get a tie.
So Ellie Turner, Karin Freyova finishes after her. Toomey's going to take third in that tiebreak. Semenza, McQuaid, Sigurdardottir, Murren, and then Moosebrugger.
And Turner went the opposite direction, just like Danielle Brandon did. And I really did like Brandon's explanation of that, is that it gave her more room to grab the 150, because what we see in a lot of athletes do is they'll run to the 150, push it, and try to navigate around the other bags. Getting those out of the way, but it's a very savvy move from Danielle Brandon. You can see it, and other athletes are using that for that.
So Turner looking at a top 10 finish. I misspoke. I think she's going to be inside the top 10 with an event result there, because there's only 6 women left on the floor. Now we're up to 230 pounds. Here's Jacqueline Dahlstrom. They will now lift one at a time. Dahlstrom's almost there. And Jacqueline Dahlstrom has it. Here comes Amanda Barnhart.
Dahlstrom's a little stick of dynamite.
Barnhart in 15th place overall. Took a second rinse and repeat. It's the best finish of the weekend so far. And Barnhart is through. Now Brooke Wells. And I can't imagine what's going through her head right now, being out there all by herself on the platform.
But the crazy thing is, Sean, she's in the exact same spot at which we saw her a year ago. And now she's out there just fighting with the weight. And a lot of times when you come back from a major injury like that, a traumatic injury like that, the question is, will I ever get to do this again? Well, here you are. Will I ever be the same again? And that's always tough. But the fact that she got through that 220 bag and got to fight the whole way through that, it's just got to be a sense of relief for her.
Here's Laura Horvath, who's trying to crack the top 10. She comes in 11th place overall. The best finish was in the Capitol when she took second on Friday morning. And Horvath is going to get through.
This is big for Laura. I mean, Laura's went through the ringer as far as getting hit with events that challenge her weaknesses. And you have a day 3, really a day 4. Not a gymnastics movement in sight. So you didn't think the test was balanced for the last 3 days? We are tonight.
Sydney Mikulishin is good. You mentioned Horvath. She comes in 11th place overall, only 7 points back of Cara Saunders.
But Mikulishin was sitting in 34th, John, coming into this with 254 points. 30th place was Christine Kohlenbrand at 315. She's almost 60 points out. If she can get herself a top 3 finish, we'll just wait for the weight to get heavier for Danny Spiegel. But for Mikulishin, if she can get a top 3 finish, she may survive the cut from 30.
There is Tia Toomey, who is done for the night. I have a feeling that that one is not. I think back to last year in the 1-rep max snatch event with Guy Mayeros, who was out there, and it just seemed, well, I think we found our winner. It might just be inevitable right now for Danny Spiegel.
And just in case if you're wondering, yes, this is a great deal. So
Yeah, that reaction is like, so second place. Is that,
yeah, that's.
We're going for second.
5 women remain. Brooke Wells is going to take a 6th in this event.
Now this 240-pound bag is 1.6 times her body weight. Dahlstrom weighs 148. It's almost 100 pounds more than her. There's a Dahlstrom and a half in the bag right now, and she's trying to lift it to her shoulder.
Slow and steady has worked for her throughout this event, and I mean, here she goes again.
I want to put a shot clock on some of this and just how long it takes her to be under this bag, but this girl is amazing.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom is going to get credit. The champ loves it.
I'm reading
Amanda Barnhart.
Sean, I'm reading the bio, and I don't see sandbag savant in the profile yet. I'm going to have to type that in.
She has figured out a technique that works for her. Here goes Amanda Barnhart. Oh, Barnhart almost had it.
I mean, it's hard to go for it again after that. They'd give her an opportunity. That's, Boz has said, if you want to take another crack, you think you can get it, they're going to give it to you. But I mean, that's a full rep. And not to get it so close.
Now here's Laura Horvath.
Now the tough thing about going wide, Sean, is you're going to have to turn it on the way up to the shoulder, where Dahlstrom is doing that vertical position, but Laura Horvath is doing a great job turning the bag at that mid-torso position.
Oh, just ran out of gas. Looks like she might be on her way to getting that thing up on the shoulder, but Laura Horvath, if she feels like she can make another try, she can. She's going to decline the opportunity. Here comes Sydney Mikulishin. Laura Horvath will join Amanda Barnhart in the tiebreak area. And Sydney Mikulishin, as you mentioned, Chase, on the outside looking in on the cut line, but after this event.
Is your back tired watching this?
Yes.
My back is so tired watching this. How do they do it? All right, so here's the wide. It's a bit easier to get to the lap position, but having to turn it mid-pull is a technical challenge that they have to navigate. There's some pros and cons to it. There's not an exact one way. What we've seen Dahlstrom do is stay vertical. All right, so Mikulishin has changed that positioning, so she'll get it in the lap.
And Mikulishin will head over to the tiebreak area with Barnhart and Horvath, and that leaves Danny Spiegel to go here.
A little Doc Holliday, say when.
First time we've seen Spiegel struggle, but it looks like she's going to make it, and she does. And now we're going to go up to 250. But first, we got to sort out the tiebreak between Mikulishin Horvath and Amanda Barnhart.
Dahlstrom just. When you talk about maximizing your strength, what Dahlstrom is doing right now is the epitome of that. From the tale of two athletes.
It's one of those cases too where, and I know that Dahlstrom hasn't been picture perfect on some of these things, but she has figured out a technique that is working for her and she's executing it.
Right, we said that earlier. There is a technique to do this. You lap, you stay low, you drive the hips, roll the bag up the shoulders by driving your belly into it. But at the end of the day, whatever gets the job done counts. There's no style points here. There's ways that you could be better, but what Dahlstrom is doing, I can't even wrap my head around.
Those are your final two athletes, Danny Spiegel and Jacqueline Dahlstrom.
What's even wilder is that Dahlstrom, in the 19 and 20 season, is recovering from a disc and nerve injury. And a lot of times when that happens is developing the midline to protect the spine. So you talk about midline stability, core stability, and strength. You can't do this without having that.
Winner of this tiebreak will take third place. Here we go. And Mikulishin is the only one going for the lightest bag. And Horvath tosses the 50-pounder. She's going to take third. Barnhart will finish fourth, and Mikulishin in fifth, and that is huge for the rookie because Sydney Mikulishin looks to move on to Sunday after that.
I mean, there wasn't another choice. You want one more day, you had to put a performance like that. Now Dahlstrom, 5'6", 148. Her clean and jerk is 245. A nice rogue barbell, 245. A packed sandbag at 250.
This is the second to last bag. There's only one left after this. £250 first attempt for Jacqueline Dahlstrom.
This is 100 pounds more than she weighs. And see that deep squat bend position?
How can you smile with that thing on you like that?
So she's squeezing her knees together, bringing her feet together.
Dahlstrom out of gas, not going to make it happen. What a fight for Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and Cara Saunders appreciates that. So Dahlstrom, at worst, is going to take second. Danny Spiegel for the win here now.
He passed Danny Spiegel. He was like, will you lift this so I don't have to lift any more sandbags? I don't want to race you there.
But Danny Spiegel for the win. Takes the sandbag ladder.
Fill it up again. As